Welcome into HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. My name is Bahamut. Today I am joined by Khroen for these 4 best of 3s. Khroen, my friend, are you ready for all of this Heroes of the Storm action?
I am ready, Baha. I'm excited to get into things today. It's been a while since we casted together the Season 1 CCL exhibition tournaments, and now we're here running it back. Season 2, the players have had so long to, observe all of Season 1 in CCL, level up their game, and really prove their stuff here today.
Yeah, we've had a ton of in-houses. We've had some in-house scrims. And This season's a little different for our exhibition free agent tournament. Last season, we had everyone kind of make their own team sort of deal, or the orgs wanted to scout specific people. This season, what we did was we said, you know what, free agents, we're going to put it to you. Build a team together and then apply for the tournament and come as a 5-stack. And that is how we're going to be running this event. This first event of 2, actually. There is a second free agent tournament. We can talk about that at some other point. But right now, we have today's 4 best of 3s. We can go ahead and look at today's bracket that we're going to be casting all of these. We're going to start out today, just so you all know, going to jump to that bottom. We're going to have Dads Who Game versus Cheap Shot. There's a little bit of a time change. All the teams agreed. They just wanted to get better play times for everyone, so there's optimal, play style from everyone. But we're going to kick things off with our first match of the day, which will be Dads Who Game versus Cheap Shot. Second match of the day will be Clown Association versus Uwu. Third match will be Heavy Impact versus Makin Mom Proud. And we will close out today with Anti-Clown Association versus Blunt Force Fun. Jumping back over to that first best of 3 of the day, Khroen, I'm so excited about this. Dads Who Game versus Cheap Shot. And I feel like we're going to say this all day, but there are so many community members that really just pop out already from these teams. For me, I mean, from both sides, you've got Reb and you've also got Pirate Realm. These are players that I've watched in houses or just kind of been sneakily watching their own streams and stuff. So I'm really, really excited about this. Any players that maybe pop out to you in this first best of 3, maybe from the side from Dads Who Game?
Yeah, definitely looking at the Dads Who Game roster right here. Honestly, I mean, all of these players are recognizable. We had the last second summit from TT Porky as well. I've seen Porky for so long. I think they're a great player. We even have a couple of support mains between Caesar Salad and Heavy here. So the double support potential of all these teams is there. Maybe Baha, you want to see something a bit spicier than that, but we'll see what these players bring to the table.
If we jump over to the cheap shot roster, speaking of spice, there was a game or 2 that I got to caught in some of the in-houses where C2D2 played an amazing Ragnaros on Tomb of Spider Queen. And I think it's one of those heroes that's kind of undervalued. Also to note, we've got Blood Knight, Final Stand, Reb, and Viv. Viv as well had some really, really cool Malfurion play that I've been able to catch here and there. And if I'm not mistaken, Reb has a little bit of a pocket pick Medivh that we could see maybe target banned or snap picked very early in the drafts.
A a pocket pick Medivh is going to always be so strong, so threatening. It forces out the other team to be able to ban it, which gives you opportunity to pick something else that you want, or just the threat of playing it. Right? There's so many combinations that Medivh is going to be good with. You can pair it with the Diablo, of course. You can pair it with the Diva. You can pair it with so many things, and even just like a flat engage composition. Right? Medivh, if your team is able to be coordinated enough to utilize those portals to their full effectiveness, that is going to be terrorizing. And as you mentioned earlier, Baha, these teams did get to decide, who they want to play with. So some inherent synergy is already going to be there. And that's what's going to bring, that little bit of edge when we play a Medivh comp.
Also, synergy reminds me of one hero that's really, really powerful when you synergize together, and that is Cho'Gall. But I'm sure people don't want to hear about that. We're only like 20 minutes into the broadcast, and I've already mentioned it once.
Save it for later.
Yeah, we'll save it for a little bit later. We got a lot of games today, so let's actually go ahead and look at our first map of our first best of 3. It's going to be bans onto Towers of Doom, Dragonshire from our blue side. That's going to be Dads Who Game. The members of the red team banning out Garden of Terror and Sky Temple. That's Cheap Shot, and it looks like Cheap Shot had first map pick, and they'll be choosing to take us to Infernal Shrines. Now, Khroen, you were mentioning double support stuff, and I'm seeing both sides actually have 2 healer mains. We could see, Uther, Ana, Kerrigan for like Infernal Shrines. That's a really great trio of heroes. But even then, it's just, I think double support. I think you're really on the nose with saying, we might see some double support today, especially on a brawly map like Infernal Shrines to kick off the day. Yeah. This is definitely a place where a lot of team sustain is a big factor around these skeletal defender shrines.
Double support is also a composition that is relatively straightforward to play. It's not going to be so finessey, say like you're playing a bunch of different assassins, and you got to weave in and out. Double support just kind of stands there and fights, right? And a lot of times you just follow your Kerrigan if you're playing that, say, Uther and a Kerrigan. So these teams who maybe haven't played as much together and have double healer mains in their team, they're going to be a bit more, I think, likely to run a composition as such. But we're going to be shortly heading on into the draft for game number 1, Baha. And I'm excited to see how this draft plays out. Are we going to get that Shogal early? I mean, we'll see.
I meme about it as much as I do, but there is, in my mind at least, there is actually value to take things like that. And it doesn't have to be Shogal. You could maybe grab a Murky. You could do Abathur, Samuro. The big thing here in these free agent tournaments is not only about winning, but it's also showcasing your skills and getting eyes on you from the organization. So if you play some of these crazy heroes, let's say Pirate pulls out a God Mephisto that we've seen him do quite a few times, that might, kind of catch the eye of an org or two. Or maybe, let's say Final Stat has some Vikings and they're going to pop those out here in Infernal Shrines. Like, those are all things that get eyes on these games. So as much as I meme about it, I do have my reasoning for it. But let's actually get into this Infernal Shrines game. There's going to be the immediate ban onto Medivh. Things like Uther have been quite a priority, as well as May when it comes to bans. We'll have to see, though, what kind of develops with our kind of free agent tournament meta, per se.
Definitely. I do want to quickly note back, because I think it's relevant here, to the map bans. And Cheap Shot, I believe, banned, it was Garden of Terror and Sky Temple. And that makes me say, if you ban Sky Temple specifically, that you don't want to play macro games. You just kind of maybe want to fight the other team there. And we might see that play out here with the draft of Cheap Shot. Infernal Shrines is very much a map where you can just draft a good team fight composition for the Shrines, get the Punishers, and just eventually push to end with those. But we also have the Medivh ban coming through. As you mentioned, Baha, it's too much of a threat. You don't want to leave it open. Hogger coming through, as well as now Johanna. Hogger is super dominant on this map, so no surprise there with that ban.
It's a lot of really good bans, as you're mentioning here, not only on the map, but even synergistically with the team. This Johanna ban is amazing to deny sort of rotational advantage with the Condemn, as well as any sort of advantage on the objective phase by grouping those Skeletal Defenders with the Condemn. You have the Shield Glare for a little bit of range reveal through some bushes, as well as just denial into auto attack damage. You and I were actually talking about this just before we went live, about how Sonya, she got like slight changes in the last patch, and now she went from like, yeah, she's a great solo laner, she's good in her own right, to like, she's got to be picked early or banned. But either way, we have things like Brightwing, Cassia, May, all up and available. D.Va's available here. What will be our first pick? Gotta be that D.Va.
Definitely, no surprise there. D.Va has some insane control over the Shrine phase. If you're ever getting pushed out, you can regain control, of course, with that Mecha Explosion. It's just going to be a great solo laner in general. And it's pretty priority here, right? Because we have Cheap Shot already banning out Sonya and Hogger, but they do take the Uther here, paired along with the Chromie. If this were to be any indicator of how the second half of this draft for Cheap Shot were to be, it could very well be that, say, Anna Kerrigan, as you were noting earlier.
You could go Anna Kerrigan. You could even go into like an Anna Varian, because the Varian taunt would be super synergistic with the Uther and the Chromie. You have your taunt, you follow up with a Righteous Hammer from Uther, and meanwhile Chromie is just dumping sand on your head and burying you at the Infernal Shrines beach. But this is going to be a Hanzo and a May, and there's that priority onto the May we've seen a little bit here and there. But look at like, I'm already thinking of the synergies. Like, I don't think we actually see Dragon Arrow. I think it's Dragon Strike, the one that summons the giant blue dragon. And you can Ice Wall set that up. The dragon goes out. The D.Va Mech Explosion sits there. Ice Wall, falls down, and everyone's now inside of a dragon and an explosion. This is a little terrifying from the sides of Dad Who Game. But let's get into our ban phase here, Khroen. It's going to be a ban from the side of Cheap Shot. What are we going to look? It's going to be the Decker Cane, which would have just been more synergy with the Stay a While and Listen.
Definitely. Deckard Cain, I mean, you already have your one Uther healer from the side of Cheap Shot. You want to ban out the potential, best in slot healers, I suppose we'll say, from Dad's Who Game. Now they banned the Stukov. Obviously, they're thinking about double support option for Cheap Shot, right? So they want to ban another great follow-up support. You're talking about that, just say the Variant Taunt into the stun from Uther. Stukov behind that with the Silence. Silence is especially key towards taking down D.Va, because when D.Va hops out, she's going to still be in that silence pool, not be able to roll away once she has that as well. But more picks coming from Cheap Shot is going to be Leoric and Lucio as well. So it will indeed, confirmed now, be that double support style. What pick will round it out here for them? We'll have to find out after Dad's Who's Games rotation here.
I'm thinking that Dad's game could actually look into an Ana. You could nano boost the Hanzo if he goes into that Dragon Arrow as we discussed, or Dragon Strike, even Diva Mecha Explosion. But you also, here's the big thing I want to note, Biotic Grenade reduces healing by 100%. So you could shut down a Amp It Up from Lucio, you could shut down a little bit of healing from Uther, and I love the Sylvanas to close things out. You're adding more push pressure if you get these the Punisher. Your wave clear is great. You can go Possession for stealing minions to buff out your waves. I think Dad's game have built an insanely synergistic composition, but they're gonna round things out on the side of Cheap Shot with a Zeratul. The blow-up potential from Cheap Shot here, Khroen, is scary.
Yeah, especially I think they needed something to scale well into the late game, because if we talk about specifically that Hanzo pick in Dragon's Arrow versus Dragon Strike is going to be so insane when we get to that level 20 talent tier, and the Mei Ice Walls, that will just be a lot of dead heroes on the side of Cheap Shot, even if they do have double support. But now the Zeratul factor is online. We know how dominant that pick can be in the hands of a strong player. So we'll have to see if they're proficient, or kind of like the whole match will kind of live or die by how effective the Zeratul will be once we get to that, 16 to 22.
And I'm sitting here wondering, Khroen, do we get to 16-20 area? It's possible that Dad's game can actually run it down a lane with the Sylvanas and like the Diva as well. Like there's a lot of really good just siege potential and just momentum building, but the same can be said about Cheap Shot. It's just getting to that later half of the game. I do think this is going to be really, really important for them. And I think that's going to be possibly, and a lot of the factor on the back of like Chromie, Lucio, and Uther. Also, I just want to note this Lucio, it is, I'm expecting this to be a high 5 Lucio. That's honest to God. I think I've maybe seen, like, for every 10 high 5 Lucios, I get like one break it down Lucio or sound barrier Lucio. So it's just the high 5 value is so impactful. And then they buffed it again, and then they buffed it, I think, a second time with the travel speed by 25%. So things like that on Lucio, I'm so excited to see. We are just about to load into Infernal Shrines, our first game of the day. Really quickly, just as we're about to load in here, what's your gut feeling? Who would you kind of give this over to based on the draft?
I think based off of the draft, it's actually really close, but I'm going to slightly give the preference here to Dad's game. I think their composition is a bit, more straightforward, easier to pilot, and that might be a bit of a boon here if we're talking about teams who haven't really played that much together over the course of, this recent, I guess, off-season, we'll call it.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here. Let's go ahead and get into our game number 1, our first best of 3 of the day here on Infernal Shrines. On the right-hand side, we have Cheap Shot. It is going to be Chromie, played by Blood Knight, C2D2 on the Leoric, Final Stand on the Uther, Viv on that Lucio, and Zeratul, played by Reb.
And over on the left-hand side, Dad's game, we're going to have Caesar Salad on the main, and Tori on the Diva, Pirate Rum on the Sylvanas, Porky on the Hanzo, and Heavy on the Ana.
All right, we're in our mid lane. We're in our first engagement of the day, and I'm peeking at those level 1 talents. It's going to be the simple geometry for that Hanzo. As a geometry master yourself, Khroen, being able to finish this so very quickly, is this one of those maps where you have to kind of go into the explosive area at level 4 for a little bit of wave clear, or can you go full W build?
Nah, I definitely think it's going to be Q at 4 here for Porky on the Hanzo. It's going to be great at wave clear, which, you can always do with some more wave clear with this composition, but also just on the shrine, right? If you clump in all those skeletal defenders, Hanzo can take them all out with one well-placed Q. It does pair extremely well also once we get to that 16 with Piercing Arrow as well.
Oh, that's a very good point as well. Oh my god, the damage from Pirate Rum into C2D2 with Nentori was really quick right there. Also want to talk really quickly about the Zeratul Shadowhunter at level 1. Only 15 stacks of, only 15 regeneration globes are necessary to finish that out. And once you do finish it out, your basic attacks reduce the cooldown of Blink by 1.5 seconds. That really allows these Zeratuls to be such harassers in the late game and into the backline. Like the Ana Hanzo, like I've played a Hanzo and I've gotten just destroyed by a Zeratul post 16. I'm like, okay, I never want to experience this. And I'm thinking that's kind of the same case for the members of Dad's game. Really good icing out from Caesar Salad, locking in Final Stand. First blood goes over to the side of our blue team as Cheap Shot's trying to back off right now. It's still throwing out a little bit of damage into the members of Dad's game.
Already got our first kill, and I think it was off of the back of a very good rotation. Being ahead on rotations is often the key. Porky even getting some cheeky damage onto the Croby, chunking her to half. And meanwhile, Nentori is kind of holding the line there, double soaking. And the rotations come through again. Reb has the blink out, so probably nothing is going to come of this engage here. But it seems like Dadsu Game do have a bit of an advantage right now with how well they're moving around the map.
It's slight macro advantage. I absolutely agree. It's just you have camps in bottom lane being grabbed, that a steal into bottom lane camp, as well as that kill, and then this quick camp on the left-hand side. Cheap Shot actually hasn't been able to grab their own siege camp from mid lane because they've been constantly rotating to keep the experience equal. Early game kills are going to yield somewhere in the 300 to 400 range of experience. It's not a ton right now, but you still take someone off the map and you force more rotations out from the enemy team. So it's super well played by Dadsu Games so far. We'll have to see what happens here on our Frozen Punisher in bottom lane that will be spawning here in the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, even if we look at the comp of Cheap Shot, right? Like, who's just gonna bang out a camp really fast? Nobody. These 3 members that were dedicated to, taking that even bruiser camp, and it was still a slow process. Chromie's not gonna output enough damage. Maybe Zeratul later on into the game, but they just don't have as much camp control in the early game in general. But now we do have the first Shrine phase is now spawning. Both teams are rotating everybody to them. Red getting a little bit of advantage, but Notori does have that Mecha Explosion to push them off.
Caesar Salad once again bopping final stand in with that icing. Notori with sustained damage into the Soother, getting quite low. C2D2 has to back off. Notori has half health on this mech, also the Mecha Explosion if necessary to zone out the enemy team. Chromie consistently throwing out Sandblast and also Dragon's Breath to find some sort of kill. Notori pops the Mecha Explosion. Leoric has to Wraith Walk away to disengage, but still, even though the Mecha Explosion came out, that is a little bit of extra value clearing out those skeletal defenders, as a wonderful Sleep Dart from Heavy will connect into the enemy team. But right now, Khroen, it's back and forth, it's neck and neck. It's looking like Dadsu Game could potentially get this first Punisher of the game as Porky's forced over the wall. Final stand getting low, a lot of low mana on the side of this red team. Frozen Punisher to the members of Dadsu Game, who find the kill into Leoric. Not the worst person to go down though here, Khroen, because Leoric can cheat death and spawn a little bit faster back on the battlefield.
Definitely. It looked like it was going to be a little bit more disastrous for Cheap Shot. Fortunately, they only lose 1, but with that Punisher jump, they lose another. Lucio falls, and now, especially with the Sylvanas online, Dadsu Game push here is going to be so scary. They probably take down the fort here. They could look for kills in their Punisher jump, which comes through, but it is on the Leoric. Going to be safe. Wraith Walk away, and now the attention turns to the fort.
Not only does Sylvanas have the ability to lock down towers with her black arrows, but this Frozen Punisher can lock down towers as well for, I believe, 3.5 seconds or so. This will be a fort front gate and a fort going down in bottom lane, which will mean that periodic catapult pressure will be in favor of Dadsu Game, as well as a little bit of passive experience gain. And we're seeing that. 3 kills plus that structure and the Punisher as well. We've got a solid level lead for our blue team. At this point, it's just keeping their momentum, keeping the macro out, and finding maybe some invades here and there. But the 10 talent tier rush is going to be more so in favor of this blue team. And once that happens, I expect them to be mega aggressive.
Definitely. Keeping their momentum is going to be the key for Dadsu Game here. Zeratul does have that level 1 quest completed, so going to be a bit more tricky to pin down. But you don't really need to pin down a Zeratul at this point. You're dictating the whole pace of the map. We see members of Dadsu Game on the top here taking down the wall, going to be taking out the well here, and that's going to be a massive advantage for when the secondary Shrine phase does spawn. They might not get all of it here. The Uther rotate comes, but no, they're just going to be focusing it down. Even with Uther rotating, what are they going to do, right? They might even start to catch them. They turn onto Final Stand.
Final Stand also gets hit with that biotic grenade. You saw that negative 100 next to them. Pirate Rum actually haunting waves into the enemy team. A little risky right there as the fight still breaks out in the upper portion of the top lane. And we have camps through mid. So right now, the members of Cheap Shot will back off as the 10 talent tier arrives for our blue team. Oh my god,
Ooh.
Bunny Hop?
Okay, Bunny Hop here. It's going to be utilized already. Members, we really see a Dragon's Arrow come through here. It does, and it connects. Some great, and Ice Wall comes through as well.
Wailing Arrow was right before that as well, and the silence will persist onto the Uther. C2D2 will go down as well. That's going to be a triple kill for the side of Dadsu Game. Sylvanas, Pirate Rum locking down this tower with those black arrows. You can see that around the Sylvanas model, and that is going to be a fort. I mean, Khroen, we're 6 minutes in, and this has been double fort. Our next Punisher is probably seconds away from being announced, and if this keep front gate goes down, this blue team could look to just excel the momentum in this game as we were talking about in the draft. This might not even be Zeratul getting to level 16.
It might not, Baha. You had that concern earlier. Will we get there? And it's not looking like it with the pacing as of right now. What can you do if you're a cheap shot? You're not level 10. So while 4 members are chasing down Dadsu Game, you got to be careful not over chase. You got to leave Zeratul some time and some space to actually soak out the level 10s. If they get level 10, a snap engage is going to be the play here. But are Dadsu Game going to give it to them? No, they're backing off, going to their own bruiser camp, letting their ultimates come back. And that fight that we saw the top side there, as soon as Dadsu Game hit level 10, was so nice. Even though it was really only D.Va in there, D.Va knew if I bunny hop here, my team is rotating. I will buy enough time for those ultimates to come through and them to get, what was it, 4 kills maybe on that on that team fight there?
That was just insanely well played. And actually on that, like I was looking, I wanted to look at the stats right after that fight right there. Pirate Rum on the Sylvanas with 19,999 heroic damage in comparison to the Crummy with about 16,834. So a little bit, some deficits starting to form there. Also, just really quickly, D.Va roughly 20,000 more than the Zeratul with 66,000 siege damage. It's insane what's been done so far by the side of Dadsu Game. But let's go ahead and continue into this because our second shrine is here. Going to be a Mortar Punisher. 13 talent tiers right around the corner for Dadsu Games. So I think Cheap Shot needs to try and find an engagement as quickly as possible. Look at Reb on the left-hand side of the screen, diving onto Heavy. Isn't able to get the burst. As you can see, Porky and Caesar Salad anchoring around Heavy to make sure that Zeratul cannot find the burst necessary.
There's just no follow-up. If Reb gets the backline in the Ana, Crummy spells probably aren't going to be, getting to that. It's only maybe with a Leoric Entomb that Crummy will be able to follow up. We do have the advantage right now. Dadsu Game are up slightly in Skeletal Defenders. The Mecha Explosion is still here. Notori's looking for it.
Bunny Hop will go out. Mecha is getting low. The mech does fall, so no Mecha Explosion. Great Entomb coming out from C2D2. Lucio trying to high-five through, but the Ice Wall will stall things out. Notori still lives. Uther will go down, and I can't believe it. The members of Dadsu Game are continually turning around fight after fight, finding a triple kill, chasing in further onto Blood Knight and Reb. The slows. Oh, wow. Reb is able to blink out of the blizzard from May, but in the end, it's going to be a quad kill. Make it. Wait 7 seconds, wait an hour and a half, make it a pentakill for the side of Dadsu Game, dominating the red team.
Oh man, D.Va in her baby form, no mech, stuck in a hole in Tomb, does not fall there. You have to ask yourself, where's the damage on the side of Cheap Shot at that point? They just do not have it. Great sleep there from Heavy, getting Porky out there safely. Porky trying to get some extra cheeky damage in. They are holding the Skeletal Defenders at 39, pushing all the waves out, maybe even going to get cams 3 levels ahead at this point here, Baha. Very much so a dominant performance by Dadsu Game. They're looking to perhaps even close it out here if they get another very dominant team fight. The keep gate is already down.
Stun onto Nintori, who's forced to use the Mecha Explosion. Has that good to go, so you saw that Torpedo Dash. Nano Boost onto the D.Va, which actually applies to her mech, but on the top of the screen, the Punisher and Pirate Rum are going to find the kill into Lucio. Bunny Hop once again, and a big arrow from Porky will set up a potential kill into Blood Knight. Not going to be enough damage just yet. Wonderful Entomb coming out from Leoric, but the Ice Wall will stall things out, and C2D2 goes down. So only basically half a hero kill for the side of Cheap Shot with that mecha going down actually a second time, so that's why you're seeing 1 point. But regardless, Pirate Rum's locking down the tower in top lane, and our blue team, Dadsu Game, are looking to maybe push to core.
They are looking for it. Punisher is 64%, excuse me, and it's still going to be going. The jump comes through in the Blood Knight. Get the cleanse. They do live for now, but Reb trying to go in, does blink out, but where can they find kills here?
We'll have to see if CC2 can do anything. No Entomb for the next 10 seconds. The core is starting to fall 60% and less. Nintori loses their mech. There's a Wailing Arrow out from Sylvanas to try and lock down Reb, who does go down to Sylvanas. And this core is falling so rapidly. Khroen, in almost a speed run, the members of Dadsu Game take game number 1 here in our first best of 3. GG, well played.
They are, oh man, Dadsu Game is really just looking to show up strong here, and they did just that in that game. You did not even let Zeratul get to level 16. They barely got to 13 there with that composition. In hindsight, it looked like it was a little bit of a draft gap, I would say. The composition of Dadsu Game, they got the lead, and it's so hard to take the lead away from them at that point. As the zero tool composition, you really just want to go at least even to scale up to the late game, but falling behind, it just spells disaster.
Not only just the momentum that the members of Dadsu Game had over Cheap Shot in that game, it was also the communication through heroics. And I think that was also a good example, like early game as well, when Caesar Salad was setting up blizzards with the icing through the blizzard to knock the enemy member back into said blizzard to set up that kill, like that first kill onto Uther. That kind of communication, that doesn't just happen. These players are firing on all cylinders, and they're communicating so well. The one thing, the highlight for me in that entire game was actually the top lane engagement. We started talking about it a little bit, and you're mentioning the D.Va bunny hop to be able to kind of stall things out. So Cheap Shot thought they had the kill into D.Va because she chose a bad heroic. And then all of a sudden you have Hanzo coming in with a giant arrow, dragon's arrow, excuse me, and getting that huge AoE stun. You have a wailing arrow from Sylvanas for the silence, and then immediately you have an ice wall come up. That allowed so many members of Dadsu Game to then clump up around this ice wall. And when that dropped, there was still the silence applied, and Dadsu Game just took fight after fight after that kind of fight. And it's amazing to me because it's just the communication levels so there, and it's so apparent. And I'm loving this game right now. I love Heroes of the Storm, so I get so excited. And this is already a good game one for our first best of 3 of the day.
Definitely. Not only is it the communication from Dadsu Game, but just the raw experience to know that you can pull off a play like that. Oftentimes, players would be like, okay, my team's not here. I want to wait till they're all here before I engage. But Notori knew that the space between him and the rest of the team wasn't too far. It was enough. You have the bunny hop. The enemy team there didn't have level 10, so we were just able to make it all happen. Before you knew it, after the bunny hop, the rest of the team showed up, and they were able to follow up with some great ultimates. They all connected, right? As you mentioned, there was the dragon's arrow, then the silence, and the ice wall. It just so much good utilization, some great team play and great individual play coming out from all of Dadsu Game from game number 1.
Now, we've been singing the praises of Dadsu Game after this game, obviously. Let's transition over to Cheap Shot. And you know, we kind of mentioned that there was a little bit of a draft gap, and I can see how some of this was starting to kind of come together towards the latter half of the game. It just couldn't actually get to that point where they needed their talents. Going into this next game, do you think that there's any sort of draft priority? Would you say maybe like, all right, let's reel it in. Let's go a little more standard, like standard as in like, let's like grab a taunt. Let's grab like a root. Let's just kind of check all the Heroes of the Storm boxes for a competitive game. Like, what do you do if you're sitting on the side of Cheap Shot draft wise?
Definitely, I think you want to be drafting something that is pretty simple to run. It's going to be, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, right? The variant, if you just go in and taunt and have follow-up, that's going to be great. With the draft that they had, Cheap Shot had last game, your only real engage tool is in Entomb, which gets finicky, right? Because if you're a Lyric just going in sacrificing your life for an Entomb, oftentimes the enemy team will be too far away. There's the Zero tool to go in, but no follow-up there. So it was just a lot of mixed, I suppose, goals with the rest of that draft. So you want to just play something that can either, you know, go front to back together or all go in and out. You know, even now with an assassin style composition, just something that synergizes well together, Baha.
So we are going to be heading over to Battlefield of Eternity for our second map in this best of 3. And we're talking about front to back here when it comes to play styles. And so essentially front to back is essentially you are running into the team's face. You're not trying to, like, for example, in the last game, they were trying with Reb, that Zero tool, to play back to front, trying to get into the back line, Ana and Hanzo, just if anyone's wondering what the terminology means. So going for this front to back sort of compositions we're talking about, do you think that there's any realm that you could see maybe like an Anubarak Greymane? Because going into Battlefield, I think Anubarak is massively undervalued in the sense of Beatles. In all of the in-houses, Beatles are the build right now. And thinking about it around Battlefield, you can have all those go out, which are great ways to block incoming damage like Li Ming arcane orbs, or even just even skill shots like a Hanzo with a Stormbow. So things like that. Do you think we could see like a Nubarak Greymane from Cheap Shot to be able to play that front to back, look for the blow up, and then just kind of piece by piece dismantle the enemy team?
Definitely. I think that Nubrak is going to be a solid pick on Battlefield of Eternity. Not only do you have CC potential, obviously, with 2 of the abilities there, but you're also relatively safe to just scout out on Battlefield. And oftentimes, it's going to be tanks sitting in the bushes on the side, waiting to engage there, being able to pull and engage off. Maybe having a web wrap or cocoon there to disable a member is possible. We'll see. I think I have seen a little bit of both ultimates recently from Anubarak, strangely enough.
What?
But
You've seen he has a second heroic. It's the joke that I make. Like Ana has a second heroic. She has nano boost and something else. I mean, no, it's Aya Horus, but like, yeah, it's like what is it like? Locust Swarm, I believe is the name of the talent.
It is Locust Swarm, and it does make you a lot tankier. So there is often time, or not often, but there is sometimes where I think it is viable in very specific drafts. And if we see it, then I'll get more into it at that point. Don't want to super deviate because might not even see a Nubarak in general. Right, I do think, however, that pushing power and race power that a Nubarak Greymane could give is pretty massive, though, if they do go that direction.
I think it's like we were talking about before the start of the stream. Like, it's like Sonya, like she was kind of sitting whatever, and she wasn't nerfed or buffed at that point, but then she got a slight change, and it's just like, oh, we got to pick Sonya. She's got to be banned out. And I wonder if a Nubarak kind of sits in that, in the side, like, oh, there's Garrosh, there's Mei, there's our ETCs here and there. But why? No one knew Brack ever. But either way, we're about to get into it. Let's head into Battlefield of Eternity for our second map and our first best of 3. The left-hand side, we have the members of Dad's Who Game who have 1 game up in this series. And the members of Cheap Shot trying to even things out here as we get into this Battlefield draft. Khroen, question to you.
Yeah. Hit me with it.
Do you think it's even worth to ban the Medivh? This is considered his worst map, but is it like, do you think there's a way that it's like, well, we don't want to give it over if it's good? Like, I don't know. It's just it's such a I'm so unsure of whether or not it's worth the ban on a map like this. So I want to ask you.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think that pertains to the draft philosophy of Dad's Who Game. You banned Medivh. You didn't want any kind of like, even though it's not cheese, I'll just say you didn't want anything to really throw you off guard, give a player their comfort pick that can be very game swingy. So I think denying that, even though it is Medivh's, perhaps worst map, a good Medivh player can still make plays anywhere, anytime, if you're able to get a solid, say, like Leyline or Polybomb catch. Playing with portals, anything could happen there. So the Lucio ban does come out first from Dad's Who Game. We'll see if they do end up banning it or if their priorities are elsewhere.
I just had a quick thought from the last game, and I just kind of pieced it together now. It took me a little bit. The entire side of Dad's Who Game, outside of the Sylvanas, was an Overwatch composition. It was Hanzo, it was Mei, it was D.Va, like all of that, and then Sylvanas, of course. So she kind of ruined it. Maybe they're gonna put Sylvanas into Overwatch. Maybe that's what the hint is. But either way, a D.Va will be banned out. The members of Cheap Shot getting rid of the 2 heroes they felt were most difficult to deal with on Infernal Shrines going into Battlefield. Lucio is actually going to be a ban against the members of Cheap Shot, and that was drafted by them. Is this going to be a Medivh ban? Is it a Hogger ban? Hogger's not too bad on this map, and there's going to be Uther. All right, so we have a lot of things up and available.
I very rarely see this, actually. All of the bans coming out from both teams here are a direct response to what the enemy team played. And you look at that and you're like, is that a bit too much of like an over-prioritization and overreaction happening there? But both teams are doing it, so maybe not. Just wanting to get the other players off of comforts. Maybe they have a different draft philosophy coming into BOE over Infernal Shrines. Sonya is going to be the first pickup here for Cheap Shot. Not amazing on this map per se, say comparatively to an Infernal Shrines, but still Sonya strong nonetheless, especially like you noted the recent buffs, and Leap we've definitely seen a lot recently, and that can catch some people off guard on this map with those very quick rotations and everyone converging around that middle of the map area.
As a Leap main Sonya, I'm so happy that it's finally meta, because then people are like, haha, oh Bahamut, that's why you're so bad, it's because you take Leap. It's like, no, it's because I press Leap and I don't leap over the sides of the walls. That actually happened to me in Stormlink this past week. But here's the Anubarak, the Medivh,
and the Medivh.
Wow, okay, that's aggression though, because they can play basically back to front with those portals and insane chain CC. I mean, Leap Spear from Sonya, Anubarak has the Burrow plus the Impale. This is looking very wombo-y and burstable for the side of Cheap Shot. What do you ban out here? Something maybe in the race potential? There's that Greymane as well. Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me.
They need a range damage dealer. They need Race. Grayman provides both of those. I think he's also a bit more, I guess, versatile as well. Can go, of course, into that melee Worgen form and provide a lot of upfront damage. If you're looking at DPS picks to round out the comp of Cheap Shot, I think it is going to be something along the lines of a Raynor, perhaps. Raynor just is a lot of consistent damage. Can still go through portals. No, is kind of tanky, the Raynor. You know, is not the easiest range carry to kill. But a Diablo ban coming through from Cheap Shot here. What's going to be the tank prioritization from what's left from Dadzu game here, Baha?
Garrosh is actually a great hero right now. You kind of sit around those portals, wait for a toss, polymorph, Li Ming finds a combo, dead. And I do want to point this out also. I think Caesar Salad has an insanely strong Diablo, and that's a target ban. But it's a Muradin and a Hawk are going to be coming out. So we're getting really, really... I would say unique drafts in comparison to our last game. These are definitely a lot more drastically different. It's not like, oh, it's a couple of this. It's like one or two changes. It's completely different drafts from both sides. Your opinion on this, Khroen? I want to ask you. Stormbolt got nerfed in the last patch, and I think the Blizzard, the developer, were trying to kind of push players into maybe that dwarf toss a little bit more. Do you think that Q build is still viable, especially on a map like Battlefield where you can use it for race potential and like shotgun 1,000 damage, or do you think you have to kind of go more tanky with that dwarf toss or first win or third win?
Both are viable, I think, Baha. It depends on what the last pick is going to be. If it is more race potential, you don't need to go into that Q, sledgehammer build. It all depends on what Pirate Realm picks up to round out this draft right now. We did see the picks of Whitemane and Vala coming out for Cheap Shot, so the range damage dealer is going to be that Vala is strong, and it's going to be a Deathwing here. With that in mind, firstly, I'll respond to the Merton. I think Q build might be a bit good here to not fall behind the race, but they could just also go all in and say, well, doesn't matter how fast you race if all of you are dead and can't compete at that point.
Right. That was what one of my when I first started playing Heroes of the Storm, one of my friends was a support main, and that's what he would say to me all the time. He's just like, I'd be like, oh, we have to draft for Battlefield. He's like, but if we draft to beat the enemy team, then we just race at our own pace. I'm like, you're right. But this Deathwing though, like this is actually, I'm trying to think here, like
it's kind of spicy.
Yeah, it's spicy, and it means that Hogger's in the 4-member rotation, which that's actually a lot of CC. You have the staggering blow into this is
the Stormbolt staggering blow, a Poly Li Ming combo. I mean, there's a lot of good synergy there, but there is one pesky hero on the side of Cheap Shot with the Medivh.
Yes, that's true.
Block the majority of that damage. Even how the draft played out, right? Just quickly going back to it, the Li Ming pick and then a snap response of Nubrak Medivh, both amazing counters to the Li Ming there. So this Li Ming, Porky is going to have a rough time trying to get effective damage out.
Well, let's see here. We're into the game. Battlefield of Eternity. The members of Dadzu Game on the left-hand side have one up in this best-of-3 series. We have got Porky on the Li Ming, Pirate Realm on the Deathwing, Nintori playing Hogger, Heavy Hooten on the Brightwing, and Caesar Salad on a Muradin.
And over on the right side, we are going to have Cheap Shot C2D2 playing the Sonya. Final stand on the Nubarak, Blood Knight playing the Vala, Vivanchi on the Whitemane, and last but not least, Reb on the Medivh.
All right, as we head on into our bottom lane, we are going to see, I'm watching the minimap mostly. Okay, all right, so it looks like Dadzu Game, we're kind of hanging out in the middle of the map to see if Cheap Shot was going to try and go for like a 5-member rush through a tower or something like that. So I do like the kind of anticipation coming out from Dadzu Game. But Pirate Realm will be the one in the core 4, so it's going to be Hogger versus Sonya in the top lane. And right now, a little bit of brawling over this bottom lane. It is going to be a 3rd win Muradin at level 1, so that means that they have a higher threshold for their healing, as well as I believe they can heal up a little bit faster, allows them to kind of get in and out of these team fights and kind of sustain as this tank. And with the help of Pirate Realm's health pool, I think that's a really, really good synergy, especially in this bottom lane. But it's Battlefield here, Khroen. It's going to be a little bit of back and forth up until we get to that 3-minute mark where Belith and Alarian spawn on the map, and we'll see these teams race over those 2 Immortals.
Definitely, and also, the Medivh actually going to be shielding themselves. Reb, Caesar Salad blinks, or jumps out, Porky blinks out after. But having a Deathwing in the bottom lane does give you time to, go up in the air, and perhaps if there's a top lane, scrap over the siege camp, Deathwing can go up there and assist on that regard. So we might be seeing that as Hogger is posturing towards it right now, and Nintori is going to be starting this camp.
I want to see, I want to see this Hogger really quickly, because he's just going to hog wild through all of this and be able to just burn a camp down. Murden actually jumped into top lane to harass Sonya so she wouldn't be able to jump on the camp. But actually, now that I'm looking at the minimap, Sonya's trying to invade, realizes Hogger's already over there, and has to back off, as the bottom lane camp will be immediately snagged by our members of Cheap Shot. So, bit of a trade. Ooh, wait, no, maybe not a trade. Pirate Rum coming down over here. No Murden for another 20 seconds or so. Just a little bit of harassment out with that Shatter. Oh my god. I can't remember the Ground Shatter, I believe, is the name of the talent. Earth Shatter.
There we go. I didn't remember it myself, so I couldn't be of any help to you, unfortunately, Baha. But
that's okay.
Pirate Rum did have, it was able to step up there. They got some good damage on the side of Cheap Shot. Now it's just going to be both teams. Oh, okay. I was going to say clearing out the sieges, but Notori ends up taking out C2D2 on the top lane, so there's not going to be cleared for a little bit here. Notori can get some wall damage right now.
It's also going to... Oh, Rab, you are playing with fire, my friend. Wait. Oh, wait. Why would you... Oh, God.
And very much still playing with fire. Wants to again. Nah, I'm not. That was pretty warm. I'm feeling that one. Get me back in there.
Wow, I was worried for those 14 stacks right there, Khroen. Yeah. I was about to say, like, all right, well, this Medivh is not going to be having a good start, but they're going to be fine for now. Immortal spawn in the next 10 seconds. Looks like both of the Shaman camps will be grabbed for top and bottom from either side. And now, what's the priority from these teams? Race or defense? That's the thing that I'm most curious about, especially from Dadsu Game, who have been kind of dominant and aggressive.
Yeah, Final Stand already using that burrow charge there. They're going to be a little bit stuck in the members of Dadsu Game, but going to be able to walk on out of there. Porky's combo does not connect. Speaking of stacks as well, Vala actually has picked up the Q stacking quest here, so looking for those. Members of Cheap Shot going to be pretty safe here, but the race, Li Ming, is going to be getting that damage through.
It's just a Li Ming throwing in a little damage here and there, but meanwhile, around Alarian, this was so many members of Dadsu Game who are just throwing out Storm Bolts and Earth Shatters and even Lava Pools to be able to zone back this enemy team. And the race, it's actually fairly equal. That's a really good Molten Breath. C2D2 spears onto Caesar's Salad, and Porky is able to make the play for the friendly team, finding another kill, killing Sonya. And that'll actually be Sonya's second death, with the Immortal phase halfway going over to the side of Dadsu Game.
Yeah, that isn't really specifically Sonya's fault there. Just a bunch of members are low, you're cutting back, and the Li Ming combo just happens to hit you because you're a little bit behind. Unfortunate there for C2D2. However, Hogger damage coming through onto the Immortal, while the rest of Dadsu Game try to push Cheap Shot off and actually get another kill as well. These kills are happening so quickly, and that's how the back of Li Ming gets another one with the Anubrak. Caesar Salad and Porky still going forward here.
Reb with a sliver of health. 51 health, I think, is what it dropped down for me. Wow. I would be... Yeah, go ahead.
I just got really excited. Sorry, Baha. That was so well played by Porky, because he saw the shield came down onto another member, and so the Medivh was vulnerable. Porky said, all right, I'm not going to combo the target you shielded, even though you thought I was going to combo there. I'm going to combo you instead. If they had blinked forward and autoed, that would have been a dead Medivh. There would have been stacks reset, but still, it was a good look there. But now, the Polymorph, the stun coming out onto Blood Knight. The shield is there in response, though. Good play from Rev.
Really good protections coming out from this Medivh at 31 out of the 40 stacks necessary. Also, to really quickly note, the Murden on the baseline quest is also going to be 15 out of the 25 on that one. As this first Immortal, Alarian moves in through top lane, Pirate Rum trying to Molten Flame to zone back the enemy team. The Immortal will move into melee range as it did drop its shield. Pirate going to be working on that well. Getting rid of lane sustains always important, but another Molten Flame comes out and Blood Knight is getting cooked up a little bit, needs to back off and play it safe. The members of Cheap Shot doing a great job of defending this fort, as Porky's looking for a stray Arcane Orb to connect onto someone at that extended range. And now Immortal goes down, a little bit of a lava pool is ripped open by Pirate Rum, and this is our members of Dadsu Game disengaging.
Cheap Shot is doing good at defending, as you mentioned, Baha, but when can they turn on the aggression? When are they going to pull the trigger? Final Stand there on the Nubarak needs to really start making plays happen here soon. We'll see what's going to happen with this engage here.
Final Stand taking a lot of damage. Caesar Cell taking quite a bit themselves. The Cataclysm comes in from Pirate Rum as the phase shift connected onto Caesar Cell. C2D2 is back, slamming into Pirate Rum with that W build. Porky is going to be the target through this portal. There's a really good Anubrak Impale, the cleanse from Brightwing won't be enough, and that'll be a kill from Cheap Shot into this Li Ming. Well played to kind of buff up the members of the red team's experience. But meanwhile, bottom lane, what? Hogger, meanwhile, has been free pushing, gets an entire front gate down with this camp. Sonya finally just now coming down here. And with that split push, with the experience missed by the side of Cheap Shot, this is 10 talent here, right on the cusp for Dad's game.
And Hogger is so safe there. Even though the Medieval rotation came through, just able to hog wild on out of there. Caesar Salad now with Dadzu game getting 10. Just wants to be able to push Cheap Shot out here. The Dwarf Toss did get interrupted, but nothing really is going to come out of that there. It was some good signs of life from Cheap Shot. The Li Ming overstepped, I think. Porky got a little bit too greedy to find a kill, and the punish was there. And that is when the new Barak went in. I think we need to see a bit more out of that. C2D2 getting a bit low here versus Nintori. Getting bullied once again. Hopefully will not fall here, because you need all members to be alive to soak 10s and actually contest this next Immortal phase. It probably will go halfway to Dadzu game, but after the 50% point, that's when we're going to see Cheap Shot.
Caesar Salad harassing on that point right there. Dwarf tosses over and is able to get the Stormbolt and some siege into Belith. Nintori is still sieging down here. I was actually looking at the stats a second ago. Nintori has roughly, I think, like 7,000 more experience coming in for the friendly team than like Sonya or something like that. It's absolutely insane how much Nintori split pushed on this Hogger and hasn't been punished.
Yeah,
it's kind of like that last game where the macro seems a little out of hand for Cheap Shot, as Nintori will join in the friendly team for this Immortal phase here. Molten Flame coming out. That's a bit of a hog wild that will be stopped by a Leyline Seal. Wrath of Berserker was popped by the Sonya. I did hear Bellowing Roar out from Deathwing. Final Stand kind of caught on that point, standing still. Porky trying to dump in the damage with the Li Ming is going to get hit by the Impale. Huge Cataclysm across the screen as Blood Knight will be the target of a few members trying to use that strafe to stay alive, but Hogger finds the kill into the Vala. Meanwhile, Porky continues to dump out damage, zoning back the enemy team. Hogger jumps over to the enemy Immortal and begins racing that down. I believe we've already had our change of position, so this should be a quick burn for the side of Dadzu game, finding their second Immortal of the game, which will go into bottom lane.
It will indeed go into the bottom lane. We're going to have Hogger doing a lot of damage here. Porky cleaning it up. 17,000 HP shield here. Murden even jumping towards the Sonya here, trying to find a catch on the C2D2. Good peel here for Vital Stand, though.
Porky is able to back off. There's going to be a Hog Wild, and this will be a disengage for the members of our blue team. But this is Cheap Shot trying to dive back in. Phase Shift comes in from the Brightwing. Nintori takes so much damage, is going to be able to Hog Wild away with 100 and something health. Heavy gets a blink heal. Wow, and Vala, by the way, also finished out her level 4 questing talent just now, which that's pretty quick for a Vala puncturing arrow to be finished out. I rarely see it this early.
Definitely. Not getting that kill here is so unfortunate from Cheap Shot, because now Dadzu Game is going to be able to push forward here onto this wall, get 13s, and maybe get some kills and to keep off the back of it. We'll have to see exactly what happens, though. Sonya, Cheap Shot is up there in the top lane, still clearing out a wave. Bit of a 5v4 potential here, and they're going to use that advantage to get the rest of this wall and turn their sights even further onto the heroes.
Caesar Salad Dwarf tosses in, is able to get the stun. Big Leyline Seal out from Reb. Is there a follow-up? Is there enough damage? Bellowing Roar out from Deathwing will force back the enemy team. There was already a strafe from the Vala Web Wrap onto the Li Ming, but it doesn't matter because Deathwing is cooking up a Heroes of the Storm pot of soup and finding triple kill into the enemy team. The Punisher moves. Oh my god, the Immortal moves through bottom lane. This is going to be a pentakill once again for the side of Dadzu Game, and they will take our first best of 3 series very, very quickly in a 2-0 fashion here, Khroen. I gotta say, it's literally being speedrun by Dadzu Game.
Wow, we just showed up and this series is over. What happened? Dadzu Game putting on a clinic in these first 2 games, saying we're not even gonna let you, just have a normal Heroes of the Storm game. We're gonna kill you by the second objective phase both times, and we see the dominance coming out here, Baha. This makes me excited for what we see in the rest of the day here. But breaking down that last game, Baha, like, it's just so dominant here on the side of Dadzu Game. What more could Cheap Shot have done?
I'm not sure. Like, I'm looking through, like, Whitemane even then, like, she had Scarlet Aegis, which is going to bolster your healing and give you 40 armor for 4 seconds. Like, you've got Medivh with protection statuses. You have Arcane Explosion as well from Medivh. It just seems like the members of Dad's Who Game were able to look at the enemy team's composition and go, we have identified the weak spots. We are gonna just constantly shoot our arrows in the Achilles heel of this composition, which is basically CC, Muradin Dwarf tossed in, Stormbolt with the baseline ability to have the pierce on it, so you almost would get 2 Stormbolt stuns from that. Deathwing was able to just cook up enemy members, Porky dumping in damage, and then Nintori was either in the fight helping or off lane soaking up. Like, let me actually look this really quickly. Nintori had 10,000 siege, or excuse me, 10,000 experience for the friendly team. Sonya had 5,000.
Literally doubled. And if that doesn't go to show you some lane dominance there, it comes off of the back of that solo kill that happened in the early stages of the game. It was maybe like a 1k XP differential, but based off everything else that I guess happened because of that. And then just able to get so much also soaked just throughout the whole game. They're able to take a small advantage and accelerate it a lot further there. And I think that's how the games oftentimes get out of hand. It's so hard to play from the back foot against a team who's just playing the map so well.
This was such an insane series, and I gotta say, Dad's Who Game must have been watching a lot of AGDQ reruns, because they literally speedran our first best of 3 series in less than 45 minutes, essentially. But that's not it. We're not done, everybody. We're not done whatsoever. We're gonna take a short little break, get ourselves a little bit of water, relax a little bit, and then we're gonna come back with another best of 3 for you all. It's gonna be Cloud Association versus Uwu. We'll see you all in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. Welcome back, everyone, to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. My name is Bahamut, and I'm still joined by the Geometry Master Khroen. Are you ready for our next series of games? We just had that insanely quick first best of three.
I was gonna say, what, like first game of the day, first series of the day, it feels like, because that one, it feels like it was some sort of dream or something. It was just way too fast. There were some great dominant performances, but yeah, we're gonna be jumping into series number 2, and I'm excited to, kick things off.
Yeah, we can go ahead and get you a look at this bracket. We just saw Dads Who Game versus Cheap Shot take a 2-0, so Dads Who Game will progress into our bracket for tomorrow. We're going to be going into our next game, which will be Clown Association versus Uwu. Our third match to follow this one will be Heavy Impact versus Making Mom Proud. And then we will close out the day with Anti-Clown Association versus Blunt Force Fun. So right now we're kind of jumping up in the bracket, and this will be who's going to be going into that upper bracket for tomorrow.
Yep.
As we look at this though, Khroen, like we saw, this is 2 new teams, so 10 whole new players. And it's the same thing as we said in that previous game, getting into this one. There's a lot of notable names as we're going to look at the compositions, or excuse me, the teams in just a moment here. When we look at Clown Association, we have Fancy Pants, IB Tings, Adrenaline, aka CPX, Maka, and Collusion. Some big names here. But in comparison to our first best of 3, only a single healer per se through collusion, at least for Clown Association. So maybe not as many double support games. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, players are still going to be able to pull that composition out there. Not too much trouble, maybe slightly less likely to. But moving on to the roster of Uwu here with Chelvin, Yasu, Bad Benny, Copenhagen, and Ultralisk, like both teams have very notable players. So I think this is shaping up to be, one pretty solid series here, Baha.
There's going to be really, really good leadership from both sides with massive Heroes of the Storm experience. I mean, Collusion and Bad Benny from just either of those sides. I think those are the big names that we have to mention for these teams, because I think those are going to be big leaders for these games and probably influencing a lot of the draft. Bad Benny's drafting knowledge, I can only imagine how 300 IQ it is, but Collusion at the same time, has been known to play very aggressive healers. If memory serves me correct, Collusion used to be a tank player back in HCC and then swapped to support. So you have that kind of tanky mentality in a support, and Collusion, just to lastly note, plays like Iron Fist Kerosene on like Battlefield of Eternity. So like, things like that are like really, really interesting. So we're getting in, this is 10 brand new players, and we should be seeing some really, really cool drafts as we will get into our next best of 3, in just a little bit here. Talking further into this though, Khroen, anyone that you're kind of like, I want to see them, like not like outside of Bad Benny and Collusion, is there anyone else where you're like, oh, that's someone who really kind of pops off a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. My eyes are gonna be on IB Tings, I think. Actually, just a quick little note. Back in, way back in the day, a few years ago on HeroesHearth, and we were trying to pick up a 5th member after 2018 BlizzCon. We were trying out IB Tings, and they were looking like the front runner to join us back at the time. And I think if memory serves me correctly, seeing them recently, IB Tings is still a very phenomenal player. So definitely want to see what they can bring out here today, and if they can help, say, lead the team along with Collusion there.
It'll be really interesting to see. Let's go ahead and jump over to our maps and see what we've had banned out and what's picked. So the members of our blue team went ahead and banned out Dragonshire and Towers of Doom. Alterac Pass and Battlefield of Eternity were banned out by the members of our red team. And so this will be red team picking Tomb of the Spider Queen, giving Clown Association, that blue side, the first pick priority in this first map. Tomb of the Spider Queen here, Khroen. It's a smaller map, rotation heavy between top and mid, some gank ability through bottom. But the big thing, and I mentioned this beforehand, heroes like Ragnaros that siege and can push lanes out. Do you think that we might see some of them pop up, or is it going to be a little bit of safety play? Maybe we just go for like the Joanna, Gul'dan, you kind of just piece together the standards, if you will.
Yeah, it's going to be more likely to see those standards kind of wave clear rotation centered picks there, but there is the potential. I'm not sure if these teams have practiced any kind of, special pocket picks to save like that Ragnaros or anything like that, but it is definitely a potential that can come out and can dominate on maps such as Tomb once again. But we'll have to see what the players do bring to the table here. The map bans are actually really interesting. Like there was like Towers, like a bunch of standard maps were banned actually, and there's like Cursed Hollow left and Garden of Terror left. I look at those maps, I'm like, ugh. So I mean, maybe we'll get to those later on into the draft, but the bans are starting to come through. It is going to be Lucio banned, and followed by Medivh. So not wanting any of that action coming through.
Yeah, it's it's to be expected in a sense, in my opinion. Medivh on a map like this, the rotations are so quick, the gank ability into bottom can be a snap or a blink of an eye. So going into this, it's actually gonna be Sonya. I was wondering, will we get rid of Sonya? You still have things like Leoric, which are insane for wave clear. Rexxar is really, I think, is really good here, but just not as popular for that solo lane. Maybe it's just play style. Maybe it's just the macro that you have to really put into the bear. Who knows? But Chromie, excuse me, we'll round out the bans here from Uwu and Uther. Snap picked. It's not really that surprising. He's just a strong healer tank.
Yeah.
Collusion's forte, exactly.
Yeah, that's crazy. Healer tank, and Collusion being both healer and a tank, having experience on both. And I think that's actually really important as a healer or a ranged player. Honestly, just any kind of player having experience playing the tank role, you know what the tank's going to be looking for, you know how aggressive they're going to play, and where they want the DPS or the healers to position behind them. So having that ingrained knowledge within you really helps out Collusion here, especially if they're going to be going for a double support styled composition, which if you first pick an Uther, it's definitely shaping up to be one of those things. Like, we have seen Uther solo supports before, but not if you're going to be first picking them like that, usually.
And coming through, so no secondary support just yet, but I like this Hogger. Just Hog Wild is just itself is just one of I would say maybe one of the best abilities in the game, because you can just self-cleanse, you can bounce around, you can deal insane amounts of damage. And Tomb of Spider Queen, a lot of corridors where you can bounce through and just get just a ton of that kind of reverb ping pong value. There we go, that's the word I was looking for. But going into our next ban phase, the Stukov ban makes a lot of sense. You had mentioned this in our previous best of 3. Uther Stukov together, it's just not a good time to deal with, so that'll be a ban out from Uwu, as we have one more ban from Clown Association. It's an Ana variant, maybe getting rid of a mage, someone like a, maybe even Orphea. She's not that, she's kind of somewhere, maybe even Mephisto, but like I'm looking at like a sleep dart into a taunt. It's actually going to be Kerrigan. Okay, so it's not wanting to deal with the burst on top of burst on top of burst. Yeah,
you're probably not going to be able to deny every single ranged wave clear option for the side of Uwu there. So get rid of what's going to punish you, and that's going to be the Kerrigan following up of a variant taunt, or vice versa there. The Ana Sleep as well, and it will be, as you noted earlier, Rexar going to be great at wave clearing on this map, getting that bottom lane priority and being able to turn in some gems. And the team who gets the first turn-in phase does have the advantage, and we saw from the last series how well a team can play while being in the driver's seat and while having the map priority.
It's like Monka Steer, but more casual. Like it's like Monka Drive, I guess you could say. Once you have that momentum with the Sylvanas.
Monka Cruise.
Monka Cruise, that's perfect. Someone needs to make that one. And a Hanzo Malfurion will round up the draft for the side of Clown Association. Here's the big thing that I want to note, though. Malfurion Emerald Dreams at level 1. If you're not hit at all, the root plus the sleep is 3.5 seconds of CC. You're rooted and that is, whoo, that's a rough go. I would not want to deal with that one. We'll have to see what that setup looks like. But Maiev,
okay,
honestly, Khroen, I'm not sure who wins out on the draft. There's a lot of things I like from both sides. Push potential from the side of Clown Association, setup between the Uther Malfurion, damage, burst ability from Hanzo, as well as jumping in there Sylvanas. But on the opposing side, Sleep Dart, Taunt, Tychus is just shredding you the entire time. Maev's got Umbral Binds. Misha's got the charge. Like, I don't know who I'd give this game over to if I had to bet, honestly.
I think the draft very well could go both ways. I'm not going to give like a huge advantage to either team here, but I do think I will give a slight advantage over to the side of Clown Association. I think double support with Collusion there on that Uther is going to be a tanky enough front line to provide time for. They have Sylvanas, Hanzo, Hogger. They all do very, very high damage when they're supported as such.
It's an exciting game. We're going to be getting into Tomb of the Spider Queen here in just a moment. The other thing to note too is just the Rexar in the solo lane versus, I'm assuming, Hogger.
Yeah,
I don't know how that matchup actually really goes. I don't know who kind of wins per se.
I think actually the side of Clown Association can do a thing I think we've seen in the past, where Hogger, say, might just sit in the top lane and the rest of the members rotate between mid and bottom. You can still pull that off if you are worried about being threatened in the rotation. Of course, variant pre-4, you don't have to be too worried about, but there is still a Maiev threat. And if Maiev gets any catches onto anybody, they can get some early kills there on the side of Uwu. But we'll have to see how they approach this early game here on Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Let's get into it. We are here on Tomb, and on the left-hand side, we have the members of Clown Association. We have Collusion on the Uther. Maka will be on that Sylvanas. Fancy Pants is going to be playing the Hogger. CPX will be on the Hanzo, and IB Tings on that Malfurion.
And over on the right-hand side here, red team, we have Uwu. We have Ultralisk on the Maiev. Yasu on the Ana, Copenhagen playing Rexar, Bad Bunny on the Varian, and Shelvin on the Tychus.
We move into our mid lane, checking out our level 1s. Wow, scatter arrow from the Hanzo. The simple geometry already just going to pick up 3 stacks really quickly on that one. And here we are just waiting. A lot of poke potential so far just coming out, but no actual engagement.
A little bit, both teams being really respectful there, and it's actually, going to be Clan Association getting the wave clear priority. Where's the wave clear out of Uwu? The majority of it is in the Maiev, and that's not really where you want to be dumping your damage into.
Oh.
And speaking of Maiev, she's going to fall here from the rotation of Clan. Not able to clear the wave out fast enough. Already have the priority, the advantage, the rotation lead going to Clan Association here, Baha.
I'm loving the way that the kind of the 1-2 punch will be set up here from the side of Clan Association. Root into stun, or even vice versa. You have the Uther Righteous Hammer, which sets up that root to actually get the growth or the expansion, so then you have the root, then the sleep, and bop, that's a dead Maiev. So we probably will see that consistently throughout the game. Want to just note a couple of our questing talents for you all, and I'll keep you up to date on these as the game does progress. Silver Touch for the Uther. Hanzo going to be going to Simple Geometry, already at 5 out of the 20 on that one. And the Varian at Lion's Maw level 1, 6 out of the 25 on that. And if there's any others, we'll keep you up to date, and as these do progress, same sort of deal. Gonna be really quick bruiser camps for both sides, really early. Actually, no, this is exact timing we usually see. It's immediately.
Yeah.
I was thinking they were going to try and force it in with the objective phase, but that's usually our second round of bruiser camps. So standard rotations, but a little bit faster out from our red team. But there's a flank from Tychus in bottom lane onto Hogger I want to see really quickly. There's actually a chase onto Hogger from the Rexar and the Tychus as Collusion almost goes down in top.
Yeah, Collusion very nearly fell there, but was able to be tanky enough to survive. Collusion is stepping up very far there. Could end up getting punished from that, actually, in the top lane. And yes, with Maiev pull, it doesn't actually connect. Still falls, however, to the rest of the bad Benny damage there on the Varian. So 1 kill going over to both teams at this point. Now, red team, Uwu, can turn in their gems. They can clear the Clan Association bruisers as well, with even Rexar rotating up from the bottom side here. Some good responses happening.
Fancy Pants trying to set up with that staggering blow. Didn't connect onto the enemy team, as this will be that bruiser camp you noted pushing in through mid lane. Turn availability isn't going to be a web weaver, but it is looking a little bit more in the advantage slot for Uwu, as Ultralisk gets a little bit of damage. And yeah, that's going to be simple geometry done at 2 minutes and 43 seconds. That's a very quick level 1 for Hanzo. And just to note, that's not an easy task to complete 2 minutes in.
No, on Tomb, if you're able to get some nice scatter arrows in the rotations, you're able to stack it up fairly fast. It's not the fastest we've ever seen, but it still is very above average there for C-Pog X here. And that's huge when it comes to follow-up damage when there is going to be an Uther stun or a Malfurion root there. Some great follow-up in a lot of different angles here. There's a lot of terrain for Hanzo to work with on this map.
Also, ability to just kind of throw a scatter in and potentially stall out some of these turn-in phases, or even as you just saw Yasu just kind of taking a few of those shots as they were in that bush trying to heal up in the Shrike mode. Turn-in is available for the side of Uwu. They need to get all 50 gems in. There's no partial deposit just yet, as Maiev splits to grab the Siege Giants in bottom lane. Tychus is going to be taking the safe rotation to top, but Maka has the black arrows up and available and is trying to open this lane up a little bit further for the friendly team with a few other members up there. Top lane just such a priority for Tomb, because you can go into the later game boss plus web weavers, which really could potentially end game, but look at Bad Benny setting up potentially. Oh, Malfurion scouts them out. Bad Benny still goes in, looks for the taunt, is going to get slept, rooted, stunned, everything, as Ultralisk has to blink away. Maka does not trigger the Haunting Wave.
Yeah, some great scouting there, some great presence of mind from IB Tings to say, all right, tanks, Varians are going to be in these bushes waiting for the flank. Hadn't seen Varian in a long time, so some great check there, and that probably dissuaded any kill from happening in its entirety there. Bad Bunny goes forward onto Collusion, but nothing comes of it. These teams have not turned in many gems yet, but as I say that, Copenhagen does get 24 in the bottom lane, putting them up to 30 right now. Fancy Pants needs to get on out of here.
Right there is the bane of existence of Hogger. Just sustained damage like that, especially the Tychus damage, who did go in the rhythm at level 4, picking up a few stacks against that Hogger, up to 9 right now. Also 9 stacks on the Hunter-Gatherer for that Rexar Misha, 10 on the Lion's Maw for the Varian, and 38, actually 40 on the Silver Touch from that Uther. The only quest that is completed thus far is going to be that Simple Geometry, as we noted. Varian tries to dive onto Collusion. Bad Benny gonna get rooted. Yasuo trying to heal up through all of this brat. Bida grenade goes out. The Web Weavers for the red team come through, but Collusion friends find a kill. Ultralisk looking to turn things around, gets stunned out, but the Umbral Bind will be enough to find the kill into Uther. Someone's getting shredded. It's gonna be CPX going down. That's a lot of gems on the ground in favor for the side of Uwu. Clown Association has to back off, only finding 1 kill, but losing 2 while the Web Weavers descend.
That was actually fantastic from Uwu there. Bad Bunny went forward knowing that, hey, the rest of my team really isn't there. Maybe just my Ana somewhat close, but I'm buying time and space for the rest of my team to get the turn in the bottom lane. And even with him falling, he called for the rotation, and Ultralisk was able to get a really, really good pick there onto 2 members. So Uwu really now has turned things around completely, are the first team to level 10 here, even going to be looking to chunk out Fanspants yet again. So Fanspants probably already tapped, not able to step up and clear this bottom lane, so they are going to get every single wall, it seems. Not sure if they got the top wall actually, but either way, still very
Khroen?
much. Yes?
What's that 10 for Ana? I thought she only released with 1 heroic.
Oh, she's trying to play Fancy Pants right now. The Eye of Horus coming through. Not able to get that kill, unfortunately, but a kill will be, not had on the Collusion, as Divine Shield is going to send him to safety. But what's the thought process behind Eye of Horus here, Baha, do you think?
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
I'm sitting here and I'm like, well, maybe, I guess, because I was like, you could nano boost Commandeer Odin, which would be good. I feel like a nano boosted Maev is fine as well, but I guess healing is healing and damage is damage as well. So it's, I don't know, it's, we'll have to see if it gets value. I feel like nano boost could have still been valuable, especially onto an Odin from Tychus. I don't know.
Yeah, on a good seed push, Odin can do a lot of work with that, even with the Maev engage, because we know the members of Uwu are looking for these fast engages. Bad Bunny charges forward pretty aggressively very often, even if it doesn't result in a kill. So just that looking it has huge implications there. Both teams getting the bruisers yet again. Makin trying to get the gems in, but the Eye of Horus actually comes out and stalls it. Heals up the rest of the team, but we have Dragon Strike coming through here for CPOG X. Doesn't really connect, now the re-engage.
Portapult actually threw Hogger in onto that Rexar. That's going to be a kill for the side of Clown Association, who has the availability for a turn-in right now, but Maka has these black arrows, going to lock down the towers, lock down the structures, and push in further with this Bruiser camp. I would expect that immediately this is just Clown Association backing off after getting the fort to go for their turn-in, but we'll have to see. This is sleep onto Ultralisk. Maka is going for the turn-in right now, and this is the disengage out from Clown Association. Khroen, we're kind of getting into this mid-game. Do you want to jump into the comms of Clown Association to hear how they're going to try and push with this?
Yeah, definitely. Let's go for it here.
Getting taunted. I'm out.
Nice. Got a huge wave bottom. I'm gonna play with it.
Top's gonna be cleared.
They're heading mid, it looks like.
I think we're being their face, yeah.
I can just 5 minutes. I don't have ult yet. 20 seconds on.
Down.
Ultra for the Tom 1-shot on Uther. We have to counter engage on that.
Yeah, I have D-Strike.
I think we got
Like,
mid.
it's 4-3, we can probably,
Maybe run bottom, run a Rexar, kill him.
Yeah,
Fast,
I
like die fast. I can disable this.
Let's go.
yeah, I'm jumping at him.
Yeah, they know we're doing this.
That's fine,
Oh,
that's fine.
no, sorry, good, just get the port, just get the port.
Sure, yeah.
IV out, IV out.
I have clans back up, you're fine.
They're looking for collapse,
Benny's on flank.
I dismount.
I have no portapult, so I don't really want to fight. Tychus is showing. Stepping up around. I'm going for bot camp.
They have turn.
I'm grabbing top.
Who's it on? Tychus and mainly Tychus, but also Varian. I'm gonna fish.
We're back out of the comms, and it really, really good communication right there, Khroen. I like the way that they were calling on the side of Clan Association. You know, I don't have Holder Pult, I don't want to do this fight, let's back off. Ooh, let's collapse onto Rexar. Just good communication from Clan Association and clear comms, so it's not just chaos, like, go, 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 and, you know, everyone's yelling over each other. Very good leadership coming out and communication from the members of Clan Association. But right now, in our bottom lane, we actually have a containment disc onto the Hager, who gets the Divine Shield and is able to kind of meander their way out. Shevlin just is able to back off, as I was waiting to see if Maka utilizes the trigger on that Haunting Wave.
Both teams posturing here. No turn-in available from the blue side here. Red team will have that, but now the engage happens once again.
Bad Benny taking a lot of damage. Hager gonna just hog wild around. Shevlin drops the Commandeer Odin. Fancy Pants getting a little bit low, needs to try and get out of this. As the Misha goes down, there is an Eye of Horus that was utilized. Bad Benny finishes out their level 1 Lion's Maw, and this is a Misha that goes down for the next 10 seconds. Turn-in is not available for our blue team, but they are fairly close with 53, I think, out of the 55 necessary.
Yeah, just needing one more wave to accomplish that. But check, like, going back into the comms, that we have a moment, or not going back in, excuse me, but kind of going over them from this side of Clan Association. I do agree with you. The communication was pretty good there, but it could have been, I think, cleaned up a little bit more. And by cleaned up, I mean just like faster, more decisive. There was a little bit of a chase that we saw onto the Rexar after he was clearly already out safely enough. Now Collusion going aggressive here might actually get caught out.
Hanzo with the Dragon Strike coming through. Hager Hortipult's in with a wonderful staggering blow into the Tychus to set up that kill. Misha goes down. Bad Benny getting a little bit low. Unfortunately, Hanzo's not able to find the damage to solidify the kill into Varian. Yasu just going to get scouted out as Ultralisk gets the Spirit of Vengeance over the wall, and with that kill into Tychus, this is looking like it'll be an easy cleanup for Clan Association.
Yeah, it's great that the fight went their way. It means they're able to not only clear the very important turn-in here from Uwu, but they're able to get 16s as well here soon, and they can look to chain a turn-in of their own off the back of this. Camps are not up quite yet. Another 45 seconds for the siege camp in the bottom lane, and of course the Bruisers still have a few minutes left. Could look to invade if they're feeling a little frisky, but oh man, Maka going over the wall there. Does get out.
My jaw's on my desk. I was about to say, Maka, you're dead there, bud. Containment Disc is thrown onto the Uther. You see that little swirl around them. Tychus with the sustained damage into Hager, who is now in an awkward spot. So Hortipult towards the enemy fort, and Hanzo gets the Divine Shield, gets the agility over the wall. Ultralisk will go down on the Maiev, and Fancy Pants just kind of walking their way out of this, it seems.
Oh. Sleep does connect, but yeah, there's no other members now that Maiev has fallen. Doing a great job of splitting the members of Uwu up during that team fight. A lot of ultimates were used, but it does give them the advantage. Gives them time for Maka to turn in here. Do camps come through? It looks like, okay, Varian, Bad Benny did aggro the Uwu side Bruiser camp. That's great to dissuade a bit of push here, but Clan Association already getting a fort. All forts now down. Their attention now turns to the keeps.
As periodic catapult pressure in all 3 lanes in favor for the side of Clan Association. And since Clan Association knows that this camp you mentioned, it still is kind of on the map as the Web Weavers descend, they, on the side of Clan Association, know it's okay to go ahead and free siege that fort through top lane. Good read on the map, good communication. And I want to say this, like, I feel like as I watch this game more and more, it constantly feels like Uwu is always kind of retreating or playing back towards their structures, whereas you have this very aggressive push forward play style from Clan Association, and it's really showing here, and it's really, really working out for our blue side. Mid lane Web Weaver's a little far back, bottom lane's already cleared out by the Rexar, and top lane will fall after getting keep front gate. There's not enough for a back-to-back turn, if I'm not mistaken. Just doing some quick caster math. No, it's going to be about a little less than half or a little bit more. I can't quickly do that much math, but very fast rotation into mid lane. Taunt goes out from Varian. There's a Bite Grenade as well. Hager going to hog wild around. Bad Benny taking a lot of damage, but gets a ton of healing from Yasu as the Containment Disc was shut down. Sylvanas for now, and she... I'm waiting to see, does she have black arrows available to lock down this tower? Actually, it just came off a cooldown. Will she be able to use them? Bad Benny dives in once again. And will the Forsaken instantly use? Fancy Pants comes in with the Hortipult, gets the Divine Shield, staggering blow into the Varian, sets up that kill. Hager hog wilds towards the enemy team. Misha could be the target as another cleanse goes out onto Fancy Pants. But no, the members of Clan Association could honestly look to push and open up mid lane a little bit further with the small minion wave they have here.
No frontline available for Uwu right now means that even without disabling this keep with the Sylvanas, they can still stick around here. From Clan Association, poke it down with the Hanzo spells, with Sylvanas spells, and once the wave comes in, still 10 more seconds to go, and now they could even find kills here onto Ultralisk and Yasu perhaps.
Yasu is gonna try and step out from the dragon. Zoning dragon. It didn't kill them, but it actually zoned, either way, it zoned the Ana right into the Hogger. This is, though, looking like Clan Association. They want to try and take game. Maybe not. It's a little back and forth with their positioning. No turn availability. 46 out of the 60 necessary on the side of Clan Association. Ooh, with this Commandeer Odin is forcing back the enemy team.
Yeah, it's a bit aggressive to try to end here. I can see, like, yeah, maybe we'll bait out some ultimates here. You did get out the Commandeer Odin, so it is pretty worth it. And now, with that being said, and with 2 members still being dead on the side of Uwu, Clan Association goes for a boss here. That boss will walk straight into that keep. The wall is already down. Turn in not available yet, but with the 20s that are on the horizon here for Clan Association, this could potentially be a game-ending push.
I'm waiting to see if they actually go for this. And yeah, that's actually the case. The members of Clan Association looking to step in with this. Also going to be going into the Dragon Awaken, so there's massive cooldown reduction. Watch that cooldown. It just went from 60 to 22 seconds, Khroen. They just casted a 60-second cooldown ability, and it's already off cooldown. They can rip another one, and that might be the case. But huge stun comes out from Misha. The pushing through top lane is available. Ivy Tings did pop the Tranquility to keep a few members up and alive. Another Dragon strike out from CPX as the keep through top lane does go down. Consistent catapult pressure through top and mid in favor of Clan Association, but this boss, this is a lot of damage. Speaking of damage, Ultralisk goes in. Bad Benny tries to help out, and it's just these members of Uwu just getting shredded consistently, not able to dump in any damage of their own as Fancy Pants finds the kill into the Ana on the left-hand side. The Tychus goes down, the Maiev goes down. This is going to be Bad Benny getting picked off as well. A quad kill for the side of Clan Association. They step towards core and look to end game number 1 here on Tomb of Spider Queen fairly quickly. GG, well played to Clan Association.
GG indeed. Some blows were traded back and forth in the early game from both teams here between Clan Association and Uwu, but once the talent tier advantages started coming through, once that momentum got solidly in the favor of Clan Association, they were able to take over that game and run with it. We know from jumping in Clan Association, they had a kind of like game plan when it comes to the team fights already going in. They said, yeah, the variant's going to look to engage on Uther, but after that is when we go. That's when we counter engage, and that did happen at a few pivotal moments throughout that game. But then once they were in the advantage or in the driver's seat, they just got to dictate fights on even their own terms and went out by out sustaining and just having enough damage.
It was really, really nice back and forth throughout the early game, but I feel like once we hit 10s, 13 area, somewhere in that range, I was mentioning in the game, it felt like Uwu was playing back by their structures or trying to play under their structures so much, maybe forcing the enemy team, Clan Association, to step further forward into lanes, but that ended up biting Uwu in the butt. Like it was just any time that Uwu would step out to maybe say, all right, let's re-engage into this enemy team since they're so far down the lanes. Clan Association said, cool, let's have a team fight, and would consistently take kills. It was 12-3 in kills at the end of that game. It was a beautiful back and forth on Tomb of Spider Queen, but Clan Association, they're going to be up 1 in our second best of 3 series of the day. And Khroen, I gotta say really quickly, I'm looking at some of these numbers. 75,000 heroic damage from Hanzo versus 42,000 from Tychus. That is a large deficit. That's a lot of damage. Yeah. And here's the thing too, it was effective damage too, because there's 12 kills to be had in all of that.
12 kills to be had, and even with the numbers that you just said, right? Hanzo 75k, Tychus 42k. There was still Hogger on the side of Clan Association with 66,000, and Sylvanas as well with 49,000. So 3 members of the blue side there had more damage than the top of Uwu. It was really just not enough there between Maiev and the Rexar. They just couldn't contribute enough. If Maiev goes in, Uther is there to stun you. You're there. They have to play through a root as well. The containment disc was not enough. Maybe you needed to go the cage instead to try to find some more Q resets. But I mean, I can see the thought process, between getting the containment disc versus double support. It just unfortunately didn't work out here for Uwu, so now they have to go back to the drawing board on the draft, and we'll see what they prepare here for game number 2.
I believe we actually have the map ready for game number 2, so we can go ahead and take a look at that in just a second here. I gotta say, like, you gotta really decide on what you're gonna do here, and it's looking like we're gonna be heading into Garden of Terror. This will be map choice of, I believe, our blue team, the members of Clown Association. So I look at this and I'm like, you mentioned it beforehand. You were like, man, as I don't know if I'd want to be playing on, Cursed Isle and Garden of Terror. As a caster, I'm like, hell yeah, let's go to Garden of Terror. Let's see some of these unique maps, because this is definitely a map where you have Viking value, Samuro Abathur value.
Yeah, that's true.
You could have some murky value here and there. It's just the draft style is a lot different here, because you have to consider wave clear and camp clear, because camps are kind of, there's the objective, there's Garden Terror, but then there's also the amount of camps and the amount of siege potential you can throw on the map and just macro pressure. So I wonder if maybe that's the shift for at least the side of Uwu. I feel like they need to change up their playstyle. That last game wasn't passive per se, but I felt like they could have been a lot more aggressive with the way that they were playing that map.
Yeah, I suppose it's hard to be that aggressive in double support if you know you're going to go in and just get punished for it. So, but I do agree with you. I think that you do need to draft a composition that can complement that style of play to go in a bit more aggressively. But once we go into Garden of Terror, as you noted as well, you can pull out some pretty unorthodox picks here, right? You can pull out the Lost Vikings, and they are very, very solid here. You can pull out the Samuro to kind of split the map, play the macro style. It's very hard to end early on this map. A lot of the times it goes to past level 20. You're really just trading back and forth between bruisers and siege camps here, and trying to push a little bit when you do hit the objective phase, do hit those seeds. But I don't know. I think that these players, especially on the side of Uwu, have to come up with something really completely new from what they just showed us in that last draft.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad draft by any means, but I think it was just any single time they, I guess you could say, posed a question to the side of Clown Association was like, all right, well, we can answer that with a really strong team fight. And that's what I'm wondering we see here. Is it, do we play more towards macro or micro, or is it going to be a mixture of both from the side of Uwu? Because definitely Clown Association, has that kind of under control already. That concept is not very foreign to them, and they've executed very well in Tomb. As we get into Garden of Terror, our second map and our second best of 3 of the day, I'm expecting kind of our standards here, Khroen. I'm expecting the Uther actually. I'd expect that to be banned out, but also Medivh, Diva would be a wonderful as well, but Hogger, you can't ban them all, so you got to figure out really what do you not want to deal with. Like, that's the big thing that I always like to ask these teams, or at least see from them, is after that last game, what is the thing that you're like, I can't do that again. I can't play against that. That wasn't fun. You got to get rid of it. And it's the Uther. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was saying, you're going to hit the nail right on the head there, Baha. The Uther is going to be a priority ban here. You don't want to go against double support, especially the dominant performance that we saw that last game from Clown Association. The question is, what else do you pair with that ban, right? You could just do your standards, your Diva, Chromie, Medivh, one of those, and it's likely to be something along those lines. I'll have to see, 10 more seconds here on the side of Uwu to lock in their second ban.
Sonya is such a priority as well.
Yeah, that's too.
So it's going to be the Hogger. And this is also, keep in mind, this is going to be first pick priority for the red team. So it's really like, all right, let's ban out the things we don't want to deal with and then snap up something really strong for ourselves. And I think that's why we're seeing the Hogger ban over like a Sonya ban. I would expect that our red team's looking to grab that, because Sonya in this map, I mentioned beforehand, grabbing camp solo is really, really important. Being able to engage with leap is really important, or even that spear, but you still can go Wrath of Berserker for sustained damage, and bop, there it is. It just makes sense. Like, she's at the forefront of a lot of our in-houses, a lot of in-house scrims, and we've seen her prowess so far today in our free agent tournament. So that's the first pick for the side of Uwu. What are we seeing from Clown Association?
This is the first map that we've seen here today where you can get, I guess, the most value out of picking global heroes. And right as I say that, they're reading my mind. Right-Wing Fallsad comes through from Clown Association. They're just looking to play the map, get XP advantage, and get talent tier advantages to win the game that way.
We will be seeing auto attack Falstad, and I doubt we see bribery from Brightwing because of just the value of hyper shift at level 1. It's just it's such an insane talent. You're able just to be able to burst that healing for friendly members very, very quickly, and also cooldown reduction value from hyper shift is a big factor in that as well. Cassia Anubrek, this is some good aggression here, Khroen. Uwu wants to dive and just kill the team. That is, it's just, we're gonna CC you to all heck with Anubrek and Sonya, and Cassia just has sustained damage and some poke for the objective phase too. That's a big thing to consider as well.
We already know what both teams really like game plans are here. Clan Association gonna utilize their globals to get picks. Don't really want to just straight 5v5 scrap, but Uwu does. They're gonna be grouping up around the objectives, trying to get picks, trying to kill the offlane globals. Can the Clan Association sniff it out in time, though? We'll have to see how the draft's going to round out. Stukov ban for Clan Association. I think that's a fantastic ban. Stukov always has great follow-up CC in any single kill composition. It was time to ban, however, now.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I doubt there's like any. It's like I doubt a Dahaka realistically. I was sitting here and I was like, maybe it's gonna be a May. This is more realistic since not every member, but so far the members of Uwu, their draft would be kind of collapsing or stepping in and just kind of grouping up, stacking. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
May is able to then throw out a blizzard. Has some slows, you have the icing for control, you have a snowball for some blinds. I really, really like the heads up ban from there, but there's actually, I was wondering about this. I was like, do we actually consider a Dahaka? And this global value and push value so far from the side of Clan Association, I'm really liking it. Yeah. But as I said, the dive, the burst, it's all there so far from the side of Uwu. What do they want to round up their draft with? Maybe, dare I say, not Gladiator's Warshout, a Bloodlust Rhaegar? Because this is, it's kind of bloodlusty on the side of Uwu.
It is. You're not wrong. I actually don't think it would be a bad pick here. It will, however, instead be Kerrigan and Ana. Just more kill power there. Yeah. Ana CC to catch, Kerrigan combos always being a threat. Looking at the side of Clan Association's draft here, Dahaka could be a bit overboard when it comes to globals. Maybe you just needed some unkillable frontline instead, and Dahaka, can be pretty pesky, has a couple of HP bars, but still can get caught out there, can never mount up, so can never escape super fast. Diablo, rounding out the draft for Clan Association. Baha, I don't know about you, but I don't think Diablo fits here.
Really? Because I'm sitting here and I'm just like, all right, Shadow Charge, Overpower, Tongue Drag, maybe a Mind Control. We're talking post 10, obviously, for Sylvanas and Polymorph. I think like if you take the Mind Control out of the equation, I think there's a lot of really, really good CC to play off of this Diablo. I do agree with you though. The awkwardness, and maybe this is the read that I'm getting from you, the awkwardness of Diablo charges in. Who else is coming in with me?
Yeah, Diablo's charging in, and you have Falstad rubbing in the side lane and be like, okay, I guess I can fly in. Like, okay, don't get me wrong. If Diablo finds someone like alone or finds like the team not as 5 and you have globals coming in, that's fantastic. That's a catch. When we get to the objective phases where Uwu is going to be clumped up, Diablo is going to be hard pressed to find an engage where he won't get punished for.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you on this. Like, I feel like it could honestly go either way. Like, it's such a flip of the coin for the side of Clan Association where Uwu, I think they've got a lot of good value here. And if I was a betting man, I'd kind of lean towards Uwu. But let's go ahead and get on into our second map here for this best of 3 series. On the left-hand side, we have the members of Clan Association. We have Maka on the Sylvanas, IB Tings on that Brightwing, Fancy Pants on the Dahaka, CPX on the Falstad, and we have Maka on the Sylvanas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. And over on the right-hand side here, we have Uwu, Yasu on the Ana, Bad Betty on the Nubarak, Chelvin on the Cassia, Copenhagen on the Sonya, and Ultralis playing that Kerrigan. Kerrigan is such a key factor here in this match here, Baha. I'm excited to see how much value it can or maybe will not get.
I agree. Like, just the catchability from her is so great early to be able to, you have the Impale, you have the Primal Grasp, and then that's a Nubarak playing off of that combo with a combo of their own. And Sonya can spear. It's layered. It's just there's so much layered skill and availability from the side of Uwu. But obviously that's execution, and that execution has to happen here. Is Bad Benny sitting in the bush, not seen. Sleep Dart does go out onto Falstad, but it's just a little bit of poke here and there. Brightwing will scout out Bad Benny in the bush.
all 3 globals were in the middle lane there. Interestingly enough, the Diablo taking top, Sylvanas taking bottom. Now they are going to rotate out and kind of do it a little bit of a 2-1-2 split right now. But there are 3 members from Uwu on the bottom side here. Can they make something happen with this?
Sylvanas is able to get the Haunting Wave away. Fancy Pants was a little bit low. Taps the bush to be able to get that NASCAR Dahaka value, as I like to call it. This is also going to be tissue regeneration Dahaka, so going to be trying to build themselves up to be a little bit more tanky. You mentioned the amount of health bars Dahaka can have in the draft, and I wonder if there's any world where we consider the adaptation. I did see an adaptation Dahaka, I want to say, this past week, and I don't know, you're trading the value of isolation, and in a dive-heavy team, isolation is just so strong, especially at level 20 with the contagion value. I'm just wondering what the considerations are here, is there's just so much CC onto Diablo, and I can't believe it. If anyone's sitting at home being like, why didn't Diablo get healed by the Brightwing phase shift? That is going to be the biotic grenade from Yasuo. 100% healing reduction, and since Brightwing's phase shift is so telegraphed, Ana just knew that as if the biotic grenade's off cooldown, this is an easy follow-up kill, or at least set up kill for us to deny that healing. I gotta say, Uwu, that was really smart from you.
Definitely. Even with Bad Buddy missing the additional burrow charge, they still know that they have enough CC and enough utility with that biotic grenade to get the kill. And that's what I was mentioning in the draft. Diablo, you know, if he's ever too far forward, ever goes in, can definitely get punished by the side of Uwu. Collusion has to be a bit more careful in the future now. Fancy Pants needs to be a bit careful here as well.
Wow, Fancy Pants does not get hit by the sleep dart, burrows under the ground for a second, and is going to actually pop their Dark Swarm. Dark Swarm allows you to move through enemy members as well, so it was one of those things that I think if Anubarak dived further onto this Dahaka, just had the availability to just kind of move through Anubarak, don't get body blocked, and you're able to disengage. Right now, though, we do have this Bruiser camp through bottom lane, and first seed is up and available with Falstad already working their way over to that. Nope, I lied. Falstad's just moving into mid as the dive comes out from Anubarak into bottom lane. Ivy Tings is getting very low. Biotic grenade goes out as well, and another kill comes out from the side of Uwu through this bottom lane engagement.
That is beautiful work there from Uwu. Both of the CCs landing from Anubarak and Ultros landing the max range almost combo sets it up beautifully for Chelvin to come in with the rest of the damage. Uwu is playing their draft as we expected they should, Baha. Kill composition, it is going to be easy to run, and it is going to punish the Respawn Association here. Finally, Uwu is going to be doing some of their camps. Cassie doing the sieges. But objective phase is up, and Uwu has their eyes on it. They're looking for a catch here onto the bottom lane, Sylvanas.
Ooh, Diablo comes in to try and help out. Burrow charge in from Dahaka as well. Excuse me, it's going to be the tunnel. Anyways, they polymorph onto this Ana, and Yasuo goes down. That'll be the first kill for the side of Clown Association. Ultralisk trying to turn the fight around and even it out, but Diablo finds the shadow charge onto a minion.
And that's the power of globals right there.
Yeah.
An engage happens, Brightwing port in, Dahaka brush Dahaka as well, and all of a sudden, when you don't have 5 members, you are very vulnerable to Clan Association's composition. And because of that, they're actually able to not only keep Soak up in the top lane, but get the first seed here on the map objective.
It was early game aggression looking good for the side of Uwu, but maybe as our talent tiers kind of get up to about that heroic level, and we see Diablo build out more souls, maybe this is going to be a little bit more aggression from Clan Association. Seems kind of like our blue side's a little bit afraid of the burst aggression from this red team. Like, that's the one thing I'm kind of seeing on the map a little bit is we saw that early game aggression from Clan Association like we did in the previous map, and now it seems to falter a little bit. We have Falstad still just playing behind the gate, because what if an Anubarak comes out of a bush and then you have a Kerrigan as well and a Sleep Dart? There's so much to be afraid of here when you can't see enemy members on the side of Clan Association.
Exactly. I'm actually pretty impressed with CPX there in the top lane. Oftentimes, I've noticed that CPX will sometimes just try to greed out value. And if it's like, you know, walking up and autoing a few minions to start clearing. But CPOGX, very, very patient there, waiting until the wave gets into the wall and clearing it safely once Uwu rotates out. So I like that presence of mind, I suppose, there from the side of Clan Association. And they need to have that versus the kill comp of Uwu for the literal entirety of the game.
Want to note really quickly, Brightwing and Dahaka do have their global value up and available. Phase Shift and Brush Stock are here and ready to go. Seems like this objective will go over to the side of Uwu. It's going to be 1-1 in our seeds, or our terror seeds. Just peeking into the bottom lane, Copenhagen is going to be forced back by Fancy Pants and Ivy Tings. And I think that was kind of the hold from the side of Clan Association, was like, all right, do we go for this objective or do we just kind of split push through bottom? And that'll be the exact fact, because this blue team, they need to close that experience gap that did form from those earlier kills and denial into experience. This will be 10 Talonteers on both sides. Once again, Khroen, it is a Ana with Eye of Horus.
Yeah, I wonder if that's something that they've practiced, or I'm curious if we ever get the perspective of hearing the thought process of that pick there, because Nano Boost onto a Kerrigan or a Cassia, great, but now we have a catch here onto Diablo once again.
Phase Shift connects from Brightwing, not going to be denied this time. Isolation will not connect from Fancy Pants, who did Brush Stock into the flank position. The members of Clan Association trying to back off as the Ultralisk is summoned by Ultralisk, funny enough. And the next seed will be spawning here in the bottom right of the map. It will be in favor for the side of Uwu positionally. Looking at the minimap and how the members of Clan Association are kind of rotating, it doesn't seem like Clan Association cares too much for this objective phase.
They don't. And we talked about it earlier, the potential of adaptation or isolation with Dahaka. It is going to be isolation. I think you need that to secure kills over the side of Uwu. About 20 seconds till a couple of cooldowns come up from Cassia and Sonya there. So they need those online before they're really going to be able to get control over this seed point here. I think Diablo's going to be trying to stall, but actually goes in onto Bad Benny.
A lot of damage goes out onto IB Tings, who's able to get the blink heal out of there. Fancy Pants will get the phase shift in from IB Tings, who's going to try and find maybe a polymorph. There was the isolation thrown on to the Zanubrak. So much goes out onto Bad Benny, but he's able to he's able to burrow away. Copenhagen trying to spin through the enemy team as Ultralisk comes in with the dive on Kerrigan, and the Gust is forced out by CPX, able to disengage against the enemy team. Seems like a lot of members of our blue side are going to hearth out, but there was value from this delay. It didn't even seem like Clan Association really wanted this. They wanted to delay out this objective phase to allow the Siege Giants through top to get value and the Bruiser Camp through bottom to get value as well. It's even experience right now between both sides. This, in my opinion, Khroen, it's gonna be a neck and neck game. I don't think this is gonna be one game where we just see like Clan Association run it down. I think definitely for this matchup here, Uwu has some answers into the aggression level of Clan Association.
I very much agree with you on that front, Baha. The teams are once again back to trading blows. 2 objectives, 2 seeds now picked up here for Uwu. Lurking for the third one spawning so fast. That's what happens on Garden sometimes. And level 13 talent tiers on the horizon for both teams right now. Uwu being the first to pick those up, but once the camps come through and the rest of the lane soak here on the top lane from CPX, they're going to pick that up. For now, though, Uwu looking to invade, perhaps.
Isn't able to get there in time, and Bad Benny and friends disengage. You know what? Since it's even talent here and it's the objective phase coming, you want to jump into Uwu comms?
Yeah, I'm down. Let's do it.
I was super calm. I thought we were here, yeah. What about it?
I went to help Sonya. So.
Side lanes, we give this one.
Yeah.
If they invade Arkham, would you play for it for sure, right?
I'm up in 20.
They are
invading.
I don't think we're in time
They
for it.
are.
Maybe look right way.
Maybe not, no. Yeah, no.
Pretty yellow, sure.
The Hawk is bottom. Yeah, I don't think they can invade
I
us.
might get him.
Get him.
I think you run up it.
Yeah, they might run up this.
And then just run safe way top and defend that. Probably come with Sonya, I mean top side now.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they will get smoked this time.
They're capping for now, I don't think they're hitting.
Still a huge wave.
Maybe just match shield again, right?
They're mid. Trying to.
I will take him out.
Diablo probably here, so okay.
I'm coming.
Yeah, he's safe.
Are we going? Or I'm going both.
They might be on you though.
Go on you though.
Yeah, but I'm
Kerrigan
safe.
is still stuck.
Can you
Nice
look
shot.
on top? They might just hide.
Catch him.
Yeah, I checked.
Okay, I'm coming actually.
They're
Yeah,
on
Should I
it.
do it or not?
Yeah.
We can.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Go.
I'm on the siege, so.
They give
Yeah,
it.
their shit. Their shit
Can we
is
look
up
for the
now.
Haka maybe?
That gets very hard to kill. Maybe in this bush.
How about you? Can we get there?
I mean, this bush. Okay, Diablo's below actually. Capital.
He's gonna get fourth though, but that.
Yeah.
I think we have to go.
He's going on. Can we go?
Maybe put it.
I'm moving bot there.
Oh, they're
I
on.
stepped in.
Move.
Falstad is flying.
This
Maybe
guy's
still do
room.
something here. Yeah. I'll
I'll knock him.
Probably. Massive. No right wing.
I get the no one.
We're on everyone. We're on everyone.
Because
I have 3 seconds Q. This is maybe fine.
I'm gone so.
he's dead though. Okay, or not.
Queuing them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we have to do. Yeah, the Valk actually just pushed him away. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he got in front of it, so I got the out.
Well, as we jump out of the comms, immediately as I move us all into comms, the Anubrak dies, unfortunately. And think you could hear comms a little bit right there, Khroen. It was some good, you know, like, all right, just back off and just reading the enemy team consistently. That was the part that kind of blew my mind. They expected, like, oh, they're going to invade our camp, but maybe we can play off of that. Maybe, and just all of these theories being thrown out consistently. Do you think it's a little too much from the side of Uwu, that it's just these crazy comms that are, not crazy, but just kind of loud comms that are maybe a little distracting? Or is it just the denial into any sort of engagement that Uwu throws at Clan Association?
The way that I read that isn't necessarily too loud, but not perhaps focused on correct things there. We kind of see that, you know, right before we jumped out of comms, there's a bit of indecision once one member falls inside of Uwu. They're like, okay, what do we do now? Do we still keep going? And they tried to and got, you know, punished for it again. So I think just having to change their approach here. They know what to do when they're 5, but not as 5 here. As they're not right now, Bad Bunny going to be punished for it. When they're split, they seem to definitely be a less strong team.
I'm blown away by just the almost raw isolation that went into the bush and caught a Nubrak, and I think Dahaka was like, wait, there's a, okay, all right, let's go in. Speaking of going in, Diablo's gonna shadow charge in, trying to dive onto this Kerrigan. Wailing Arrow comes out from Sylvanas. Polymorph is gonna connect onto Ultralisk, who does go down. The keep is falling very low through this mid lane, and the lockdown from Maka on the Sylvanas is providing so much value. Gust from CPX pushes the enemy team into... Wait, oh, no, oh my god, the damage over time will confirm the kill onto the Sonian. That's a triple kill with the members of Clan Association stepping towards core, looking to make this series a 2-0. Anubrak did just respawn. There is going to be some polymorph defense from the core itself. Those are the seeds that are thrown out. If you step onto those, you do polymorph. Diablo jumps onto this Cassia, potentially finding the kill, and will solidify that kill for the friendly team as Bad Benny look to change things up, or at least slow things down by, I mean, ice or web wrap onto this Sylvanas, which will be cleared out easily enough. Fancy Pants still slapping the core, as we do have the respawn of Kerrigan coming in here, and Dahaka and friends should be able to take down this core. Falstad does go down. Maybe I might have spoken too soon here, Khroen.
Nah, the blue team has it. Clan Association closes out the series 2-0. Some wonderful play there at the end. When the Cassia was alive, it was still going to be too risky, so they have a great catch. Collusion just snap goes on that. They get the kill, and with only a take and a healer remaining, they turn their attention to the core. A little bit slow, I do admit. The core was, you know, not falling as quickly as I thought. Either way, though, some great plays coming out after, you know, the mid-game. Early games of both these teams, they traded blows back-to-back. It looked very even, but it's those key moments where Clan Association was able to get one kill. They ran away with the rest of it and got so much of an advantage off of those small things.
I'm looking at the stats right now, and I'm just thinking back to that game. It's so crazy that Clan Association kind of halfway through the game, not figured out, but they knew what to expect in almost every single team fight. Like it was just like any single time there was like the Ultralisk, it was like sidestep by the Brightwing when we were in the comms, and Uwu was trying to dive onto IB Tings. Like it's just everything like post 10 area in the game seemed to be perfectly read by Clan Association, and that's I'm like sitting here. I'm like, man, Clan Association is just, while they look shaky at the start, really we're just like, all right, we know what to do now, and we can figure this out and just turn the game on its head and absolutely do that. Find a keep through mid and kind of speed run this game as well. It's 13 minutes and 43 seconds on Garden of Terror. Not a bad game for Clan Association, as they will move up in our bracket.
Definitely. And mentioning, you know, going into the draft, usually Garden of Terror will go pretty long. A lot of the times it will go, you know, past even level 20s. It'll go into the 20-ish minutes, but It's just a very well played game overall, of course, on the side of Clan Association. Because they were able to utilize those globals, I think, very effectively and punish just even the slightest bit of misstepping from Uwu. We heard in comms they were always looking for kills. Even a member down, they're like, all right, can we catch Brightwing in the middle lane? No, we can't. All right, we're gonna go back and try to go again. But Clan Association, just on top of the game, they're always seemingly predicting what Uwu was doing and being a step ahead when it comes to countering that.
Absolutely. It just, Clan Association knew exactly almost the playbook of Uwu halfway through that last game. But we are going to go ahead and take a short break. We're going to get prepped for our next best of 3 series, our third one of the day. It is going to be Heavy Impact versus Makin Mom Proud. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink. Well, actually, you can go grab yourself a drink, then come on back to us, and we should be back with more HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. Welcome back, my friends, to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. We've already had 2 amazing best of 3s, and we're about to get into 2 more. Khroen, how are you feeling after all that? I mean, do you feel like... I honestly feel like it's just a whirlwind of games. Like, we're already kind of halfway through.
I feel like we're ramping up for a banger of a series, hopefully, Baha. We've had, the first series was pretty, I guess, like, one-sided. The last series was a little bit back and forth, but still, Clown Association, closed out the games very strong. Are we going to finally see our first, actual 3-game series of the day? Not sure, but with teams like Heavy Impact and Making Mum Proud, is definitely a potential.
Yeah, we've had already 2 amazing games, and I think we can go ahead and take a peek at our bracket, and we can break down what's happened so far today for you a little more thoroughly. We started out the day with Dads Who Game versus Cheap Shot. Dads Who Game took that in a 2-0 fashion. We just watched Clown Association go up against Uwu, and Clown Association took that in a 2-0 fashion. So we have Clown Association and Dads Who Game progressing into our 2 best-of-3s tomorrow. Now we're getting to the later half of our day. We're going to get into Heavy Impact versus Makin Mom Proud. That'll be to decide who goes up against Dads Who Game tomorrow. And then to close out our day, our last best-of-3 is going to be Anti-Clan Association versus Blunt Force Fun. We'll get into that one a little bit later, but right now we have to get into this next best-of-3, Heavy Impact versus Makin Mom Proud. And I gotta say, once again, it's a lot of really great community members. Let's look at the Heavy Impact roster. It's looking really, really good already. Mason Blaze, Infrared, Roger, Tremor, Xenaris, couple flexes in there, double range DPS, and Tremor with that main tank role. It's a good core roster and a good group of players is the way I'm trying to say that one.
Yeah, I think this group of players has played together for a decently long time. I remember casting Heavy Impact, I don't even know at this point what is time, but like a few weeks ago, a month ago maybe. But something that I definitely want to be looking out for is the combination of Tremor and Mason Blaze. I believe those 2 players have been playing together for a very long time, like maybe years at this point. And Tremor has a fantastic Diablo, so maybe some priority in the draft that we'll see from that.
Yeah, we can actually go ahead and look at Makin Mom Proud as well, which, Khroen, I gotta say, out of all the team names, this is my favorite one because the whole motif of last season, Fun's mom bringing orange slices for the team and everything. And this is once again, we got Fun's on this team with Zanehyde, Galna Gunner, Ucky, and Marlo. This is an exciting composition as well. But I love the name of Makin Mom Proud with Fun's kind of being the captain of this team.
It's just always that theme there, and I love that it continues to transcend just season 1 CCL. We're keeping it consistent. I love that. I believe we do actually going to have our map bans and map pick underway. Baha, take it away. I know you love this.
Yeah, we have the members of Heavy Impact banning out Sky Temple and Garden of Terror. This is going to be Makin Mom Proud banning out Dragonshire and Alterac Pass, which I gotta say, a lot of bans on Alterac Pass, which is the new map for the Season 2 of CCL. And this will be Heavy Impact with the map choice of Tomb of the Spider Queen, giving first pick priority over to the side of Makin Mom Proud. So we're starting off another series here on Tomb of the Spider Queen, and we can kind of go through the map a little bit once again. Everyone kind of knows it's a rotation heavy base map.
Yep.
Top to mid's going to be an important factor. Solo lane will be key as well, just to be able to see who can get ganked or who's gankable through that lane. And we're already into it. We're off to the races. These players are ready to get into the game. So let's get into Tomb of Spider Queen here, Khroen. I mean, I can sit here and ask you what do you expect for bans, but let's talk about the opposite. Like, we can let the bans go and we'll see those come through. What do you think is maybe a priority for this map? What is the hero, if you were the drafter for either of these sides, you'd be like, man, I really would like to have this in my composition. And maybe it doesn't have to be one particular hero.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked about it before. I'm kind of a Johanna stan on this map. I know there's other tanks that are definitely very good, especially, now that Mei has kind of solidified herself as a very formidable meta tank in the front line. But I always just love what Johanna can bring to the table. You're not going to get caught out. You're always have that unstoppable. You have fantastic wave clear, and you have pick potential. And I was actually going to say on top of that, the Junkrat as well. Junkrat being able to clear the waves, always being so safe, and having the catch potential. If anyone ever steps on a trap, you're able to boop them back in with the concussive mine as well. Making Mum proud. Starting it off here, first pick Junkrat. That is spicy.
It's a great pick as well because you can utilize that steel trap and the concussive mine to be able to get vision between the top to mid rotations and then harass with those tools as well. I really agree with you. I think this Junkrat's a smart snap pickup for the side of Making Mom Proud, but a Chromie and a Lucio, I don't believe. No, we've had one Chromie game so far today. It was the first map. It was Infernal Shrines, and that got shut down very, very hard. We'll see if this Chromie can make up for that game as Junkrat. Tracer Joanna, wow.
Okay.
I feel like that's a very early Tracer, but it is Marlo's Tracer, which is kind of scary.
It is very early for the Tracer pick. Definitely could have taken a support there, I believe. Maybe they want to save that pick for later on in the draft. That being said, Malfurion ban coming through now for Heavy Impact, wanting to deny that Tracer. Malfurion, bit of synergy there, and just Malfurion being a very, very solid support in general right now, especially with that pesky level 1 talent. That's so broken, but I won't complain about it here too much. Diablo ban coming through, of course, denying that away from Tremor, I think is very smart.
Also, it's Tomb of Spider Queen. There's a lot of areas for setup for Diablo since the shorter lanes exist here. You can get those easier shadow charges into the wall for the stun and the overpower, and Khroen just continually dumps in damage. Let's see what we're going to get here for the second phase of our draft, specifically on the side of Heavy Impact. What are they going to pair in with this Khroen Lucio? Maybe a Garrosh to speed things up? It's actually going to be Mei and a Cassia. Yep. Great. There's some blinds, actually double blinds with the Mei and Cassia going into that Tracer. I think it's a very smart call coming out from Heavy Impact.
Yeah, Cassia can step to Tracer. Tracer just wants to go in and out very quickly, you know, take quick trades there as opposed for longer ones that Cassia will win. But the side of Heavy Impact, they just have standard strong heroes in the meta right now. I think I'm definitely liking what they're bringing to the table here. I'm curious what they rounded out with. And speaking of rounding it out, Making Mum Proud will do just that with Leoric and Stukov on that side here. While I like some of the individual hero picks off the side of Making Mum Proud, the cohesion, I think, of this composition really isn't quite all there. We'll have to see.
I can agree with you on that. Like I'm looking at this and I'm like, all right, there's some good slows to empower the Tracer for a sustained chase, but there's just too much control out from Heavy Impact. I think Heavy Impact has the stronger draft through control of the game, like controlling the pace and controlling the team fighting. This is, I think, going to be a lot of Making Mom Proud trying to aggress into Heavy Impact, and Heavy Impact just kind of waiting for maybe a window to turn the team fight on its head or just shut down the Tracer very hard. We'll have to see once we get into our first map, Tomb of Spider Queen, in the third best of 3 of the day. I gotta say here, and I think I kind of just explained it, but I gotta lean into Heavy Impact. I think they have the stronger draft.
I think so as well. I have to agree with you. I think the only way that Making Mum Proud can get ahead in this game is that if they dominate the rotations, because Khroen is going to have more burst damage than, you know, Tracer or Junkrat will have oftentimes, but they also have more sustained damage, I think, as well off the back of the Cassia. They really just need to get ahead in rotations, have Junkrat be like quick clearing one lane, Johanna another, and then have Leoric win the bottom lane versus Yrel is actually going to be important. And if not win, then have Tracer rotating down there to give the advantage over. They need to play the rotations exceptionally well. Otherwise, I agree with you once again, Heavy Impact will take it.
Well, let's get into this and see on the left-hand side, Heavy Impact's draft. We have Mason Blaze on the Lucio, Tremor on the Mei, Roger on the Cassia, Infrared on the Khroen, and Xenaris on the Yrel.
And over on the right-hand side, we have Making Mum Proud. We have Buns on the Junkrat, Yuki on the Leoric, Zainhide, Johanna, Gunnar on the Stukov, and Marlowe on the Tracer.
Ooh, Zainhide steps into the enemy team, has to pop the Iron Skin to back off immediately. Leoric is going to go into bottom lane, and Marlowe just kind of flying around a little bit. God, I gotta say, I gotta love that mount because of just the way that the legs move around. But Zainhide getting bopped back into the Blizzard. No availability for the Iron Skin because it was already forced out in the first little dive here, and Zainhide goes down first. First blood over to the side of Heavy Impact.
Baha, literally in the first 30 seconds of the game, I'm already giving like a 20% advantage swing to Heavy Impact right now, with just Johanna having to blow down the Iron Skin when she did, right? I mean, she can't step up into the wave to clear it. They can't get ahead of rotations, and now she fell because of that. Infrared, ooh, man, okay, getting some good damage onto Funds there in the top lane, but it's already disastrous when your one win condition is already taken away from you.
I'm looking at this Mei as well, Tremor. It's reminding me a lot of Caesar Salad, the way they were playing the Mei as well. And I think this is just the standard. Utilizing the Blizzard and then the icing to knock enemy heroes back into that Blizzard is such big setup for the Khroen. And we were seeing Caesar Salad do it in that first best 3 on Infernal Shrines, and we're seeing it once again through Tremor on this map. And it's just a really cool tactic that I wanted to at least call out and point out, because it's really working out so far. But Tremor just going to force Funds out of the top lane. Infrared just a little too scary as well. Aki is going to be able to push in through bottom lane with this with the Siege Giant camp, and Yrel just doing their best to clear things out. Might Righteous Hammer that backwards, but either way, a little bit of ships passing in the night right now. I was waiting to see if there was an engagement through this upper turning point.
And now instead of him, Heavy Impact does have the Bruiser Camp. Bruiser Camp not picked up here on the side of Makin Mum Proud at all. Usually both teams are going to get that out, and the team that caps it second will have a bit of a push advantage there, but it's just going to be Heavy Impact getting an advantage for free. They take some of this mid-wall right now. They have Chromie still soaking top. Xenaris cleared those sieges out without too much effort there in the bottom lane. Did get a bit of damage onto one of the towers, but it's up to, I think, right now, the Tracer rotates if he's able to get a catch onto Chromie in the top or Urel in the bottom. Marlowe is kind of waiting in the wings, but Mason Blaze, very smart, identifying where Tracer is on the map. We do have a pause coming out here, so we're going to take a bit of a break until we get back into it. But I just want to still go over the fact that, like, Tracer needs to make something happen. Heavy Impact recognizes that, and they keep tabs of her, so they're not going to be able to get caught out by anything there, so they can maintain the advantage and keep their dominant position up in this game.
I feel like I think you're nailing that right. Coming from the side of Heavy Impact, as long as they're constantly watching the Tracer, much like a Zeratul, like, or even Valera as well. Like, those are heroes. I would say Nova, but that's just a meme. We're actually immediately back into the game. Yeah, exactly. But the gank hero, the value from that, and that communication is something that I think we might jump into at some point in this game, just to be able to hear how the members of Heavy Impact communicate the vision or where Tracer is. But right now, turn-in is being attempted by the side of Heavy Impact. Not enough for a full turn-in, but really kind of on the cusp on both these sides. Maybe 5 to 4 gems for either side to be able to get their first Web Weaver phase, as the Bruiser Camp will be grabbed by the side of Makin Mom Proud. Marlowe able to blink out of mid lane and get a healing pathogen from Gunnar.
Knowing that Makin Mum Proud was on the Bruiser Camp, they actually, Heavy Impact could have used that time to get some more gems in. Now is going to be the time where Makin Mum Proud can get the gems in when the members of Heavy Impact are forced to clear this Bruiser Camp, which they aren't able to do very, very easily. Chromie has to still, go through all the rest of the minions. Another pause, unfortunately, coming in through. So hopefully we can get those issues sorted out here very quickly. But there's actually potential here for for Makin Mum Proud to come back here with this Bruiser Camp pressure.
Bruiser Camp pressure through mid lane as well. And so you mentioned this Bruiser Camp coming in through mid. I wonder if Makin Mom Proud considers the opportunity when the blue team, Heavy Impact, starts to clear out this Bruiser Camp. Maybe Makin Mom Proud splits off and goes for their turn-in availability, because it is existent for them. And I think that's actually a really good tactic. You will lose the Bruiser Camp, or at least the vast majority of it, through mid, but you're just opening up a window to start this objective phase in your favor and really get that siege out as well. It's a good tactic so far, as we're going to look for a full restart for one of the players. So it might take us a minute or two. So we're going to hang out here. We're going to chat about the game here. And let's actually, can we jump a little bit ahead to Heroics? So when we look at, I'm curious, when we look at Heroics from the side of Heavy Impact, I can see a lot of synergy. Ice Wall. Cassia then goes in, once Ice Wall drops, Cassia goes in for a Fen, Chromie's dumping in damage. That's huge. On the opposing side, Leoric throws an Entomb, or Janna throws a Bless Shield. It's just sustained damage from the Tracer and the Junkrat. I don't feel like that burst and that aggression that I'm expecting from the side of Makin Mom Proud really exists post 10.
Yeah, there's a little bit, right? You got to factor in Junkrat having the Riptire there, and if Tracer Bomb is up. But once those tools are down, you don't have really anything else to get a quick catch, a quick blow up, which is what Entomb and Bless Shield are really there for. There's, of course, the Stukov to always be following up with CC, and maybe that's just enough, utility in general to make things happen here. But I do agree with you there. I think that there is more utility coming through the ultimates of Heavy Impact when we do get to that level 10 tier. I do also want to jump back to, talking about what's happening right now in the game and the Bruiser Camp. When any team gets a camp, be it Bruiser or Siege, you got to ask yourself, what value can you get out of this? And that's going to come in many different forms. Oftentimes, players will think about, okay, we got a camp, we push with it, but that's not only thing that you can do. You can force the enemy team to respond to the camp and then go do other things on the map. So as we noted, what's it called? Makin Mom Proud. I completely forgot.
No, it's okay. I did it for a second earlier too. And I was like, oh no.
Makin Mom Proud over there. They can use that time to get the turn in, and in doing so, be able to get wave priority on the bottom and top side of the map, then forcing Heavy Impact to clear out the middle and then rotate off to just buy even more time, right? And that time is going to be utilized very, very effectively, I think, here.
It's very reminiscent or very kind of equal to, I guess you could say, the strategy you can utilize on Cursed Hollow. You grab the boss for bottom lane, and you don't have to push with it. You can use that boss to offset pressure through that lane. You can see the enemy team, and during that time, as you were saying, you can do other things. Grab the enemy team's boss, grab objective phase, grab bruiser camps or siege giants. So I think we're going to see exactly that going into the later half of this game. I would expect, at least from the side of Makin Mom Proud, that seems to be kind of their macro playstyle going into this so far, because they also grabbed those siege giants in bottom lane to try and force the enemy team to make a rotation. But we are back into Tomb of Spider Queen. Thank you all for being very patient with us as we have everyone ready here and playing at their best frame rate. That's the big thing. We got to make sure that everyone's able to play the game at the proper frames. Zanehyde, though, gonna get the healing pathogen. Good bruiser camp through mid. Unfortunately, during all of this, you and I were speculating and saying, oh, they can go turn it on the side of Makin Mom Proud. It's just gonna be cleared out quick enough. 7's up on both sides, and turn availability exists for either team.
That it does here. Doing a good job of clearing out the wave, getting advantage once again is Zanehyde. Gonna get pushed back there, has to use the Iron Skin. And not having it available means that stepping up from here on out is gonna be that much harder.
Also, it's reinforced at level 1 for the Joanna, so there's no cooldown reduction onto the Iron Skin. So I think it's 30 seconds if I'm not mistaken at this point. Let me double check this. Or it's 25 seconds, so because I know they changed it ages ago. They moved it up by 5 seconds, and then there's that level 1 that reduces it by 5. So it's a 25-second cooldown, which in Heroes of the Storm, that's a long time. That's a long time, because that's at least, you have a team fight or at least an engagement every 30 to 40 seconds, I feel, here, especially on Tomb of the Spider Queen with heavy rotation.
Oh yeah, definitely on a map as small as this. It just comes into, who steps forward. It might be Gunnar here stepping a bit too far forward, getting a little bit caught out, but there's not too much damage on the side of Heavy Impact. It still is enough, however. Stukov goes down. Marlowe trying to get enough damage in for a return kill, but doesn't look like they're able to do so.
Stukov getting picked off by that Temporal Loop, and here I ask you, what's the cleanse? Outside of Leoric Wraithwalk and Joanna Ironskin, I don't think you can recall out of that, can you? With the Tracer, sorry?
That's a good question, actually. I'm not sure how can that interact. Maybe chat knows, however.
Well, chat's full of Grandmasters, so of course they know, yeah.
Oh, of course. Chat's really smart. The chat, smartest in the game.
But either way, we do have Makin Mom Proud with first Webweaver phase of the game. Great Righteous Hammer from Xenara as there was the dive from Marlowe and Ucky in this bottom lane, and that should be some decent siege for the side of Makin Mom Proud through said bottom lane, as top lane is going to have Gunnar, Zanehyde, and Funds trying to press up this Webweaver, but it looks like a little damage on the fort front gate as a lot more value came out through this bottom lane, and mid lane pretty much got cleared out with not much value.
Yeah, I mean, another Temporal Loop coming out, this time onto Funds. Boot back from Mason Blaze here, and will jump into the rest of the friendly team there. So Funds walks out of this one.
As a ranged assassin player getting caught with 23 gems, I was holding my breath right there. I was like, that's, if you go down, that's a rough go. But Junkrat was able to use the concussion mine, disengage from all of that, and 10s are here across the board. Just skimming through them, nothing really out of the ordinary. Gonna be a high five Lucio. This is a lot of damage onto Cassia, but Junkrat actually goes down to the Lucio, and Roger walks away on this Cassia with 150 health. Ice Wall comes out from Tremor, pops the Cryo Freeze. Gunnar able to walk around the Ice Shard of this.
Oh.
I was waiting to see, but all right. Well, either way, Stukov will go down, and the blue Webweaver phase will descend, but that's what exactly I was waiting for right there. Unfortunately, it looks like we will have a DC, so we're going to go ahead and bring it back to our beautiful faces, and we could, you know what, this is kind of nice, Khroen. Like, we watch a little bit of the game, we can sit here and just, like, chat, so, we now have the 10 talent tier range, so
yeah, we
can talk about that a little bit. So, the consideration here is my biggest thing, and it's already been here for a little bit, is Temporal Loop. And that is I feel like that's going to be such a big tool going into the late game for the side of Heavy Impact, because it's forcing the enemy members to either burn abilities to try and save the Temporal Loop person, or it's just forcing mass rotations.
Very much so, and it forces not only the rotations, but just forces the members of Makin Mum Proud to always be watching where they're stepping. If they're stepping up a bit too far, boom. Especially with Junkrat and Stukov, I think the most susceptible members to that. Khroen is just going to have a lot of damage to bump out, and then as well, they have the rest of the tools with the Ice Wall and the Valkyrie there to continue to get picks. I think actually what we just saw before the pause between Tremor and Roger was absolutely exceptional. The Ice Wall came out, and then even after that, the Mei used a bit of I believe it was the Cryo Freeze, the passive there, to buy time for them to then E through, push, I believe it was push Stukov back into the Valkyrie, and that's just some really good coordinated team play that we saw there from Heavy Impact. They are looking strong here, but it's kind of, rough with all these pauses. But, breaking it down, we have 4 kills from the side of Heavy Impact, 0 kills actually yet from Makin Mum Proud, so yet to get their first. And I think, as we're talking about going into this game, if Makin Mum Proud gets behind in the rotations, it's so hard for him to come back. And I'm pretty sure we're seeing exactly that here in this game.
Yeah, as we progress into this as well, or excuse me, as we're talking about this a little bit further in this pause moment, it also is going to be Blue Web Weavers just now descending too. So the Junkrat's 3 seconds from respawning. Stukov's dead for 20 seconds, as you were just noting, because of the way that everything was just played out in that little engagement through mid lane. And there's a sneak turn in from, I believe it was your Rel potentially. Yeah, because she's very, very low when it comes to gems. So it's like right before like the turn-in happened, there was like 89 gems in the pockets of this blue team. I'm actually looking like 17 on Lucio, 23 on Cassia. That's already 40 just between those 2 heroes. So back-to-back turn-in availability exists on the side of Heavy Impact. And I believe this is their first Web Weaver phase. So I'm expecting really, really, really strong siege to come out from this from Heavy Impact once we get back into this game. Just to catch you all up, if you're wondering why we're paused, why we're kind of hanging out, there is a DC from one of the players. We're trying to get their everything leveled out for them so that these players can play on even footing and they're not having to play at 15 FPS or anything like that. So thank you all for being patient with us. Thank you for hanging out. Just wanted to give you that small update. But Khroen, it's still anybody's game. It is 4-0 in those kills with a little bit of a lead on the side of Heavy Impact, but I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if Makin Mum Proud has the answers. It doesn't seem like it, but maybe it's a talent tier, Khroen. I'm not sure.
It could be a talent tier. It could be getting to just a point in the game where they can start being the aggressors yet again, get a turn in, and with that, get the get Heavy Impact to split up around the map, and then have a catch with either an Entomb or a Blessed Shield from there. And then with one pick, they can make a lot happen with it, especially if you can get a boss. Tomb of Spider Queen bosses can be very, very swingy as well. But as we stand right now, Heavy Impact, as you noted, has the turn-in, has the potential of a second turn-in behind that. So that momentum is going to be pretty rough to get back from.
Well, we're back into it. Perfect timing, Khroen, on that one, as the Blue Web Weavers will descend through these lanes. And I believe this is the first Web Weaver phase for the side of Heavy Impact, and let's see what kind of siege value they're able to put into these lanes. It's also going to be this blue team nearing 13 talents here. First, Zainhide has to pop the Iron Skin through mid lane. Marlowe just going to take a safe rotation and blink back towards this mid lane front gate. Leoric is going to clear through bottom lane, and Urel pressing through top.
Heavy Impact is not even hard-pressed to aggressively try to secure forts here because they have the secondary turn-in. All they need to do is get pressure. They don't need to step up too far here, as Tremor does go very aggressive in onto Gunner, but relatively safe there. Just going to be using that silence to dissuade the rest of the Impact, stepping up to clear the rest of this Web Weaver, even with Yuki with the rotation now, just drawing them backwards.
Blessed Shield was ripped right there by Zainhide, who continues to step in. Iron Skin will be popped. Lucio pushing off to jump in here. Tremor with the Ice Wall. Pulse Bomb connects onto a minion. Valkyrie comes out just in time to catch this Stukov, if I'm not mistaken, who is going to get hit with the Temporal Loop, and this Stukov's having a rough go from the side of Heavy Impact. That's going to be another kill into Stukov. As the Web Weaver phase, there's 86 gems in favor for the side of Heavy Impact. I'm expecting this back-to-back Web Weaver phase.
Making Mum Proud could have actually saved Stukov there. If Leoric steps in front of where the Valkyrie is going to come out, he can take the pull instead. So would have liked to see that happen there from Yuki, but it's a kind of hard play to recognize in the moment, so don't fault them for not doing it. With this, however, 55 gems are available for Making Mum Proud. They are, however, down a talent tier. This talent tier advantage from Heavy Impact nets them a Bruiser Camp, nets them just one more person, Roger here, going to turn in, and they can do it all over again.
Senpai doesn't get the shield glare in time. I was just waiting. I was like, okay, can Senpai get in here? Not the case. So back-to-back Web Weavers will come out for the side of Heavy Impact, as well as this Bruiser Camp through mid, which will give anyone inside that blue circle on the side of Heavy Impact 20 spell armor. Cineris pushing out the bottom lane as the Web Weavers descend up as far as the enemy minion wave is, or close to structure. So bottom lane should be descending fairly far down the lane. Same thing with top and mid, actually. These are really, really good setups for the side of Heavy Impact, who gets the Ice Wall into 2, Blizzard underneath. Tracer's able to blink away, or I think recall right during all of that, but this is mid lane forward, easily down in favor for the side as the push-off comes out into Gunner. There's so much priority into Gunner, and it's gotta feel rough to constantly be the target of the Heavy Impact.
Yeah, you gotta be hyper aware of your positioning there. Gunner being the non-mobile support, the squishy in that scenario. You gotta be trying to, be super, super hyper aware of your positioning there. Zainhide going in aggression. Bless Shield onto Tremor there.
Bless Shield didn't net anything, but the Stukov gets pulled in with the Valkyrie. Can the members of our blue team, can Heavy Impact find the kill into Gunner once again? Yes, they will. Zainhide getting low. No Iron Skin, I believe, available. And that's going to be more gems dropped. Marlowe coming back into this is going to be able, was considering, I think, blinking in for those gems, but that's gems dropped. Still, 51 of the 55 necessary, and this is a quick boss rip for the side of Heavy Impact. And I'm looking at this. Is this triple Web Weaver phase potential for the side of Heavy Impact? Am I reading this right?
It's looking likely here, Baha.
Wow.
With the boss coming through from Heavy Impact, it buys so much space for another turn in. There's great job from Yrel denying the turn in of Making Mum Proud right now on the bottom side, as long as Yrel doesn't get caught out here. This is a triple Web Weaver phase and a boss pushing the top lane with level 16 talent tiers on the horizon. This is a scary, scary push here. And another Ice Wall catching too.
Blizzard underneath. Valkyrie will pull in the Stukov. Junkrat actually. Sorry, I couldn't even read the model. As Zainhide tries to come in to block some of the damage. Funds is able to get the concussion mine to get themselves out of there. Tracer's chasing onto the Yrel, but I don't think the members of Heavy Impact care too much about that. Web Weavers descend in this top lane with a boss. This could be game-ending push in favor for the side of Heavy Impact.
Because they didn't get a kill, I don't believe it will be game-ending per se, but perhaps Making Mum Proud is going to look to sway that even further here. Doom comes out onto 2. No Junkrat Riptire to follow up, though. So Heavy Impact will be able to walk this away and reset a little bit, but they push forward. Still sights on that keep.
That's what we were talking about earlier. Just what's the follow-up into an Entomb or Bless Shield? Especially with Riptire on cooldown, so it's cool. You're all trapped in a little cage, and that's gonna be that. Top lane keep will stay alive. Temporal loop onto Funds, gonna throw the concussion mine on themselves to try and get out of there. But meanwhile, the Lucio is gonna follow with the damage in the air. Ice Wall does come out through that top lane as well. Catches Tracer, but there's not enough to find a kill. Good lurking arm from Gunner to be able to deny any sort of ability damage into said Tracer with that silence.
Yeah, Junkrat played it about as well as they could have there after the temporal loop. Had the mine placed so that you get looped back and then you start jumping towards your keep. There was just the Chromie damage coming out way too fast there. Even if the Chromie damage didn't kill, Mason Plays getting pooped along with them. Probably would have secured it at that point. We see some dominance here, Baha. 8-0 when it comes to kills, but if there's any time for Making Mum Proud to come back, it is now. They have achieved 16 talent tier as well. They have the turn-in available, doing the both bruiser camps here on both sides. Let's see what they got.
I'm just looking at some of the numbers right now. Nearly 6,000 extra experience for the side of Heavy Impact is coming from just heroic kills. That's
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Because like just to put it in comparison for anyone, the minion experience is 29,000 on the side of Heavy Impact versus 34,000 on the side of Makin Mom Proud. So there are some of these deficits that are formed, but this heroic kills are just pulling so much more experience in for the side of Heavy Impact as another fight potentially breaks out through mid lane. Turn availability does exist on the side of Makin Mom Proud, but I would assume that these points are being watched very thoroughly as Trevor's not able to get here in time and stall out Ucky from the turn-in. This will be a red web weaver turn-in that Khroen feels like it might be more defensive than helpful. Or,
very much
pushing.
Yeah, very much so, especially because Zainhide used the blessed shield to try to get a pick there, wasn't able to do so to get a turn-in though, but their catch potential is gonna be suffering for another 20 seconds about right now. It will be back up before the web weaver phase is completely over. But what are they going to do here? Khroen, some great sand traps there, knowing the rotations, where they're going to be at. Junkrat can't really put down enough poke here, especially with all this Lucio healing them back up to full immediately. 5 members in 1 lane. Yeah, this is some desperation if I've seen it, with just based off of how they're posturing right now on the side of Makin Mom Proud.
Mid lane Webweaver does get forced in, as you were mentioning, and this is a quick rotation through bottom to maybe find the fort, but the Webweaver already did that, so this is just a play into the bush. But here's the thing. The members of Makin Mom Proud clearly rotate into the bottom lane, and then they set up for a bush trap that the enemy team can completely read. So I think they realized that at the exact same moment on the side of Makin Mom Proud, backing off and just going into lanes to try and push things out further. There was the fort that did go down in bottom lane, so equal periodic catapult pressure for both those teams through bottom lane. Neither team has a Webweaver turn in just yet, but the side of Makin Mom Proud, right around the corner from another one, only 6 more gems necessary, so that's only 2 waves.
Yeah, it's nearly there for Heavy Impact as well, just 3 more gems, so just 1 wave actually for them. 20s nearly achieved as well here for Heavy Impact, and they're just waiting it out. They don't want to get caught. This is the time for Makin Mom Proud to come back in this game. Stepping up a little bit aggressively, but it's fine. No one there for Makin Mom Proud to punish it. Tracer is down there in the bottom lane, going for the siege camp.
Roger trying to get a few gems in here. I was also looking around the map and I was like, ooh, when's a good time for us to jump into comms? Because I was trying to think of the best time. Maybe when Heavy Impact gets these Webweavers. I know they're in the advantage spot, but I want to kind of hear their comms if they get these Webweavers out and are able to kind of push in what the game plan is with their 20 talent tier advantages into a team that they've kind of been dominating throughout this game.
Definitely. As soon as Yrel gets those gems in, we will have that turn phase come through. Surely Makin Mom Proud will not contest down 20s. That would be ill-advised. Maybe they're just going to go for a boss here as well. They are making it happen here, and I think this is a great call.
Yeah, Heavy Impact literally going to make a heavy impact through top lane with a boss plus Webweaver turn-in potential. I'm watching the Yrel mostly on the minimap and thought she could have snuck that turn-in, but look at this. Look at the bottom turn-in phase. This is going to be a race between who can get the turn-in here because there's so many members of Makin Mom Proud trying to get that Webweaver turn-in, and it's going to be blue. Let's go ahead and jump into those blue comms really quickly here.
Let's do it.
Up there behind.
I'm coming.
Yeah, they're flanking behind. Try to die right now. I have ice on gunner.
High 5 on everyone. High 5 on everyone. We're fine. Just hit Leo.
Leo's dead, just hit Leo.
Yeah. Just keep pushing. They don't have anything to defend the boss.
I can loop him.
Okay, we're going.
They use Blessed Shield also. So.
I ice ult the stall backline here.
Hit Heroes. The boss line. Hit Heroes.
Yeah.
Ice will miss, careful.
I have no cleanse
I
return.
have flash freeze, I'm fine with him.
No shield, so.
Leo's low. Hit Leo, possible.
On Leo. Leo's dead. Healing.
Dead, it's fine. Hey, Core.
Alright, okay, core.
Okay, core.
Let Khroen die. Get her out.
Cleanse. Yeah, I'm on core. Heal up. Good job.
And they
Have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be the members of Heavy Impact taking game number 1 in this best of 3 series. And we heard it in the comms. Like, it was just, like, they were starting to not fall apart, but the members of Heavy Impact started getting picked off. And you can even hear in their comms, just hit, like, the boss will go to core. And then at the end, like, you start to lose the Mei, you start to lose the Yrel. Like, hit core. We need to end this. It wasn't that chaotic, but it was really, really well played consistently throughout that game from Heavy Impact, finding 9-2 in kills in the end. And boy, this was a good back and forth. And I say that, and people might be like, Bahamut, this is 9-2 in kills. But the members of Making Mom Proud did do a really good job of sustaining themselves. I just think it was very lackluster through Making Mom Proud's wombo potential with the Bless Shield, the Entomb. It just didn't feel like there was enough damage to really solidify kills throughout that game. How are you feeling after that one, Khroen?
Yeah, well, the losses were, mitigated throughout most of the game by Making Mum Proud. There was very rarely moments where they could really be proactive. The 2 kills that they got were just because Heavy Impact was going for a game-ending push, and you're obviously okay losing members if you're winning the game off of the back of it. And we saw Heavy Impact getting that turn-in phase, getting the boss, and everything came together. It was a bit of a unfortunate, I suppose I'll even say, misplay to let Yrel have to die in that scenario. But even still, they were in such a dominant position that that you could sacrifice Yrel, still push forward with the boss. The immediate call was to keep pushing. So they recognized the win condition, recognized the situation of that game state, and said, all right, we'll just distract them, hit the heroes while the core gets pummeled by the boss. And then after May follows, they're like, all right, we've bought enough time. Now we hit core. I think overall that was definitely played very intelligently by Heavy Impact, and we know it worked out with them because they got that victory, of course.
It was cool to see the back and forth, but I think Heavy Impact, as I said, is really, really good at just drafting and this control composition. They controlled the pacing, they controlled everything of this game. We're going to go ahead, though, at this point and take a small little break, get a couple things figured out for all of you at home so we have a smoother broadcast. So we'll be right back with more HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament in just a moment. Welcome back, friends, to Heroes CCL Free Agent Tournament. We currently have the members of Heavy Impact up 1 in our best of 3 series. Khroen, are you ready to continue this series now that we're back from our little break?
Of course, here Baha, Heavy Impact showing some prowess in these games, but there were moments I think where Making Mum Proud definitely could have capitalized a bit more, but the thought was there. I think, a different map, perhaps different draft, and we could see this series, go to that game 3. So excited to see if that's actually going to be the case here, or if we will have yet another 2-0 victory.
Hopefully not. I believe at this point we can look at what our next map is going to be. We'll be able to show you that in just a second here. We're going to be heading over to, drum roll please, it's going to be Battlefield of Eternity. This will be the map choice of Heavy Impact, meaning the members of Make a Mom Proud opted for first pick priority going into the second map. So Battlefield, you were mentioning different map, different draft, but also completely different play style on this map. You have 2 lanes, you have this immortal phase and push pressure. It's not like you need someone to clear camps and grab camps, but it's not like you're going to have like Sonya just go split off and grab a camp on her own during the objective phase. Maybe in the solo lane at the top, maybe that's a priority, but different draft, different aggressions. I'm thinking Make a Mom Proud maybe, I would say, not thinking, this is where Make a Mom Proud needs to pull out something strong, something synergistic, and something they know. That last game seemed like a lot of really good heroes for the players, if that makes sense. Like Marlowe on a Tracer, that's really, really good for them. Funds on a Junkrat, that worked out really well. But when you put that all together, it wasn't really that strong. And we struggle with being able to solidify kills consistently throughout that last game. So we're going to get to this Battlefield of Eternity game here. When you're drafting, if you were drafting actually on the side of Making Mom Proud, what's your priority for this map? Is it going to be the race potential? Is it going to be maybe defensive, maybe even an engage?
Knowing that Making Mum Proud seemed a bit hesitant last game, and of course that could be draft related just on the engages, might as well just pick something that can race, force the side of Heavy Impact to come into you and have a good comp that's, good at responding to that. You're going to want to take the Chromie out. Chromie had a pretty sizable impact in that last game. So I think that ban is going to be correct. Uther coming here for Heavy Impact, but I would like to see some picks, perhaps like a Raynor. I think actually like Raynor, Greymane, like Li Ming, things that are safe and can poke. I was going to say even Hanzo as well, but that was actually banned out there, though, taken away from the side of Heavy Impact.
I do like that Raynor as well. You have the Exterminator value at level 1, and then the Siege potential with the Hyperion at 10. Even going into Rainer's Raider to be able to get that sustained damage on the Immortal, or just harassment value or poke value, excuse me, from that Raider onto an enemy hero. But that's a snap pick onto a Hogger. And if this is Uki's Hogger, I believe we're in for a treat because it is very, very strong.
Yeah. Hogger, of course, going to be a very value pick in the majority of maps, Battlefield of Eternity being no exception to that. Hogger going to be able to oftentimes win the top lane, be able to pressure out a siege camp if any rotation happens. We saw it earlier on today in the first series. You have even just one member rotate up, you can already start the sieges, kill them basically before anyone else from the enemy team can rotate. But now we're seeing Lucio and Sonya come through. Sonya probably going to see a bit of a Leap action, actually. We saw Wrath earlier, but Leap definitely has its place in the meta now, as we discussed earlier.
Oh, I would love, I've been seeing Wrath, and I'm like, all right, yeah, I get the value, but Leap goes Burr, and I love to see some Leap value. The other thing, too, is I think it would synergize with Lucio with the push-off value, even high five. Like, you could basically leap in with the Sonya, then high five her to get that Lucio in there, or even just push off for an extra slow on top of it. But I was going to say, sustained damage is the thing to consider now, and Tyke is to be grabbed, so Commandeer Odin, maybe even Draken Laser Drill. Draken could be grabbed on Battlefield, because it does, I believe you can target the Immortal with it, and you can zone out the enemy team as well. It's just, here's the argument, Commandeer Odin's so good, period, in every way, in Siege, anti-siege, team fight, defense, control, so it's a hard toss-up. We'll have to see what happens with that one, as the Diablo ban will come out from the side of Heavy Impact.
I do agree with you with the fact that Drill is going to be very, very strong when securing the Immortal, but when you're pushing for it, drill is very lackluster there. If you get through the wall and your drill's too far back, you can't hit the fort or the keep even. Also, with the Tychus pick in mind, I do think that we're more likely to see Sonya because playing front to back with Wrath, just going through the Making Mums Proud front line, Tychus loves that scenario because he's just going to sit there and wail on the Sonya with that minigun. But if Sonya takes a quick engage with Leap, Tychus does not have the time to burn her down as fast. And if you're able to get a pick off the back of the Leap, you just force the rest of Making Mum Proud to have to retreat at that point.
I agree with you. I mean, leaping in with Sonya, and let's say you go Poison Spear at level 7, if you leap in with Sonya, so you let leap, spear, slam, and you throw in some autos in there, that's vast majority of Tychus' health. He's probably sitting on a sliver. And Malfurion, he's got some healing, but it's not going to counteract that much burst. And speaking of burst, we also have a Li Ming Muradin. So not only can Sonya jump on your head and CC you to all heck, you have a Muradin who can throw in a Stormbolt. You have Li Ming throwing in Arcane Orbs. You have a Wave of Force potentially, or even Calamity values. So I'm really liking Heavy Impact's draft. It is very, very impactful, I guess you could say. But here on the right-hand side for the members of Make 'Em Up Proud, they will wrap up their draft with a Sylvanas and a Blaze.
All right, so a non-traditional main tank here. Usually Blaze is picked for a bit of off lane, but Bunker is really good when going up against Li Ming. Able to block some spells there, get everyone in the bunker. Once it falls though, it will get a bit iffy, but it's great as a counter response, not as being preemptive, of course. I like the Sylvanas coming out here. She has some great damage, some decent race potential, and of course, really, really good push. Looking at the draft, Cassia rounds it out here for Heavy Impact. Some good sustained damage. Really good at following up off of a leap with that Valkyrie, of course. But Baha, who do you give this draft advantage to here in this game?
I hate to say it because I want 3 games. I want all the Heroes of the Storm. Like I wanted. In the end, I wanted 12 maps. I'm sure production's sweating. They're like, God, 12 maps, Bahamut?
Oh, no.
But at the same time, like I really do give this over to Heavy Impact because chase potential with Lucio, setup from Lucio is really strong. Li Ming burst resets Cassia blinds into a Tychus, which will make Muradin and Sonya's life so much easier to dive in. This is I would lean into Heavy Impact even though I want a game 3.
I'm gonna side with your heart here, Baha, instead of your brain, and I'm gonna go actually the side of Making Mum Proud to have a bit of advantage here. I do think that I like their draft, even with the Blaze coming through. I think the Hagar Sylvanas will be able to provide enough pressure, I think, oftentimes here in this draft to push Heavy Impact back. It's very even, of course, as I think most of the drafts actually, in the times I say it, have actually been even. Comes down to how they play, but I am very, very, I think, willing to say that Making Mum Proud have a bit of a draft advantage here.
Okay, all right. I like this. All right, we got a little bit of back and forth on this. I'm sure Twitch chat knows the answer. They already know how the game's gonna end. They already know what our next series end is gonna be like. But looks like there was just a communication thing that these players wanted to go through, making sure that there wasn't any sort of. There was a fair amount used. Either way, it doesn't matter that much. Let's get into the game here. On the left-hand side, we have the members of Heavy Impact trying to close this out in a 2-0 fashion with their 1-game lead. Mason Blaze on the Lucio, Infred on the Li Ming, Roger on the Cassia, Tremor on the Muradin, and Xenaris playing Sonya.
And over on the red side here, Making Mum Proud, Yuki of the top lane with the Hogger, Zainhide on the Blaze, Marlowe checking the bush there on the Tychus, Gunner on the Malfurion, and Funds with the Sylvanas.
Look at this mid lane. We talked about this the last time we were on Battlefield today. This is going to be a few members of Heavy Impact kind of sitting in the middle of the map, waiting to see, okay, does Making Mum Proud trying to do the Sylvanas cheese, rush a tower, take it down, get a little bit of lane advantage? No, that's not the case. So core 4 will be in bottom lane, Sonya versus Hogger, and top lane will jump up to there, here, and there. But we've got some good questing talents at level 1. We've got Thunder Strokes for that Li Ming, for the Cassia, and we have Perfect Storm on that Muradin, and we'll keep you up to date on those 2 uncapped quests. And for the opposing side, for Making Mum Proud, new habits for the Blaze, we'll keep you up to date on those regeneration globe stacks, because once they hit 15, that self-cleanse is really, really good for engagement tools, as Zainhide's going to get dove on a little bit, isn't going to get shredded. Speaking of shredding, Marlowe is able to dump damage into Tremor, forcing the Dwarf toss away.
Tremor is going with the Perfect Storm here with the questing talent. The Muradin we saw earlier on today did not take Perfect Storm, but still did take Sledgehammer at 4 for that PvE race potential. Definitely, it's what Tremor is going to go here. The jumping forward, not connecting on funds, though, will be slept. Zainhide breaks it and doesn't have the body blocks. Sonya actually falls on the top side, though, and Tremor is going to fall here in the mid lane.
Good aggression from the side of making Mom proud. I would say that play right there definitely probably made Mom proud. The rotation from Tychus and the dive and just not even being seen through the wave as Sylvanas rotates into top lane very quickly, locking down the towers to amplify the siege potential from the side of making Mom proud. Heavy Impact doing their best to defend against this. Hogger gonna hog wild off the front gate. Khroen, how awkward would it have been if your friendly members take out the front gate and you hog wild just into the enemy team's fort right there? That would have been a bit of an awkward situation. Didn't happen, but I was waiting for. I was like, does that gate go down?
Bit of if that happened, a bit of definitely like an oops anti-synergy moment, and those happen. But I'm still trying to wrap my head around how making Mum proud was able to dominantly win on multiple fronts there. Like, you would think if you get an advantage in one area, the enemy team would get an advantage in the other, having more members. But no, they're able to get a good pick in the mid lane as well as in the top lane. And you really don't see that often, but it's going to net an almost full level lead here from making Mum proud. They have bruiser camps already pushing the top lane. Heavy Impact is slow to get those out. Marlow going to be taking out the rest of this wall here even before the Immortal spawns. The amount of pressure making Mum proud have right now is absolutely insane. And they're looking to keep that forward here, though, as soon as Hogger escapes, and they're able to rotate into this Immortal phase.
Shaman camp for bottom lane. As you mentioned, Immortal phase just now spawning. Belith and Alarian are on map. First objective phase of the game. But with those 2 kills, I'm just going to quickly jump into the experience. Mercenaries and kills are going to yield that giant chunk of experience. Roughly going to be an extra 1,000 experience for the side of making Mom proud. And we'll see if the members of Heavy Impact can close that gap as the game does progress. But race potential right now will go over to the side of Heavy Impact. But this team fight will break off right now. Tremor going to have to Dwarf Toss away. Xenaris is trying to spin to win out of here. And the lockdown burst. It's available. This is what Making Mom proud wanted to do on Tomb of the Spider Queen. Lock down someone, burst them down, and find a kill. That's going to be 3-0 in kills in favor as Zainhide. Wow, that's a root lot onto this Lucio, but he should be able to push off away.
Yeah, Li Ming combo didn't quite connect in response there, but just looking to dissuade members of Heavy Impact from racing so that Marlow can get the advantage there. Zainhide is out of mana. You can't charge forward, but stepping in front of the orb just to block that damage coming through. It looks like Heavy Impact will win out on this Immortal race. But yeah, Tychus really not the best Immortal racer. Making him proud, you have to get more kills in order to decisively win, like we talked about earlier. Sure, if you don't have a race, it's fine as long as you kill all the rest of the enemy team. But with only the 1 member falling, Heavy Impact still had enough. So we'll be Immortal spawning for Heavy Impact, going to be jumping into this bottom lane. And they're going to use it to at least catch up on XP and stabilize things here.
7 talents here hit by the side of Heavy Impact as Funds is trying to do their best to dump in damage and force the Immortal to move into melee range. It does that once it loses its shielding for anyone wondering at home. This Immortal, Alarian through bottom, gonna get the front gate of this fort. Zainhide jumps in with the Jet Propulsion. Dwarf Toss is forced out from Tremor, who's just trying to kind of step away from all this, have their trait activate to heal up a little bit. And Alarian dies, taking down what would I would say 1/3 of the health of that fort through the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Sonya's doing their best to force back Uki in top, but Marlow's coming in once again, and there's no gate to really stop, or at least for Xenaris to kind of back off from, or to.
Yeah, Xenaris is playing pretty far back, already under the fort, making Mum proud, just rotating up to continue their map presence aggression, going into the top lane camp. Tremor walks forward, misses the Stormbolt actually onto Yuki, so they're forced to back up.
Double sleep or double Emerald Dreamer, you could say, from that Malfurion, locking in 2 members and setting up the kill into Muradin, a 4th kill of the game. This is looking like the Make 'em Mom proud is just 180 this series so far. We'll have to see if that continues into the later half, but definitely a solid level lead as Sylvanas locks down the fort itself, going to do their best to just burn this down before the next Immortal phase comes, which would force, if the members of Make 'em Mom proud can grab it, a Belith to siege in through bottom lane. But that's going to be happening in a few minutes here. We still have to even just get through this fort, or at least get a little extra damage onto it. Meanwhile, through bottom, this is just Zainhide finishing out the level 1 new habits, and Xenaris just kind of playing by the front gate, afraid a little bit of the dive, and Funds comes in. That's a lot of damage from Marlow, and that's the burst that the members of Make 'em Mom proud need.
Unfortunate there. As soon as the spear forward comes just barely outside of the gate, that's when the Blaze Charge comes in and the rotation from Makin Proud to secure yet another kill. We are 6.5 minutes into the game and 5 kills have already been had. Level 10 talent tier has been achieved and Marlowe instantly popping that Commandeer Odin, pushing into this bottom lane fort. Funds disabling the structures there with those black arrows. 2 minion waves worth of minions and a siege camp behind it. This is surely a dead fort here.
Murden Dwarf tossed in. Zainhide comes in with the jet propulsion as well as the new habits. And Tychus snipes with the grenade. I was waiting. I was like, all right, Cassia, Roger, you're out of here. You're fine. No Marlowe. Not even with the quarterback at level 1 is able to get that full range snipe on the grenade, and a kill onto Cassia pushes the members of Make 'em Mom Proud further up in experience. 10 talent tier still not hit by heavy impact, and without that, it is very impactless from them.
Definitely. That's when they can start turning things around. Heavy Impact hits 10. They get access to the ultimates, the leap, the Valkyrie, probably Wave of Force for Li Ming as well, an avatar from Muradin. They're saying, all right, we're going to let halftime go. The race from Makin Mom Proud in general is not great, so they're going to get a bit of map advantage, or maybe not advantage, but just stabilization there. But now is the time to look for some kills. Tremor needs to hit a great Stormbolt here to start things off.
Ball Lightning for the Cassia, and actually Wrath of Berserker for the Sonya, so no engage value off that leap, even though because I was expecting leap with the poison spear, but regardless, it's just because one's picked doesn't mean the other, at least in my, I guess, I wanted it to be leap so bad. I was wishing for it. Wrath of Berserker pop. Tremor is going to be able to dwarf toss away. Marlowe and friends are stepping into this enemy team. Hogger going to hog wild away, and that forces back heavy impact for now. But with 10 talent here, this is looking like wow, that's a great double high five from Lucio. Ball Lightning goes out. Gunner's going to pop the Tranquility. This is a bit of a split fight as Tremor has to use the avatar form. Xenaris still has that Wrath of Berserker up. It should expire in just a second, unable to auto attack into anything else. Marlowe, though, Commandeer Odin, looking to poke in onto this Immortal phase. It's kind of neck and neck. We're looking at 400, 500, excuse me, 600-ish deficit when it comes to the HP. And with a Khroen, why did they rotate into bottom and just ignore the Immortal phase?
Okay, so alright, Makin Mom Proud rotated out into the bottom lane. They said, alright, we're gonna give this up and clear the sieges. Maybe because their ultimates were all down there, but you can see the same thing for Heavy Impact. But just the base abilities of Heavy Impact now, with having the burst potential from the Li Ming Muradin combo, they perhaps just weren't ready to deal with there. They said, okay, the push potential of Heavy Impact is really great. We can defend this, wait for 13s, and then look to only take fights on increased talent tier advantages there. But that's not going to be the case yet. So Heavy Impact has some time right now. They are 4v5, however, so they're not going to look for anything just right here. Sonya is just soaking the bottom lane.
Sonya making sure that experience is coming in for the friendly team. Alarian through top lane won't find the fort, so no equalization onto the periodic catapult pressure. Meanwhile, Sonya in bottom lane will be able to take out the well, which we always like to talk about. Lane sustain is removed. This will force a rotation into bottom lane, but only from Hogger. As there's a little indecisiveness coming out from the side of Heavy Impact. I was watching them on the minimap. They were going bottom, then double backed into top. I think there was maybe like, oh, we can maybe go for forward or invade them on the camp, but 13 talent tiers already here on the side of Makin Mom Proud. And so I think this is just going to be kind of turtled up for Heavy Impact until that 13 talent tier is equalized.
Yeah, Zainhide with a great aggressive look there into the bush. No one was there. They didn't want to all stick around. Double siege camps are pushing top and bottom here for Makin Mom Proud. Rotations happening from the top 3 members here. Infrared combos the wave. Mason Blaze does scout out any potential shenanigans though, and Makin Mom Proud wants to hold on to that fort. Heavy Impact, Xenaris coming down here to the bottom, just cleaning things out. We're gonna have an equal talent tier here soon, so we're just gonna start things up again from a pretty even state, I would say, soon.
The Immortal phase coming in. I'm watching Muradin, who's going to intersect the Hogger on the bottom. The Stormbolt goes out, and Hogger's just going to be disengaging. Also, to really quickly note, 46 stacks on that Cassia level 1. Baseline for the Muradin, it's going to be 19. The level 1 for Muradin will be 11 stacks. Blaze already finished out the new habits a little bit ago, and Lucio does not have the subwoofer at level 4 completed just yet, but it's even talent here. Immortals will spawn. Seems like Heavy Impact wants to kind of set this up on their terms, so they'll back off and wait while Make 'Em Mom Proud wants to aggressively step in.
Yep. Heavy Impact is on a bit of a timer right now. It's only, you know, level 14 right now for making them proud, but they could potentially stall this Immortal phase out enough to get 16s. Heavy Impact recognizes that, and they start going forward already immediately. Tremor finding Marlowe.
Zaynhide, a little split from the team, does drop the bunker, which allows a few more members of Make 'Em Mom Proud to get back into this team fight. The Immortal phase is going to be triggered to the halfway point because of Ucky on that Hogger, able to hog wild around and clear things out. There's a quick call for this camp on the left-hand side to put some pressure in through bottom lane, but does that give the opportunity for our red team? Yeah, you can even see the camp is disengaged. This needs to be a dive, a play out from the side of Heavy Impact, because 16 Talents is right around the corner. As you were mentioning, that's going to be the Commandeer Odin coming in for Marlowe. High fives out from Mason Blaze as well. This is going to be Murden finishing out the baseline stack. Zaynhide getting very low. Will go down finally for the members of Heavy Impact. They find their first kill, but the Immortal phase goes over to the side of Making Mom Proud and will move in through bottom lane. Commandeer Odin will expire before this Immortal gets in lane for Siege, but Belith, this is the third one. This is the third Immortal of the game, and Belith will be able to push fairly strong through bottom lane.
And the rest of the members of Make 'Em Mom Proud are just going to go top. They have Sylvanas. They have push threat of their own. So they're going to baseline, just get this wall for free. Maybe aggress onto the keep as well. Level 16's now achieved. Xenaris has to be very careful here. Can't step up as a melee character. Finally, the rotation here comes through from Roger, Mason Blaze, and Tremor as well. So Make 'Em Mom Proud say, okay, we can, you know, back up again, regroup back with Blaze, and try to pick up kills. They get wall in the top, wall at the bottom. I think they could have maybe been a little bit more aggressive there. Just force Heavy Impact to have to posture in the top lane as to slow down their Immortal clear. But this isn't bad. They're still ahead. They're going to be able to get the advantage on the camp timings here. Hogger taking top lane, the rest of them taking in the bottom lane. Top lane, no. Like, he has to be careful here from the rotation. Oh, they know, yeah, Yuki caps the camp, and oh, okay, is able to escape there. I thought that as soon as Heavy Impact recognized that camp was taken, they were just going to beeline for it, but didn't happen.
Well, what the members of Make 'Em Mom Proud will do is they'll see the enemy team in that top lane getting the fort, and they will beeline for this bottom lane, trying to keep this map pushed in and constantly aggressing into the side of Heavy Impact. Make 'Em Mom Proud looking like a whole new team going into this game, but Tremor tries to dive in. There's going to be the Wrath of Berserker pop by the Sonya. Spear will not connect onto Zaynhide, who's just throwing some oil down to slow down the enemy team. Bottom lane will have some waves cleared out, and oh, the Stormbolt doesn't connect, and the camp will still be grabbed by the side of Make 'Em Mom Proud, but it won't get much value as Sonya is easily able to clear out that Shaman.
I'm actually, as this game's continuing to go on, I'm loving this Blaze pick from Making Mom Proud more and more. As long as Blaze doesn't get caught by a full Li Ming combo, Cassia alone will not output enough damage to deal with it, even with the Ball Lightning as opposed to the Valkyrie. This Blaze oftentimes just stepping up, creating space, allowing the Hogger, Tychus, and Sylvanas to just do their thing. Malfurion heals with the Tranquility in the backline, is able to just round things out here. It's hard for Heavy Impact to actually make anything happen here, especially with them going Wrath and Ball Lightning as opposed to more pick potential ultimates.
I agree. Like, I was actually expecting that Wrath or excuse me, not the Wrath, the Valkyrie and that Leap for just exactly what we were talking about. Immortal race potential is going to be more so in favor for the side of Heavy Impact, with about a 3,000 health difference on these Immortals, and now we're seeing Zaynhide and friends recognizing we need to defend, but there's an immediate pull for, there's immediate step in from Sylvanas onto the bottom lane Immortal, and this race still goes over to the side of Heavy Impact, if I'm not mistaken. You can already see this Belith is being chunked in this upper portion, and this looks like it will be the Immortal for the side of Heavy Impact. That'll go right into bottom lane, a sliver of armor onto this Immortal, and Alarian will be summoned through bottom lane. Fourth Immortal of the game. A little bit of clear through top lane really quickly, but I would expect all 5 members of Heavy Impact to try and make some sort of impact through this bottom lane.
It seems to me like it might have been a bit of a miscommunication there. I think with Making Mom Proud, you don't really want to give Heavy Impact the Immortals here, unless you're waiting for a level 20 talent to your advantage, playing for the long game. But I think team fights can very well just be won. That's the precedent has been set, right? There's 6 kills to 1. They've been able to take fights to heavy impact, but did not opt for it that time. Instead, they're going to be on, I guess we'll say, a bit of a back foot here, forced to play defense, forced to clear the Immortal, and it's going to get the wall, probably nothing more. But even still, they're kind of just sacrificing potential position that they could still be have.
That's going to be the Pyromania popped, as well as the Jet Propulsion. Roger and friends are going to be dove on by the side of Makin Mom Proud. Unfortunately for Makin Mom Proud, they're not able to find a kill this time. It's 1-6 in kills. I just want to quickly look at some other stats as well. 27,000 heroic damage for the Cassie as the fight actually will engage, or the engagement will happen once again. Bunker comes out, Hortipult in, Tremor kind of split from the friendly team as no Dwarf Toss is available. Avatar form was used. And this is going to be a couple heroics out. No one getting killed, just kind of checking each other unless another engagement does pop off over this camp. Tremor can actually find the flank. Goes in onto Marlowe. The cleanse comes out from Gunner. Wave of Force is not going to be able to force the kill into this Tychus, but Infrared jumps on top, finds the Tychus kill. The camp still goes over to the side of Makin Mom Proud. Zanehyde very low here. Cassia finds the kill. Sylvanas will go down as well. Murden's the only one to get picked off. And it's Reset City for Infrared as a quad kill comes through in favor of the side of Heavy Impact. They bided their time this entire time. And with 50 seconds on average for 4 members of Makin Mom Proud, this is looking like Heavy Impact's going to make the big play right at the end of the game and take this series in a 2-0, Khroen. I cannot believe the turnaround we just witnessed.
That was a great turn for Heavy Impact.
No?
They get to keep, they can't go for an end. There's no minions. The sustain wasn't quite there.
Okay.
It's very, very risky. With Heavy Impact, I think you're definitely satisfied with evening up the XP, getting a keep advantage, and just doing it again. Off of that team fight, you know that you can pull it off again, but it will have to be off the back of Murden finding that exact same flank as they were able to do before. Tychus got chunked to 1 HP, dashed downwards away from the team, and then Infrared cleaned it up at that point. It's hard to happen every single time, but we know Heavy Impact has also gotten the advantage when it comes to these Immortals. They step back, Makin Mom Proud is just now spawning, they get the 50% for free, get to clear out their own bruisers, get level 20 talent tier, pretty, about even with Makin Mom Proud here, with Liming soaking in the bottom lane. Sure, it's going to be a little bit slower, but Makin Mom Proud is forced to defend here because of the Immortal already going down to half.
I'm watching this right now and just seeing Tremor and friends are setting this up. 20 talent tier does trickle in for the side of Heavy Impact, so it's even talent tier. Fight breaks out. Zanehyde will be the initial target, having to pop the Pyromania. Roger throwing some damage out as Zanehyde starts to aggress in. No friendly members are really stepped up too far. Jet Propulsion, I think, was stalled by a Stormbolt, if I'm not mistaken. Murden just going to mount up, get a little bit of healing from Lucio, who amps it up with that. You can actually see the circle around them. I'm trying to remember. The Reverse Ampa is the name of the talent on that one. And the Immortal slowly getting whittled here and there. Infrared's got a couple magic missiles and arcane orbs, but the engage comes out. Zanehyde will not connect. The Jet Propulsion just kind of saying hello to a few of the enemy members as the bunker comes out. Is it 20 bunker? It is as well. Okay.
Yeah, the bunker really did nothing there, though. It just ate a Li Ming combo, and that's about it. Now, Zanehyde's actually going to be very, very vulnerable at this point now. Can fall with any stun and Li Ming combo potential. Getting some slow damage out onto the red Immortal here is Heavy Impact. Tychus has Odin and is racing, can join the fight very fast. He has dashed down towards the bottom side, but Heavy Impact can just wait out this Odin and then re-engage after that. They're taking this very, very cautiously, and I love this play.
Nice and slow and safe for the side of Heavy Impact, waiting for a few abilities to come out. Big red button will be ending fairly soon there. It's going to actually be Commandeer. Odin ends right there. In a second, Tremor maybe looking for another jump in. That's going to be that Repulsion at level 20. That's why you're seeing so many members being moved so abruptly, as that's going to be a dive from Tremor into the Blaze. Zanehyde goes down. Fun's going to be the new target. Another Dwarf Toss, and the Goomba Stomp will connect from Miss Murden. And we have Hogger split from the friendly team, but I don't think the members of Heavy Impact care too much about that. They move in. They take Beleth. Beleth will go into top lane. Wave of Force once again onto Marlowe. The dash forward with the push off. Infrared gonna get a high five just to be able to deny any sort of CC from Gunner or Marlowe. And Gunner's gonna split off. Gunner should go down. That would be Li Ming getting another reset. Hogger gonna hog wild around. Actually just gonna bounce around. But now with 3 members dead, this is again an attempt to end the game from the side of Heavy Impact. And this time, I think this is gonna be an end for them. Tremor taking a lot of damage, misses the Stormbolt. That's gonna be Ucky on this Hogger trying to get away. Lucio high-fiving onto Hogger with that level 20, and chasing them a little bit was kind of comical with the speed boost. But the core is falling rapidly. I did not cast or curse a team, and this is looking like the members of Heavy Impact will continue the trend of today, taking the series in a 2-0 fashion and knocking the enemy team out with a domination. GG, well played.
GG, well played, Baha. The kills went from 6 on the side of Making Mum Proud to 1 on the side of Heavy Impact, and then it ended with 10 on the side of Heavy Impact and 7 with Making Mum Proud. As you mentioned earlier, Baha, Making Mum Proud really just unfortunately fell there. Heavy Impact bided their time and was able to have an explosive team fight, and because of the race potential there, getting the Immortal, not even needing it to end the game, really. It was just a kind of formality here. We'll secure it and then just run down the rest of your heroes and end the game because of it. Some great play there from Tremor and Infrared when it was necessary. Infrared had a very quiet, 80% of the game until those last 2 team fights where they really popped off.
And I gotta give credit where credit's due. The members of Make 'Em Mom Proud did amazing in this game. I mean, Malfurion was 69,000 healing. I mean, it's the highest in the game. But also, I wanna point out, like, Funz and Marlowe had so many good dive blow up moments early in the game. And if only just basically Heavy Impact didn't figure out a way to constantly dive and find the backline. Level 16, I believe it was actually, it was Dwarf Launch was picked up. I noticed Murden being able to, move a lot further. So that being able to kind of get into the backline a little bit more or kind of sit on top of Tychus's head helped out a ton. But then landing a Stormbolt with that Bronzebeard Rage at level 13 was just so impactful as well. And then at 20 of the Rewind, it's absolutely insane. The scaling from the side of Heavy Impact post 10 was so critical. And that other team fight that they had in the bottom lane over the Siege Camp was just so perfectly well played to turn the entire game on its head.
Yeah.
God, Khroen, that was such a good series. And unfortunately, that means we have to go to a break to get ready for our final best of 3 of the day. So we're going to go stretch our legs. We're going to get some other water. We're going to feed our dogs, and we'll be back with more HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. Welcome back to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. My name is Bahamut. I'm still joined by Khroen, and we are getting into the final best of 3 of the day. Khroen, after 3 2-0s, do you think we're seeing a bit of motif today?
Yeah, blue side, pretty good.
Mhm.
2-0ing every single time. Coincidence? Actually, probably not. It's just the team diff there. As you look on over at the bracket, we saw, of course, Dads Who Game to a cheap shot, Clan Association to a Uwu, Heavy Impact to a Making Mum Proud, although a bit of a closer series, but now the final best 3 of the day, Anti-Clan Association versus Blunt Force Fun. There's some exciting members on both of these rosters, I think, here, Baha.
This is really actually like it's really good rosters. I really quickly just realized that if Anti-Clan Association wins, that means that we have one of our best of 3s tomorrow being Anti-Clan Association versus Clan Association. So I just had that realization myself as we were getting into this next best of 3 series. Whew,
that'll be impossible to cast. So
that'll be a good one.
Yeah. We'll
That's
see
for
how
tomorrow.
that
us
goes.
to
Yeah. We were about right here, right now.
Yeah, we can actually, as you were mentioning, let's take a look at some of these rosters for Anti-Clan Association. Getting into our final best of 3 of the day, we have my pal Vince, Valimar, Jay, Gotfilth, and Kelsier. For me, I really got to say this: Gotfilth in a lot of the in-houses, a lot of the scrims, a lot of the stuff I've been watching and peeking at in the preseason for CCL Season 2. Gotfilth is a standout player, and that's the one person that I'm really excited for out of this entire roster. Like, all of these players, don't get me wrong, are amazing, and they would run laps around me in any game, but just Gotfilth that's the highlight player for me on Anti-Clan Association.
Definitely. I agree with you. I'll go more into that in a moment, but right now we're taking a look at the roster of Blunt Force Fun, Corgi Booty, Talking Trees, Chimera or Dark Chimera, some of you may know, Epic Player, and Luna. This roster, I think, does have a lot of potential here. Some great veteran experience, especially between Talking Trees and Chimera and Luna even as well there.
I think, and that's the cool thing too, is then looking at a lot of the community members like Epic Player, Luna, they really stand out to me. Corgi Booty as well. And I think you're right with this. There's going to be some great leadership through Talking Trees and Chimera in that composition. Jumping back over to Anti-Clan Association, it sounded like you kind of had a little thought yourself on that roster.
Definitely. Thank you for reminding me, because thoughts they just keep going on this track. But Gotfilth, absolutely insane player.
Yep.
They have had one of the most impressive performances recently in a tournament playing Li Ming. Like the game was so doomed. They were like 3 levels behind or something, maybe 2 levels or something, but they pulled off a massive combo on Li Ming with the repulsion. It was like the point combo that happened, I forget which tournament, but able to combo, Wave of Force them directly into it, save the game from a doomed state, somehow ended up coming back and winning. And Gotfilth, I said it right there, had the literal best Li Ming play I had ever seen based off of the performance of that game, better than any play that I personally ever made. Like, Gotfilth is so high on a pedestal for me right now. I hope the expectations I have are met, because my God, that player is good.
Well, we're excited to see all 10 of these players get into our first map, and we can go ahead and actually jump over and find out what that's going to be. The members of our red team, Blunt Force Fun, ban out Dragonshire and Sky Temple. Garden of Terror and, Curse Hollow will be banned out by the members of Anti-Clan Association. Blunt Force Gun choosing to take us back to Battlefield of Eternity for our first map in this best of 3 series, and that will give Anti-Clan Association first pick priority on this map in this draft. I always ask you about like draft theory and stuff like that. As we're going into this Battlefield of Eternity game here, we just were watching really good race and back and forth team fighting. Is there a hero that we haven't seen yet that you think is not undervalued, but like kind of can sneak into a map like this? Maybe like Lunara, Malthael. Is there any kind of like niche-ish you could maybe grab, catch the team off guard? Dare I say a Sergeant Hammer?
Oh, potential. I think you kind of on good track there with the Lunara, especially from Luna being a very, very, very practiced Lunara player. One of the best in North America, assuredly. If there is any map where Lunara can get a lot of value, it is going to be on Battlefield of Eternity. So we have to be thinking about that. We haven't seen a lot of, specific standard race heroes like the Rainer or say like the Greymane. I don't even believe we've seen Hanzo on this map today, have we?
Got banned out in the last game. And no, we haven't seen Hanzo on this map. I actually don't think it was picked up, or I don't think it was banned or picked in the. I think it was like the second best of 3 series that we had today. We're towards the we're in that last best of 3 of the day. So it's all just mushed together in our brains because it's a bit of a long day, but it's also a blast of a day. Thank you all for hanging out with us and enjoying these free agent games to just showcase skills and, well, get some eyes on these players. Just a reminder for everyone. The draft day is April 17th, and it starts at the same time our production or our broadcasts always start, that 1 o'clock PDT onward. You can check time zones. We don't have to go through all that. We're in Battlefield of Eternity. We're in our first of our final maps of the day, as a Sonya will kick things off, banned out by the side of Anti-Clown Association.
No surprise there, Sonya being very, very priority here. Sonya even winning that last game, even if it didn't seem like it was going to for the majority of it, off the back of a Wrath of the Berserker. I believe we've seen 2 out of 2 Wrath of the Berserkers for Sonya's today. So no leap. The potential is still there, but not going to see it in this game regardless. Hogger going to be the other ban here for Blunt Force Fun. Hogger, we saw the dominance last game of Hogger for the majority of the game. Hogger is just so nuts of a hero. But looking forward to what the picks are going to be, Baha. Do we think we're going to see, talking about Got Filth, are we going to see a Valera pop through or something like that? Because Got Filth does have a very solid Valera.
I'd love to see a Valera. And on the note of, me getting... I got flamed by the HeroesCCL Twitter account like 20 seconds into the stream because I mentioned Cho'Gall, of course. But I mentioned it in my whole. What I want to say about that is it's not so much that I want the Cho'Gall, it's that the audience wants the Cho'Gall. But it also gives you opportunities to. It gives you opportunities for being highlighted or being talked about more. If when we all look at the free agent tournament. And there's one game that stands out, like, did you catch that one Battlefield Cho'Gall game or that one Battlefield Valera game? So it's things like that. Like, not only do you want to showcase that you're a strong synergistic team or a player, you want to also showcase that you have some of these heroes that can kind of pop out of nowhere and really burst down the enemy team or find the carry per se through a game. Either way, we'll see if that happens throughout this draft, as this will be a kickoff Diablo for the side of Anti-Clown Association.
A kickoff Diablo as well. My pal Vince being very, very practiced on that pick right there. No surprise that it's going to be picked, but maybe first picked is a bit preemptive there. Have to see how Blunt Force Fun respond to it. We saw Tychus in the last game, which I personally don't really like Tychus on BOE. And yeah, they're not going to go that direction at all. It is going to be a Talking Trees Li Ming, and that is a scary, scary thing, especially paired with the Chimera Malfurion.
The one thing that I was sitting over here and thinking about, I was like, you pick a Diablo first, and you still have things like Brightwing that are up and available. And I think, like, out of all the heroes we have, Brightwing is so strong, but we also have to consider Malfurion's level 1 that was changed Emerald Dreams. Pretty much, Malfurion only has one level 1 talent at this point for Malfurion players, and this is the Brightwing that I was talking about. And I personally think that Brightwing is just so insanely valuable. Going into an Ana earlier, it still held its own, even though Ana can reduce the entire phase shift value. It's choosing when to phase shift in, and cooldown counting is a big factor as well. But either way, Deathwing to be banned out. I can see the draft chat, and it seems like someone is not too happy about the the Deathwing ban. But either way, next ban out from the side of Anti-Clown Association could remove a tank, could remove a solo laner. We'll have to see.
There's going to be a Garrosh ban here, and Garrosh is going to be a huge counter into the Diablo, so going to make sure to get that one out of there. I don't believe we've seen Garrosh at all here today, but still a pick that is going to be in many tank players' arsenals. Picks coming through here. Going to need a tank, going to need an offlaner, and another DPS here for Blunt Force Fun. To pair well with this draft, I think we could even see something like a Muradin. We've seen it a lot here today, but I think it's going to be fantastic when paired with the CC of Malfurion and Li Ming 12 the damage. It will, however, just be a Johanna, which is a safer tank when we go into the Diablo, so I don't mind that pick at all here there.
It's you can anchor with it. You've got Iron Skin to kind of just get away from all of that harassment, or just control, of the Diablo. Last 2 picks as we're getting into the end phase of our draft. Diablo, Cassia, Brightwing. Gonna need that solo lane, a little extra race potential on the Immortal. Greymane's actually a great dive buddy for the Diablo. Works with the Cassia because she has that Fen. Samuro Genji?
Okay. if there was any time for spicy picks to come through, it would be right now in the 4-5 for Anticlone Association, and it will be just that, Baha. Samuro and Genji. I feel like we haven't seen those heroes in so long here, but talk about heroes that race well. Samuro is one of them. Samuro will definitely shred that that Immortal and Genji to follow up off of a Diablo engage, even just the Genji Brightwing. Are we gonna see Emerald win, perhaps?
It's a possibility. Invisible Friends at level 20 is such a strong talent, but Emerald Win Denial is... I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Like, yeah, because you get so much split from it. Like, let's say you Emerald Win and you get the Malfurion split and everyone else, you know, gets pushed away towards the friendly side of the lane, and Malfurion's kind of coming towards your friendly side. Genji's just sitting there drooling with his Dragon Blade. I'm ready for this game. Like, I said that I want standout games that really kind of pop off just based off the draft. I'm having this gut feeling this is going to be one of those games that people are going to be like, did you see that Samuro game, though?
This is likely to be a standout game one way or another. The potential of Anticlone Association's composition to, you know, really prove that you can, you know, take non-standard picks and make them work dominantly is here for them right now. I think, you know, comparing these drafts right now, there's definitely a lot of pressure on Anticlone Association, but with that pressure, we've seen great things, especially out of Galtfilth.
Well, we're here into Battlefield of Eternity, our first map and our final best of 3 of the day. Let's go ahead and get on into this blunt force fun on the right-hand side. Luna on the Sylvanas, Chimera on that Malfurion, Epic player playing the Joanna, Talking Trees on the Li Ming, and Corgi Booty will round out their draft on the Diva.
And over on the blue side here, Anticlone Association, we have Jay on the Samuro, got Phil from the Genji, my pal Vince on the Diablo, and the bottom lane, Kelsier on the Cassia, and Valimar rounding things out with the little fairy dragon that is Brightwing.
Okay, so Samuro just throwing clones into top lane to just pull a few members to just basically deal with that. Samuro did go into that Way of the Wind at level 1. I actually feel like I see Way of the Blade more often than anything else, or Way of Illusion, but there's been a couple games here and there where it's going to be this E-build Samuro, and if I'm not mistaken, by like level 16, if you go into all these towns, you can pretty much have your Windwalk perma on, like off cooldown from the cooldown reductions you can get from it and everything. Samuro's able to just be such a good tool to jump around the map. Is I think we just saw a unique feature of Samuro where he can hearth and swap to a clone. Either way, just gonna back off and cause a little bit of distraction this top lane. Gotfilth considering to jump in here as well. Luna just needs to get knocked down a little bit lower in that health, but Gotfilth comes in with some shurikens trying to read the dive from Luna. It doesn't work out.
I actually think that should have been a kill. Speaking of kills here, my pal Vince might go down to the magic missiles blocking trees, but sidesteps and gets behind the wall just the last second. But going back to that top lane fight, if the Genji E from Gotfilth there came through like a split second earlier, the Brightwing would have been on top of him, and then you could have polyed Sylvanas before she was able to reactivate that E, and that definitely would have been a dead Sylvanas at that point, but it was just a millisecond off. However, it's just like a little bit of execution error. They were still looking for that play, which makes me, you know, it makes it seem promising for them looking for those things throughout the whole course of the game. Rotation coming up here in the top lane, though, on this siege camp. Gotfilth goes onto Luna.
Really good constant pressure from this Genji, because I was worried. I was watching the minimap. I was like, is there anyone to help out Jay on this camp? And absolutely, Valimar and wait, hold on. Kelsier taking a lot of damage, but is going to be Gotfilth on that Genji coming in and just forcing out that enemy team. Meanwhile, Samuro going to split off, grab the Shaman camp on the left-hand side of the map. It looks like Luna's doing the exact same thing on that Sylvanas, while Genji Diva kind of overwatch in top lane.
Yeah, overwatching it up there. But these camps are coming out a bit early. You really should hold on the cap until about 2 minutes, you know, 45, 2 minutes 50 to make sure that once the Immortals are spawning and active is when the camps are going to be, you know, pushing into the lane. As to, you know, not let them get cleared out too early. No, they cap them around 240. it gives a little bit of time to deal with them, but not too much. Like Talking Tree is already postured down here, can combo this camp like once or twice for free before having to rotate up. So could have optimized that just a little bit more efficiently. Either way, not too big of a deal. Jay, though, want to highlight Jay's Samuro play. Just that little thing that we noted earlier of backing and then porting back. Those are what experienced players on that hero will do. And Jay is going to be able to, you know, run away with this game potentially, doing just Samuro things. But Talking Tree is already getting gone on here. Kelsier goes forward as well in the Cassia.
Cassia, yeah, getting very low there. I started to gasp a little bit, thinking Kelsier would step in a little too far into that lane, but not the case. Samuro gonna just jump onto this Immortal phase and do their best to start shredding into Belith in the upper portion of this map. Genji gonna dive in, so does the Diablo. This is a lot of damage into Malfurion, who drops the roots, zones out the enemy team, and Chimera lives with a couple hundred health. Kelsier, a little bit low themselves, isn't going to get picked off just yet. Samuro still working on that objective phase, but Jay is going to be forced out by Corgi Booty on that Diva.
That's actually crazy how Chimera didn't fall there. A bunch of burst damage came through initially, and then like nothing else came in after that, or very, very slowly at least. Chimera was able to get that nice W, heal up, because hitting a lot of targets. And now, Blunt Force Fun in very dominant position. My pal Vince and Kelsier are below half HP. Jay trying to create some space here, perhaps. Gotfilth as well. They're waiting on the wings. These very slippery assassins here, just, you know, keeping the rest of Blunt Force Fun in check.
I'm watching Gotfilth mostly on my screen, seeing Talking Trees, and it's not going to be the dive I was expecting from Gotfilth. Corgi Booty coming back into this engagement. Jay is just working on the Immortal phase. Actually jumps in, but that's going to be the Swift Strike from the Genji. Gotfilth finding first blood in this game in favor for the side of Anti-Clown Association. The members of Blunt Force Fun trying to back off. Mecha Explosion used mostly to zone back the enemy team. Jay on this Samura on the left-hand side, burning down the Immortal, and the rest of the members of Anti-Clown Association will zone Alarian and 7 Talent here. Gonna be equal between both sides. Technically first for the side of Blunt Force Fun. Which lane does this go into? Gonna be bottom lane. So Alarian spawning into bottom, 5 minutes in. Samuro rotates to top. What is the siege value from the side of Anti-Clown Association?
We'll see here in but a moment. Anti-Clown Association getting this Immortal because of some great patient play there by both Jay and Gotfilth. Just kind of waiting in the wings, waiting for the opportunity to then go in, get the kill so quickly, and convert that into an advantage. 4 members on the bottom side here, minus Samuro, going to be pushing in. They get the wall, of course, probably the well.
Whoa. Gotfilth going in. Yeah, Swift Strike with the deflect, trying to get a little of that tower shots into the enemy team's jet propulsion. Not even the right hero, but my pal Vince is going to be able to dive onto Epic Player, trying to find that setup even into the fort itself. Alarian gonna get about half the health of this fort, and this will be a disengage. Keep in mind, my pal Vince will always be trying to angle these fire stomps out against, or to kind of come through a lot of the enemy members. The reason being is that Soul to Flame at level 4 is a quick way for Diablo to build up souls, as Epic Player will be the target of just a little bit of pushing around, if you will, from Diablo. And right now, Samuro trying to grab that camp on top, as Corgi Booty did scout it out, but no rotation from the friendly team on the side of Blunt Force Fun.
No, they don't need to. They know that they're just going to go for a camp trade here, not wanting to get too aggressive. My pal Vince does check it, but rather safe, of course. Already got the Unstoppable of Epic Player, so I believe it was still on cooldown at that point. Could have looked for a flip. Did not happen, of course, there. The XP is very even for both sides. And if we look forward to the future about level 10s, I do think the level 10 advantage still goes to Anti-Clown Association there, with the amount of impact those are going to be able to have. Whether it's APOC or Lightning Breath, both solid options here, but then the X-Strike or Dragon's Blade are going to be even better at securing kills.
Trying to think if we get X-Strike or Dragon's Blade, because I can see them both getting so much value into that backline as well, specifically under Chimera and Talking Trees. Corgi Booty really doing... Corgi Booty getting forced far back in this top lane against Gotfilth and Jay, as the second Immortal phase will be spawning here, and we do have both teams grabbing their Shaman camps. Gotfilth looking just going to be hanging out for this Soaking experience.
Yeah, so it will be Blink Kill for the Brightwing, Lightning Breath for the Diablo, X-Strike coming out for the Genji. I think that's great, going up into Malfurion. Malfurion probably will go Tranquility, but could have gone Twilight Dream, and actually will still go Twilight Dream in an attempt to dissuade the Assassins from Anti-Clown Association once they do dive in. can Got Filth kind of like reaction, you know, X-Strike the Twilight Dream? We'll have to see.
Valkyrie comes out, pulls in what looks like to be talking trees. Mecha Explosion comes out. Got Filth is going to dive in and find the kill onto Li Ming. Another kill for the side of Anti-Clan Association. As Luna steps in, Kelsier turns around. That'll be a second kill in this engagement for the side of Anti-Clan Association. Chimera gets a massive Twilight Dream, and it does not yield a counter kill. There's going to be some Iron Skin popped by by Epic player. Genji pops another X-Strike. Shadow Charge. No kill onto the mech, but that's going to be a quad kill for just Got Filth. And I got to say this here, Khroen. We were singing the praises of Got Filth, and this Genji, I mean, Got Filth is making Genji look like he was never in a bad spot in Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah, it's like, all right, Genji, probably first pick party, looking at how, you know, well he's doing here. Got Filth. Who can stop this, man? It's not looking like it's going to be Blunt Force Fun, at least for now. Maybe later on, after they identify how they should play fights in the future. Valimar coming in to save my pal Vince from being in any threat there. Now at about 75% shield immortal. Going to go up into the top lane. Level 13's being soaked out here as well. Anti-Clan Association are in a very dominant position here. What can Blunt Force Fun do as opposed to just defending here?
Just out of curiosity, you want to jump into the anti-clown comms really quick?
I'm definitely down. Let's do it.
We're looking in. Pushing in.
Z's in 13. Kills to me that Z. Yeah, Z.
You can go by.
The device rotating off.
Actually, no, I think he played. Yeah.
Diva about here.
Yeah, I threw Q's on the wall. I threw Q's. Just match the Diva, Jay. Oh, I'm slept. Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm at D. There's 5v5 here. We have 13. We just get the wall, probably. Yeah. I might see something here. Look for Val. Okay, yeah, if you get it. Yeah. Wait, right here. Yeah,
Poly.
Yeah, just go. Kite out. Yeah, we're kiting.
It's
that's probably all. Just go play bottom. We're too low. We can maybe like send the rotate here or something, but
Yeah, I can sit over here. Oh,
there's a Ming here. Look.
Get out of those player comms. We were only there for a couple seconds, but I really wanted to hear how they sieged into this because of the fact that Anti-Clan Association had that level 13 talent here, and they were even saying it. I love, though, also the communication. It was like, oh, I think we only get wall, and then someone was like, oh, look with Valkyrie, and that pull onto Malfurion, Polymorph, X-Strike, everything into them, and then kite backwards, go back into lanes. That is such good respect and knowledge of the game coming out from Anti-Clan Association, Khroen. Just not being like, all right, we got to kill, let's keep pressing because the Immortal has a little bit of health. No. We're going to back off, keep the pressure in our favor, keep this experience coming in, and find 16 talent here faster than the enemy team. This is super well played by Anti-Clan Association here on Battlefield of Eternity.
The highlight there for me in those comms was the fact that Casio was very vocal about, I'm going to look for a Valkyrie here to be able to follow up. Sometimes players would just, throw it out and be like, okay, if it misses, whatever. But the team was all there already. They knew the game plan at that point in the game before they rotated out. Being able to have that, like, okay, if I do this, be ready to follow up. That is such key communication in Heroes of the Storm. Now with this advantage, they're going to be able to get 16 soon with Jay working on the bottom wall here. And it looks like, they're just playing catch up at this point here. Like, what can you do if you're red side here, Baha?
I'm sitting here and I was just watching that the real Samuro for a little bit was just chunking Talking Trees, and I think Talking Trees at one point was like, no, this is the real Samuro actually hitting me. And then of course the transmission comes out and he's gone at the last second. But I think it's right now where I think we're seeing exactly what the members of Blunt Force Fun want to do. They want to find a fight before 16 talent tier happens. The Wailing Arrow isn't able to shut down the Samuro, and that's a 90-second cooldown to try and get the Samuro that denied. Valkyrie onto the Malfurion, Bless Shield comes out, won't connect. Genji finds the kill. Lightning Breath from the Diablo, cooking a lot of members of Blunt Force Fun as the X-Strike will connect onto the Diva mech. She's not able to get the mech explosion off in time. The good to go will allow her to roll away with that torpedo dash. Epic player to Hearth away. This is looking like the first half of the Immortal phase, easily able to be picked up by the side of Anti-Clan Association.
Yeah, not only 16s, but like 16 and a half at this point, 2.5 level lead. Great Valkyrie there to catch. Unfortunately, you're not able to pick up more, but that's kind of all you need at that point. Just one. Pushes off the rest of Blunt Force Fun, gives Anticon Association probably the full immortal here, as my pal Vince doing a great job of anchoring, will be safe enough to not get caught. Even if he does, has a Brightwing port already waiting there, so not scared at all. They can even just look for more aggression if they wanted to here, and my pal Vince is, okay, thought they were looking for it. They'll give some more respect over. The top keep already half HP. Samuro can just split and take this keep. They can get both keeps. They can push for the win. There's so many options that Anticon Association can work with at this point.
I also, I gotta say, level 16 for Samuro is a big talent. While press the attack. While advancing strikes is active, Samuro and his mirror images gain 10% attack speed every time they basic attack, up to 40%. The burn, like the... I don't feel like it's the right term, but the literal burst from Samuro from his sword is so insane right now, and he's currently working on that top lane keep while the members of the friendly team continue to siege in through bottom lane. This is looking like it's going to be double keep. Luna gets dove on by Gotfilth, who's going to go ahead and use the deflect, and then X-Strike out. Samuro comes in with the auto and gets the kill. That's the burst I was talking about as the bottom lane keep goes down. Valkyrie catches the toe of Malfurion. He gets Swift Strike through. This is looking like Anticon Association are going to clean up this map on Battlefield of Eternity fairly quickly. 18 to 15 in levels, 10 to 0 in kills, as this will be another Lightning Breath, another Swift Strike. D.Va can't get into the Hall of Storms, and the game goes over to Anticon Association. GG, well played.
GG, well played. A deathless game for the side of Anticon Association. Not a single member fell, and they killed Blunt Force Fun 14 times there. Gotfilth and Jay and Kelsey are there. The triple DPS threat. They just reigned supreme there. Some great anchoring, great tank play map, how Vince as well as Valimar. Like, you don't have to highlight, or it doesn't like seem like you highlight all the players in a game that's just played so cleanly, because everyone did their job, which makes it so much easier for everyone else to do their respective jobs. And you really only see like, okay, Gotfilth goes in there, gets some hype kills, Jay as well. But 3 times Kelsier Valkyried a Chimera on the Malfurion, like back to back to back team fights. That's just at that point, man. Like, you gotta be looking out for him even more. It is a very, very rough go, but impressive for Kelsier to keep on finding those picks.
Not only that, I need to highlight, and it's going to be a little bit of us, I think, sitting here highlighting a lot of Anticon Association that last game. Valimar, like, I feel like supports and healers, they don't get enough highlight or kind of just being put on a pedestal, essentially. But Valimar almost doubled the healing of Chimera's Malfurion. And the other thing that I want to note here is kill participation. There were Brightwing and Diablo, my pal Vince, they assisted in 11 kills. There were 12 kills in that entire game. So that means that there was only 1 kill that they weren't kind of engaging or around. And that it shows that the communication was there. The dive was there. This is just Anticon Association firing on all cylinders. When we jump to the opposing side here, Khroen, what do? What's the mental reset that you need to go into this next map? Is it draft? Is it saying, all right, you know what? We can't give them Cassia. Like, it's just mentally, like, how do you kind of 180 this? It feels very difficult when you get 12-0'd in kills.
It is very hard to come back from this point, and I think you have to look for it as not to how do I deny what the enemy team can give. It's what could I do to make me the most comfortable that I am in this situation. And Blunt Force Fun, you just have to go with what you know, what you're practice on, and try to just, with that formulate a game plan and how to then counter the enemy draft. But it has to come from a place of comfort. Gotfilth, Jay, and the rest of Anticon Association, they have so many tricky picks under their belt, so many ways to play in a semi-unorthodox way, especially with those assassins jumping in and out. We could even see a Valera come through as well from Gotfilth. There's so many different tricky picks. You can't deny them all. Just play your own game and try to step toe-to-toe that way.
Well, let's go ahead and see where we're going to be heading into for our next map in this final best of 3 of the day. It's going to be one of my personal favorites to cast and even play, Towers of Doom. This will be the map choice of Anticon Association, meaning that Blunt Force Fun opted for first pick priority going into the second game. As we're looking at this Towers of Doom game and talking about comforts, I completely agree with you. Like I was sitting here and like that mental game in Heroes of the Storm is definitely a thing, especially in a competitive like in customs or in these best of threes. Like mental game in Storm League is like, all right, cool. I had some bad plays. I had a first pick butcher on my team. We reset, we go next. It's whatever. But these games, you're going up against the same team that you just faced, and you need to consider what you need to do as a player to feel comfortable. And that was the question that, and I think the answer I got out of you exactly is just, what's the mental game prowess? And it's going to be go into what's comfortable. And let's go ahead and get into it. These teams are ready to go. We are into Towers of Doom. And the first ban goes over to the side of Blunt Force Fun. And we actually haven't been to Towers of Doom today. And I won't make jokes about Cho'Gall. This is a very good map for him. But realistically, we could see Vikings or Abathur. Oh, come on!
We could have seen Vikings, Baha, if not for the ban right there. Of course, I believe Jay being a very good Viking player, along with, of course, Samuro. A lot of, pretty good prowess in the units that you have to control multiple of course, being the only 2 units, I believe, to control multiple units. But either way, the Hogger ban going to come through as well. I did want to take a moment to expand upon, what Blunt Force Fun could do to come back. And I think with the mental game in mind, it has to go into their shot calling. It is very hard to shot call from behind versus a Samuro splitting you across the map, right? Like, what do you do in that scenario? It's like, okay, do we try to chase the Samuro? No, it's like what's in front of us. Oh, Samuro's taking our keep right now. It's like a very stressful situation to be in. But whatever draft you go into, which I think, of course, it should be comfort, it should be easy to pilot and comfort for your team. You have to shot call with decisiveness. It doesn't even matter if those decisive calls are wrong. You just got to do something, right? You can't just sit there and wait to lose. You have to be proactive, and that is what's going to be the hope here, I think, from Blunt Force Fun. If they're able to be proactive, get a lead, and keep the advantage going, they can definitely do work here in this game number 2.
Oh, wow.
The draft speedy.
You know when you're playing Storm League and you're like your team has first pick and you're hovering that one like OP hero that like no one else in your team is hovering, and you're sitting there and you're just mashing your select key. And I think that's what Valimar and Gotfilth were immediately doing. Well, we'll see if they swap off. But Malfurion Medivh, that's not something I want to deal with, because Malfurion comes through the portal, they root you up, you're going to take a nap with that Emerald Dreams, and we'll see what the blow up is. But we get the specialty from Blunt Force Fun. You mentioned this, and I completely agree. We have Luna, one of the best North American Lunara players out there, and a Stukov as well, which great zoning potential with the Lurking Arm, but synergistic with the Uther with the extra healing, and you have biotic armor as well, so just more armor that you can apply from Uther as well as Stukov into this Malfurion Medivh composition. But we're into our second ban phase. The members of the members of Anti-Clan Association actually getting rid of the Genji themselves.
That's funny, actually getting rid of Genji here. Sure, you could have seen a Genji like D-Blade, D-Shield combo. Haven't seen that in so long, but sure, it could come through. Banning the Diablo away from my pal Vince as well is going to be huge, especially when it's paired with the Medivh. Looking to the draft of Blunt Force Fun, they are very much playing the comfort. We can't deny that. Luna on Lunara, she's just so good on that pick. How do they ramp things out here? It has to be with, I guess it doesn't have to be with a tank. It still could be just an offlaner and another damage dealer. Uther going to be, at that point, filling the role of tank. Interial. Very odd, I think, actually, in my opinion, coming out from Anti-Clan Association. That's not a very standard tank you see paired with the Medivh often.
Khroen, do we live in a world of judgment? Because, I'm looking at this and I'm like, why I don't feel like you need sanctification here. And
no.
But then I say judgment and I sit here and I go, what's to come afterwards? Like, I don't know. We'll see. This Tyrael, I agree with you. It feels a little weird. We'll see what rounds out on the side of Anti-Clan Association, but Deathwing Thrall for the right-hand side, these are some really great heroes. And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember back all the way to our last exhibition series back in season 1, you and I were casting, Corgi Booty had some really strong Deathwing games, if I remember correct. So this is maybe comfort,
Definitely, I think the potential is quite there. Deathwing gonna provide a little bit of that global pressure is gonna be pretty solid. Thrall as well, actually. I do like the Thrall here a lot. Leoric is gonna be the final pick here. It's great at dealing with Deathwing. Those tankier heroes. But looking at the Tyrael heroic pick once again, I would even go as far as to say I think Sanctification's like pretty bad here.
Yeah,
but also I think Judgment doesn't get a lot of value either. So
I agree.
What's going to be the choice there? I think somehow, somewhere, the draft, starting with the 1-2 of Malfurion and Medivh, I think is solid.
Yeah.
But then after that, Baha, I don't really know what to say.
Did they, and I mean this with all respect, did they just spin a wheel of hero names and go like, all right, Tyrael, let's go? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say maybe they're trying things out, right? This is, exhibition tournaments. It's
True.
to try your stuff. If you just go in here and play your comfort heroes, it doesn't really show orgs like what you have to bring to the table, how much diversity that you have to offer. So it could just be, hey, let's band up my Diablo. Sure, I'll play a Tyrael if I have a decent game, even if it's not great, right? Still showing the proficiency about playing a hero like Tyrael, I think goes to speak volumes about your worth to an organization when thinking about CCL Season 2.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and that's what I've been hounding on all day. Pick heroes that stand out, so that way, like that last game, I'm sure there's gonna be people being like, did you see that Battlefield Samuro game though?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But we are here in our second map and our final best of 3 of the day. On the right-hand side, we have Blunt Force Fun trying to put one up on the board and take us to that game number 3 that we haven't seen just yet today. Epic Player on the Uther, Chimera playing Stukov, Talking Trees on the Thrall, Luna on the Lunara, and Corgi Booty on the Deathwing.
And over on the left-hand side, Anticon Association, we have Got Filth on the Medivh, Jay on the Leoric, My Pal Vince on the Tyrael, Kelsier on the Hanzo, and Valimar on the Malfurion.
I continue to be confused as we have Ardent Restoration, an uncapped regeneration globe quest for this Tyrael, and we'll get into that in just a second because the fight kind of is breaking out in this mid lane. Protection goes on to Got Filth, I believe, who's going to be on that, no, it's Jay, excuse me, on the Leoric. I was a little confused. I was like, wait a minute, Got Filth on that, but it's actually going to be the, oh my god, the Medivh for them. But really quickly, Ardent Restoration. Dealing damage to a hero heals Tyrael for 21 health over 5 seconds. Dealing damage resets its timer and heal amount stacks up to 10 times. The quest, every regeneration globe gathered increases this heal amount by 1%. And I'll keep you up to date on that number as we do progress, because honest to God, Khroen, I've been casting heroes for I don't know how long. I've never seen this talent picked up on Tyrael.
I'm right there with you, Baha. This is unconventional to say the least, and even just picking Tyrael here in this game is unconventional. Kelsier working on the Anticon Association siege camp. We're going to see Got Filth scouting over to the enemy one, and it's just going to be a trade back and forth here. Leoric is doing a good job double soaking, has ran from top to the mid lane, going up against Luna here, but with their priority is going to be there.
Also to note, we do have Redemption on the Hanzo trying to get auto attacks into the enemy players, and what we want to do is they're going to want to get 2 autos into an enemy to get 1 stack. If you die, you lose what is I think 3 stacks on the Redemption. So keep that in mind. If Hanzo does go down, sleep, root everything onto Epic Player, and Epic Player walks away with 100 and something health. I think it might have dropped to 130 at some point. Really well played with the double support on the side of Blunt Force Fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Advantage in that trade going over, of course, to Anticon Association. Now have 3 pumpkins. Tyrael is shielding them, make it even harder for Blunt Force Fun to deal with them. Tyrael does have the sword, though, does have the Got Filth protection on the Medivh there to get out. So, camp will be cleared out here pretty fast. Medivh at 11, 12 stacks right now.
Quarter of the way through your stacks already into the game. Not a bad place to be as we get into our first objective phase, triple altar phase. This is always standard. The only non-standard portion of this this first altar phase is the bottom altar. It could go into the mid position or bottom. Right now it will be in the mid position. Quickly to note, 7 stacks on the Redemption for that Hanzo. Gonna also be going into the Frostwolf pack on that Thrall 3 out of the 6, and the Uther at 56 out of 75 stacks on Hammer of the Lightbringer. Leoric and Deathwing not set up for the channel. This is going to be full 4v4 over this mid objective. Epic Player taking a lot of damage from My Pal Vince. Good stun onto My Pal Vince as well, but all of that yields a nice route from Malfurion to potentially set up a kill onto Epic. This time, the members of Anticon Association confirm the first blood of the game, and that will be into this Uther. Maybe a second into Luna, and that'll be the snipe of Valimar
oftentimes Hanzo damage can come out as non-effective damage, but almost every single scatter arrow in these engages from Kelsier has been absolutely value. Absolutely has been connecting, you know, 5 of those arrows, you know, 4 or 5 of them. Kelsier really making his presence known on this Hanzo, even with going the Redemption as opposed to the Scatter Arrow quest. I think Redemption's going to have huge implications later on into the game.
I'm looking at Tyrael's level 4 and 7 here, Khroen, and basically it's all auto attack. Level 4, Divine Vigor. If Smite hits an enemy hero, the Tyrael's basic attacks within the next 4 seconds heal for 70% of the damage dealt. On top of that, you have that auto attack one that he took at level 1. It's just absolute insanity how this build, but I'm loving it, and it's really working out for Anti-Clone Association.
Tyrael just wants to be a nuisance here, wants to go in either whether it be with the Eldruins or with the Medivh portal and just stay in the enemy comp. They don't really have a lot of burst. I guess you got Thrall, especially now with the Ancestral Wrath, that can be a little bit pseudo bursty, but Tyrael, especially with the protects, gonna be hard pressed to be killed here. Camp's gonna be traded through once again. Almost a level lead here for Anti-Clone Association. Looking to make that a level 10 advantage. Perhaps not right now, but to get some Shrine Party in the future.
Oh, hold on. Okay, maybe a team fight will be breaking out here, and we can talk about this in just a second. Okay, I'm watching the Tyrael Ardent Restoration. They had like 6 stacks, and they were healing for 181.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot on it. Like, 1 stack is 28. 4 stacks, I'm just watching it just rise. 142 over 5 seconds. I've never seen this, but this is actually really cool. It's kind of working out for them. Either way, another objective phase will be popping up in the middle of the map, and this is kind of in favor for the side of Anti-Clone Association. Talking Trees trying to find some damage into the backline. Big Cataclysm from Corgi Booty, but I think that was mostly just to get in a better position. Vince, what are you doing there, bud?
Vince don't tell me.
Vince is trying to die, but gets a protection. Here's the thing. The Tyrael has their trait where it's 10% off of your death timer if you hit 10% off of each hero hit with your explosion. So we saw that kind of diving around, and there's protection. So it's a little awkward miscommunication from the members of Anti-Clone Association. Anti-Clone Association, with 10 talents, just finds a kill into Deathwing. That'll be a kill into the Stukov with the Tranquilier. I can't believe it. The Twilight Dream, excuse me. Luna goes down as well. Malfurion goes down to the damage over time. Bit of a bloodbath, but in the end, 5-2 in kills. 3 kills over to the side of Anti-Clone Association, only losing their Tyrael and Malfurion.
This is absolute chaos here, Baha. My pal Vince going into the Tyrael in a situation where you just really shouldn't do, but just feeling yourself, right? Like, okay, maybe I get this kill, even if not, right? My team's just going to clean up after and get the advantage, get the Ultra Cap here, and now we're going to be pushing on over into the bottom lane. I will always harp on this fact. Towers of Doom controlling the bottom bell tower means you have the advantage tenfold there. Luna pressuring my pal Vince, but a great portal there to get him on out of there by Got Filth.
As you to go off of exactly what you were saying, the reason you want to hold bottom lane makes the enemy team rotations into bottom lane objective phases, like the one we're about to have in the lowest point of the map, more difficult. These rotations are usually telegraphed as Jay gets the portal just in time. I thought I heard a Leyline Seal go out, but it's actually a couple seconds on cooldown still. Jay looking to back off. Molten Flame won't be enough from Corgi Booty. Big scatters, big Entomb. That's going to be Medivh stacks done, as well as an Uther kill. Leaping strikes from Lunara are denied by the protection status. By the way, the arrow detours by a few enemy members, but that doesn't matter. The members of Anti-Clone Association aggress further. Chimera being the target, not able to get the kill, as there is enough burst healing from that healing pathogen. But now, after 2 kills happen, the members of Anti-Clone Association have the, in my opinion, map positional advantage when it comes to this objective.
Definitely. 13's on the horizon here as well. Kelsier is saying, I have the time to get this camp out with the W at level 7. Hanzo does do those a bit faster. Don't even need the W at 1 right now, but a good catch potential from Chimera there on the Stukov, but it's completely denied by Got Filth. Every single Got Filth portal and protection has been on point. My pal Vince stalling Talking Trees. Level 13 talent tiers come through, and Blunt Force Fun, you can't go anywhere at this point.
Big Divine Storm out from Epic Player to try and turn things around. A massive Lurking Arm from Chimera, but the Uther goes down once again. Lunara low gets the Healing Pathogen from Chimera. Talking Trees trying to throw a few more of those Chain Lightnings out, but with the kill onto Uther and the lane zoning and control in favor of Anticon Association, this will be 4 shots into the core. Big arrow from Hanzo will connect onto 3 members. Deathwing can't be CC'd, but that'll be a wonderful silence out from the Malfurion. Let me correct myself. That was 3 members getting hit by that arrow. There was Chimera getting caught by that as well. Slayline Seal onto Corgi Booty, but not enough follow-up damage. Chimera goes down trying to flailing swipe the enemy team back, and those sappers are going to be able to convert the bell tower with 1 more auto from the side of Anticon Association. Khroen, I gotta say, I want to sit down with my pal Vince and talk about this build. I want to learn about this.
I agree with you. This is very, very interesting to me. You know, if you see a hero that's not picked that much, you're like, all right, cool, what can it bring to the table? But then on top of that, seeing a build that no one would even ever think of, and making it, dare I say, seem dominant here in this game, it's like, you've been crafting this one up in the labs. Like, what inspired you to do this, right? Like, what do you think it's good and what do you think it's bad? And because it just seems just good every time right now.
1 sapper goes over the wall, 2 sappers as well. Leoric gets traded out for the Uther, I believe, in the mid lane. And this will be a sap. I think it was 2 sappers over the wall. This is constant map control and almost a 2 talent tier lead over the enemy side. Unfortunately, for the side of Anticon Association, they won't find that extra talent tier lead just yet, as 13s are right around the corner for Blunt Force Fun. But this red team, Blunt Force Fun, really forced back. Look at their positioning around the map, constantly playing around their structures, almost leery to kind of step out beyond that structure range going into this next objective phase. But Blunt Force Fun has to make something happen here. Otherwise, you and I were talking about this. Otherwise, this is going to be momentum very drastically shifting, or continually to shift in favor for the side of Anticon Association. Dive onto Leoric in top lane. Wraithwalk is going to get him out. Portals are going to be there from the Medivh as the portals are just perfect. Corgi Booty's not able to get the kill. My pal Vince dives in as well. Sanctification used. Leyline Seal goes out. Valimar gets the channel on the left-hand side. Hanzo rips an arrow into Epic Player, who's going to get CC'd all to heck. Luna going to get hit with that Entomb. Silence from Malfurion. Root as well. Jay getting very low on this Leoric, but the fight continues to be in favor for the side of Anticon Association, finding 16 talent here through this objective phase and engagement.
My pal Vince chasing down Corgi Booty, and Corgi Booty will fall as well. Got filled saying, okay, I'm just gonna go for more here. Talking Trees, Chimera, they're trying the protection here onto my pal Vince. My pal Vince is actually just seemingly running it down. Portals in, portals back through. They're just shots going all the way to the core here. Blunt Force Fun. Not enough to end the game quite yet, of course. We're only 11 minutes into this one, Baha, but they've only taken 4 core health. Every single one. Oh, the 3-man ley line.
Root underneath. Kelsier dives over the wall to put arrows into the face of Chimera. Nobody going down, but a lot of members of this red team getting low. Big Entomb will lock a few members into this. Hanzo gets a massive arrow into this Stukov. A triple kill will be found for Anticon Association just as Corgi Booty comes in with the Cataclysm. Luna leaping around with those leaping strikes. Corgi Booty trying to deal some damage from afar and has to back off right now, not wanting to tank extra shots. It is going to be 17-3 in our kills right now. Khroen, it is 8,478 heroic experience to the 3,131. And that's just the heroic. We still have, 7,000 deficit in minions. Structures is almost 4,000. This is the members of Anticon Association running away with this game. I'm not sure how Blunt Force Fun kind of controls the skid at this point. Like, this is just, you're in a snowbank and you're just constantly drifting. You can't get that wheel and get your wheels back in the correct line. Like, I don't know how you correct from this. It's really, really difficult for the side of Blunt Force Fun.
There is now a 4-level lead here, Baha. This is an absolute massacre. 17 kills, averaging more than 1 kill a minute. 3 altar faces coming through. If Blunt Force Fun does take back the middle lane here, Anticon Association has to cap all 3 in order to, unless these pumpkins actually, if 2 of them come in on the middle side, then they only need 2. Leoric is capping, Malfurion's capping the bottom. Okay, the stall does end up coming through here. They need to push into this top left, get Leoric off of here, and somehow win this fight.
Valimar gets the channel on the bottom of the map. Hanzo and friends are working their way towards this left-hand side. Divine Storm onto Medivh, who will go down, definitely going to land on top of Jay to deal a little extra damage. Malfurion got the shots out in the bottom lane. Scatter will stall things out for now. Also going to be going into that Giant Slayer as well with the auto attacks into Corgi Booty. All that good damage from Hanzo. Sanctification to stall things out. Lurking Arm will be there from Chimera. Luna trying to put some pressure onto Jay as Corgi Booty so very low, doesn't get the Bellowing Roar, and a massive Dragon Arrow out from the Hanzo as we also see the sounds from Valimar. Channel does not connect from Jay just in time. Flailing Swipe from Chimera will go out. Kelsier goes down a few stacks on that Redemption. Going to be reset. Valimar and friends are slowly falling apart here, and this is the team fight that members of Blunt Force Fun need. We kept saying how awful this looks, but this is exactly what Blunt Force Fun needs to bring themselves back into this game. I was talking about experience deficits. It still is 8,999 on the side of Anti-Clan Association, 9,000, just shy of 10,000. But those kills for Blunt Force Fun bolstered them to 11,000 experience. Look at the experience gap, slowly but surely closing. If a few more objective phases go like that to Blunt Force Fun, this is still anyone's game. It's Towers of Doom. There's a possibility, Khroen.
It is a long road ahead of them, but they have now corrected their tires. They're back on the road here, Baha, and they can see the win condition. They've had it happen to them once. They catch out the Medivh, and the rest of the fight, while it still looked close, it did indeed go their way. Level 20 is going to come through for Anti-Clan Association, however, soon.
I had a panic moment, sorry. I had a panic moment. I was like, what about boss? Like, a lot of these members on Blunt Force Fun were spread, and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, Death Timer's still Bahamut. I got nervous that we were going to run into the Season 1 moment where Crowd Control forgot that boss existed on Towers of Doom, but not going to be the case here, at least for now, and 20 talents here around the corner for the side of Anti-Clan Association.
All right, here, Anti-Clan Association, they are posturing. If they can get level 20s and get the boss, I mean, that is game here, Baha. Level 20 in Tomb, that could definitely do it. Blunt Force Fun has to be so careful right now.
20's here. Malfurion portaling, or excuse me, the members of Anti-Clan Association will portal through onto Talking Trees. Won't be able to get the kill as the Sundering did stall things out. Lunar with a few leaping strikes. Divine Storm, and that's the kill onto Tyrael. Silence from Malfurion will connect onto a few. Big explosion from Tyrael finds the counter kill into the Uther. So it's 1-for-1 with a double altar phase coming up next. Only one is necessary, and the Entomb comes out. I think this is to buy a little bit of time, but Luna's getting shredded right now. Valimar actually jumps back. Leyline Seal to stall things out. Valimar trying to get the channel, but Talking Trees comes in with one interrupt. Now, Medivh finds the kill into Lunar, and Jay just gonna kind of skeletal walk their way down over here while the friendly team stalls things out, and that'll be channel through the bottom lane. Anti-Clan Association confirms game number 2 on Towers of Doom, and we'll take the final series of the day 2-0 GG. Well played, Khroen. Wow.
Anti-Clan Association, man, they took that game and they took a draft where I was like, why did they do that? But man, am I glad I got proved wrong there, actually. Just the caliber of play that they have, of course, is very high, but able to make a tricky draft like that work and playing so well around the Medivh is the sign of an experienced team with experienced players and experienced strategy. That's just like hats off to them. There's just nothing more to say about that. It was just so well played. It was so dominant.
I gotta be honest, Khroen, I just now realized, I was like, I didn't pull us into team comms during that game. I was so blown away by the rotations, the aggression, the visual communication to us from the side of Anti-Clan Association. I was enamored by just that. I was like, right, yeah, comms are a thing as well. But just to talk about comparisons, Hanzo, 74,000 heroic damage to Thrall's 69,000. So still neck and neck. Talking Trees doing a really good job on that Thrall. And there were a few standout moments definitely for the side of Blunt Force Fun, but just this Tyrael, it was kind of the MVP of the game. Like, yes, Medivh has so much value, Valimar as well. It's a team effort, but this Tyrael, there was so many cool, aggressive, and just diving, and it just absolute insanity and chaos created. It really hats off to the side of Anti-Clan Association when we look at our best of threes of the day. I think if there was one that stood out to me, it's this one. What about you, Khroen? Is there one that like you think back and you're like, yeah, I'd rewatch that series again?
Oh man, I mean, Look at Heavy Impact versus Makin I'm Proud. I think that was a good series too. There's definitely, you know, that game number 2, I believe it was on Battlefield of Eternity. That game was really exciting to watch, and you know the turnaround there at the end. This is, I don't know, man. 2 O's all throughout today. Some dominant performances. We've speed around all of today here. No teams being upset. And that makes me even more excited for tomorrow. If these teams are able to dominate so hard, what are they going to do, you know, paired up against each other? We do have the fated Anti-Cloud Association versus Cloud Association for tomorrow's matchup. But again, we'll worry about that one tomorrow, Baha. We're chilling for today.
That's one sleep away. I don't have to worry about that today. But today was so much fun. And you just saw on the bracket that we are showing tomorrow's first 2 best of 3s. And that will end with a best of 5. Well, as we wrap things up, I want to remind everyone at home that tomorrow, for our European viewers specifically, we are starting an hour later in your time zone due to the time zone change. So for everyone at home, tomorrow's games will start once again here on the HeroesHearth channel at 1 o'clock PDT, 4 o'clock EDT, and 10 p.m. CEST, just to make sure that you do know what time to jump in here. You're not sitting in here being like, when's the stream starting? So just a heads up, you got that extra time to maybe sleep in a little bit or something. I'm not 100% sure what you want to do with that free time, but Khroen, today we had so many amazing games. We had 4 super best of 3s. I have to say, I'd rewatch the series again. It was really well played from the side of Anti-Clown Association, and I think there's a few things I could have learned from this. As we kind of wrap up the day, do you have any kind of closing thoughts before we get into tomorrow's matches? Any words of advice for these players as they rest up and get ready for tomorrow's best of 3s?
Yeah, I think because it is so fresh in my mind, of course, seeing Got Filth, we had high expectations going into today, and those were matched, if not exceeded, honestly, especially with I mean, both games, honestly, the Genji game and the Medivh game just tore through every single member of Blunt Force Fun on multiple occasions. You know, the Medivh, every single protection, every single portal was absolutely, just like 2 times as impactful as some other Medivh players. It's just, I don't know. But what about you, Baha? What are your, takeaways from today?
I gotta say, I wanted some unique games, and we definitely got a few of those, and I'm happy about it. I'm excited for our games tomorrow, but that will be the end of the stream for us today. Thank you all so much for joining us for our day 1 of the free agent tournament, and we'll see you all tomorrow afternoon for the culmination of the HeroesCCL free agent tournament. Until then, we'll see you in the Nexus.